Hello, and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy, and tonight, welcome everybody to our election night special. Sorry for the late start and a few technical difficulties, but it's all worked out and figured out now. You may notice we got some special guests with us here tonight, as promised. More to come as well. So, yeah, gentlemen, over to that direction. I think that's my left. If you would like to introduce yourself.
I am Jimmy Ligon. I host Unreligious. How you guys doing?
Also,
hope everybody watching voted.
Yes. Yeah, I voted over the weekend. That was
I voted last Wednesday. I voted last Wednesday myself. So
I voted today.
Cool.
Ooh. Well, look at you being all old-fashioned.
As long as you vote, it doesn't matter when, as long as you get it in.
Me too.
Yep.
I voted first thing this morning.
Fantastic.
Nice. Yeah, see, I knew today was going to be a very busy day for me today, so I went ahead and just did it over the weekend. I stood in line for an hour at our Board of Elections, but it's all right. It was a nice day out. Yeah. So,
We have a little small town, and so ours, like all the booths were full, but there was no line.
Nice. All right. So that's Jimmy, and then who do we got down there in the corner with bringing the hat?
Oh, yeah, man. I'm Derek Day. I'm the co-host of Freeology Friday and Forward Live on Sundays, occasionally.
Right. Yeah, and you also might recognize them as former guests of the Humanity as well. And should hopefully soon to be future guests as well. We definitely need to have you guys on again sometime. But speaking of other former guests, also joining us later this evening, don't know exactly when, but he had to work late. Aaron Tomlinson, one of Derek's co-hosts for one of the shows, Freeology Friday. And then also the guest we just had on last week, the one and only Bishop Jamel Broadnax, also plans on stopping by this evening. Is there anyone else out there, like, as you're watching, if this seems like an appealing thing to join in on, feel free. We'll put a link out in the chat at some point. If anyone wants to join them. But for now, so yeah, kind of a big day going on, fellers, I guess. So I hear
we're going to be drinking in celebration later, or drinking and putting together our shelters.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of which, people also may notice like my change of background tonight. I am hunkered down in my basement this evening. Primarily because, like, as people know, like when we switched the show from Tuesdays to Wednesdays a while back, it's because of like with my schedule with the kids. So it's mainly just because my kids are here and I wanted them to still be able to be like on the main floor without disturbing me or anything. Like, ooh, I heard a beep. Looks like we got someone else in here. Oh, speak of the devil.
Mr. Aaron.
I was going to say, which devil?
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Yeah, how's it going, Aaron? So we actually just had Jimmy and Derek introduce themselves. So why don't you introduce yourself to people who may not recognize you from our show earlier? But
Sure. I'm Aaron Tomlinson. I'm in Colorado.
Ooh, yeah. One of the.
That's where I got this.
Is that it?
Colorado?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Sure enough.
Yeah. Now, is Colorado one of the states where abortion rights are on the ballot again? Or
so what they're trying to do is preempt anything that the federal government might do. So there's a
smart.
Yeah, there's a thing that'll make it totally legal, whatever.
Yeah, we voted on that too. And of course, I voted yes to allow women to have rights.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Missouri was doing that today too. Yeah. That might be another thing to say where we're all watching from, because me and Matt were in Cincinnati, Ohio.
I'm in Maryville, Missouri, northwest corner, about 100 miles south of Omaha, 100 miles north of Kansas City.
All right.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
And I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma this week. And, but one of the sad things I saw on the electoral map is that Oklahoma's already been called for Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
Yeah, 99-27 so
we
far.
Probably should have done this on Thursday.
Yeah, that was probably a more appropriate day, right?
Yeah. But I do have I have a margarita with some Don Julio.
Oh man, that's what I'm doing. I got a margarita with 1800.
All right.
Very nice. All right, let's keep
I'm
going. So,
taking
Jimmy,
Dr.
you said,
Orders, so.
Yeah, I said
Were
I'm drinking
yeah.
New Belgium Imperial Atomic Pumpkin. I got this
Nice.
back in July, actually, before they released it. And I said I was going to wait until Halloween, but I was sick on Halloween. So I decided to do tonight would be the perfect night to do it. So
There you go.
not
Absolutely.
too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Nice.
All
So
right,
how
Matt,
are we all
about you?
feeling?
I'm sorry.
How are we all feeling?
Oh, I feel good. Yeah. Oh, except for my tooth, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm going to the
optimistic.
dentist tomorrow.
Optimistic. I'm predicting a blue ass whooping tonight.
Yes.
It's looking like a possibility, like 6 out of 7 or 7 out of 7 swing states potentially for Harris.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean,
It's got to be
I mean,
definitive.
it's
or else
only.
it'll be
yeah.
worse.
I actually think she's
Yeah, I mean,
going to
I'm-
get more votes than electoral votes than Biden. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's looking like a potential.
Yeah, could be.
Now, I'll tell you
Yes,
what's
yeah.
going to be fun, right? Is that if this goes the way we all hope it will, I think
Mhm.
we're unanimous on this panel about
Oh,
that.
yeah.
If it goes the way we want it to, that supposedly Jack Smith goes back to work tomorrow.
Oh, baby.
True.
So you know, hold on to your knickers, mate.
Lock him up. Lock him
Yeah.
up.
Speaking of the consensus of the panel, here we have some breaking news.
There we go.
Well, you know
So,
something. You
yeah.
gotta be careful though, man. You know, Facebook might nuke us for that.
That's true.
Hey,
We're
'cause
not
so-
saying it. We're not
Yeah.
saying it. We're just.
Yeah, well, you know, because
also, sorry, I have a back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let
so,
me-
sorry, it's all right. I have a backup.
I have about 800 around me that
Yeah, now
have.
that right there, that's perfectly okay because that one didn't land me in Facebook jail.
I love that one.
My concerns are a little different. I have about 8 houses around me that have "fuck Joe Biden" flags still flying.
Right.
Still, wow.
Yeah.
You realize he's not running. Like, is that news not made it there yet?
Oh man,
No, but
Back
like
behind the times.
maybe
listen,
they're
I was-
claiming victory over that. I don't know.
I
mean-
was driving back from Austin and I stopped at a Tesla supercharger, and there was this whole line of big ass trucks with Trump flags on them.
Had a Tesla
At a
supercharge.
Tesla supercharger. It's like basically they weren't parked in the
Yeah.
supercharger stalls, they were parked like right across from it. As if to thumb their nose at all of us good liberals.
Right,
I
right.
guess.
So, and,
Good grief.
yeah. Sorry, Aaron. I just now saw your message saying you couldn't find the link. Glad you found it.
obviously
And-
I found-
We win on that one.
no thanks to me, but yeah, apologies. But anyway, so Matt, have we got to what you're drinking yet?
I am drinking what I thought was awesome for the evening. It's from Wooden Cask, and it's Coconut Corruption.
It works on multiple levels.
barrel aged series stout.
All right, that sounds good.
Did it fall out of a coconut tree though?
I don't know. It's not heavy on the coconut. I think last edition it was, and that was a little gross because it was like suntan lotion.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like if
Yeah,
that was made with
I can see
coconut, I'd barf without even getting
Yeah.
drunk.
Yeah, I'm not a coconut fan either. I'd have to pass on
Yeah,
that.
for me, it's got to be like just right for me. But yeah, it's me.
I'm not a fan of
So
the
anyways-
fake coconut smell at all.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
smell is so
Yeah.
abhorrent.
Yeah. So for me tonight in the glass, at least for starters, I got scotch with some backup.
Scotchy.
Also, yeah. Also, if the mood hits me, I also got an IPA in the little cooler here,
Nice.
and if the situation calls for it, if need be, also got some gummies. So
Wow.
You're not playing.
we'll see how it goes.
Oh yeah.
Excuse my French, but Tommy is not fucking around tonight.
So I've got something from my cousin. This is his last name is Hill also, and the name of his quote unquote company is Highest Hill.
Oh, nice.
I like
Oh.
that.
Nice. I like it. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, and also one other thing, like I usually people probably don't notice or care, but I always put very much care into the T-shirt I wear for every episode. So I thought for tonight, especially with the crowd we got gathered, I got the Anal Nathrak, Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. So
When I went to
Welcome in,
vote
everybody.
today, I wore my T-shirt with Barack Obama and Martin Luther King on it.
Ah, wow. Yeah, when I went to vote on Sunday, Sunday, I wore my Happy Atheist shirt. Got some compliments for it, which
Okay.
Nice.
had a fun moment with one of the campaigners there. He looked at me like, "Hey," he was one of the guys handing out, like, the Democrat ballots. He's like, "Hey, do you want one of these?" And I looked at him like, "Sure." He's like, "How did you know which color I wanted?" He's like, "Oh, just to guess." But yeah. So anyway, lots, like we said, lots going on today and tonight. Obviously, we don't, unfortunately, like we were talking about earlier, probably won't actually know too much, tonight. But
Unless it's going
Figured-
really well.
yeah, because let's see here. I'll go ahead and show. I got the where is it?
Hey, they called North Carolina for Harris.
Oh, did
Nice.
they?
Oh, really?
That's a big one.
Oh yeah, they did. Well, they said too early,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's close. Damn, 72. She got 70.
Wow.
72%.
Yeah. Now, for some
Lost
reason, this
off.
made Aaron disappear. There he is.
There he is. All by his lonesome. Off to the side.
All by myself.
Why was I thinking that song?
No, see, Aaron's got to sing it now.
No, you guys don't want that.
Yeah, Eric Carmen, right?
Aaron said you don't want that.
Yeah.
So
Everybody
based
else-
on
so
the map,
here's
the
the-
numbers are about to get really
Yeah.
good for Harris, which will be nice
Yeah,
to see
so we
because
got-
right now it's 99-27 or something.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's only 39%, but it looks like Ohio's still blue, so I'm proud. Texas isn't as red, but it's getting there. Florida's looking a little too red, though. Yeah, they're
Yeah, they
already
called
calling
that
for
already.
They call that
Florida.
already.
Yeah.
They got over
Yeah.
83% of the votes in Florida already. So
Yeah.
So here's the thing to watch for in Texas, right? Because Texas could flip. It really could. But all
Mhm.
roads go through Harris County,
Ah,
right? Harris County, that's Houston and the surrounding cities in the
Mhm.
Metroplex.
right.
If the Democrats can flip Harris County, Texas flips. It'll be by a small margin, but
mm.
Well, I can tell you
Maya
this
has something to say about that.
just by the amount of electoral votes they get. If they flip Texas, it's a done deal for Harris because
Oh, yeah.
he's automatically going to win California,
So what's in Harris
Oh.
County?
Yeah.
Which cities?
Houston.
Houston, and
Oh,
the Metroplex. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Houston, Harris County is purple right now. It can go either way, but there's a lot of math that's been done that says that it's possible that Harris County can flip in this election, and if it does, Texas flips, and if Texas flips, done deal. This is a wrap.
In
Oh,
light of recent events, if Texas flips, that's a major news story right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that like for elections to come, probably too.
And
I mean, that's
speaking of Texas, you got Colin Allred running against
yeah.
And he's doing all
the
right.
Cruz.
Ted
Yeah, he's
fucking
doing all
Cruz.
right.
Yeah, come on, Colin, get that idiot out of here.
Listen,
Come on, Colin.
For real.
that would be a huge flip too, and it's close. It's within the margin of error.
Yeah, that guy's a creep show. Not all red, but
Yeah.
what-
Yeah. Cruz.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's. Have you seen
Mhm.
that thing that shit, I can't remember his name. Fuck, I can't remember his name right now, but he's a stand-up comedian. He lives in the same neighborhood as Cruz, and he told this story. And
Yes.
he initially
Uh,
wasn't gonna.
Tom Segura.
Yeah, he initially
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
going to share the name of the politician, but then at the end of the story, that was the bit anyway in his routine, and
Yeah.
he's the guy was so this Cruz sees him walking his dog, and he goes, "Hey, I forgot what he said. What did he say, Tommy?"
I don't
got to that
remember.
point in the story, and I realized I don't remember what happened next.
Yeah.
I know it has to be funny because Tom Segura is hilarious.
It was like, what do
Yeah,
you
so-
call like? It was something equivalent to. I know what a MILF is, but what is it? What is it if it's your daughter, or if it's somebody's daughter, or something? It was something on that level
Oh.
of creepiness,
Wow.
and yeah,
Speaking of which, is it me or is it every other week or so? There's some religious leader getting locked up for touching kids. Is it me or
Lock more of them up if they're doing it.
good grief? I'm just like, what is this? An epidemic? It's like
Oh,
we love
you know-
God and little kids.
What's that one church in Texas where the pastor got sat down? Well, now they're sitting down the whole board of elders because they said that 4 of the elders knew exactly what was going on, and they were complicit. So this is a church that, in all likelihood, before 2024 is out, that church will not exist anymore. Score 1 for the team.
Yes, sir. But that's crazy.
Yep.
I don't understand it. Jesus ain't never touched no kids, as far as I know. At least by the story.
Well, you know,
Because
according to the Bible, Jesus said that if you do this to any child, it'd be worse. It's like having a millstone hung from your neck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm like thinking, you know, a lot of these guys, if there's a hell, you know, that they believe in, they're going to it.
Oh, with gasoline draws on. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I've heard that abusers who end up in prison, like everybody in there knows that like they're in the lowest rung of hell. Like
Yeah.
that's where those guys go. That's
Mhm.
so they get beat up.
Well, I'll say it in a nice way. They have a lot of companionship in prison. Let me tell you, it's not.
Mhm.
It's
Yep.
not the good. It's not the good kind of companionship.
Yeah, it's involuntary.
It's involuntary companionship. Yes, sir.
Yeah. A special kind of buddy.
Yeah.
Sit down when you pee, bitch.
Not that I condone
Yeah.
such behavior, but hey, it is what it is.
No. Yeah. Also, like, if anyone noticed, like off screen, like I said, my kids are here. My daughter was making some Brussels sprouts earlier, so
Oh, nice.
with
Nice.
bacon and cranberries. So
Well, hello,
Cranberries
Thomas,
too.
yeah, and as a special treat, she also said as a treat if I eat my vegetables, she brought me a cookie as well that she also
Oh,
made.
isn't she nice?
Nice.
A pumpkin snickerdoodle, or as I like to call
Ooh.
it, pumperdoodles.
Pumper Doodles. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
That sounds
Tommy.
kind of pornographic, Tommy.
Yes,
One.
Tommy.
Maybe that's why I like it.
There's a certain someone who might come to town someday that you might give a nickname to named Pumperdoodle. It's a little inside joke, but I wanted to make Tommy
Oh.
uncomfortable in front of people.
So
Thank you.
Things you say to your wife. Come here and get this pumper doodle.
Good grief.
Anyway,
I would share the actual nickname, but just in case that person ever watches
Yeah.
this.
Right?
they just might actually. So
Aha!
anyway, but speaking of
Tommy's got
Oh,
hose and
the
area
new-
codes.
yeah. I wish. But speaking of Derek's news about churches, more breaking news I had loaded in the hopper here.
You gotta yank that before Facebook gets it a little antsy.
Yeah, YouTube.
Yeah,
has a
so
good-
that's one-
Facebook have a connection.
So something like for like other members of the panel or anyone in the audience, like since I figured out that like Restream has that fun little ticker function, if anyone has anything they want to see scrolling across the bottom of the screen as we talk, let me know. I can type it up. Or if anyone has access, feel free to type it up yourselves. But
Update about Pennsylvania. Harris is leading 71 to 28ish. However, the rural counties
Ooh.
are not in yet.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, you
Yeah.
talk about
yeah,
PA,
looks like
right?
they don't. Yeah, looks like on mine they only got 8% voting.
Yeah,
but
8% is
yeah.
in Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm watching the same thing you are. Whoever's watching Karnacki.
Yeah, yeah, he's a
I'm
he's a
watching-
good dude. This is like his dream job for sure.
Yeah, he's like all in, isn't he?
Mhm.
That guy is like, let's go, coach. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, it's like a sport / war to him.
He is locked in 100%.
He might be on the spectrum just a little bit.
Hey,
I
but in
think
a good way. In a good
Yeah, no,
way.
I know. I'm probably am too, like almost for sure. But
Nice.
yeah, a lot of those pollsters are on the spectrum.
What's
I think
Karnacki's
there
first
is-
name? Because I forgot. Do you know, Matt?
what's that?
What Kornacki's first name is? Because I forgot.
Steve,
Is it Steve?
I think so.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say John or Steve. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Hmm.
Every time I see this guy looks so locked in whatever he's doing. He's like focused, like no other.
Apparently, there's a bunch of ladies who are into him.
Really?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Steve. Get your freak on, baby. I'm not a hater. Anybody who can get in, get in,
Chicks
baby. Get
dig
in when
big
you
numbers.
get in. Huh?
Chicks dig big numbers.
It's true. It's
In
true.
more ways than one, Mr. Day. In more ways than one. You are absolutely correct. Absolutely.
Oh man.
I love how they have the thing in the background. It looks like a element chart.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
Periodic table. Yeah.
Yeah, periodic table. That's crazy.
Hey, you should put that on or give us the link to that, Jimmy, so we can all be on.
Oh, it's
board.
on Facebook.
Yeah.
Just go to MSC. It's MSNBC, and it's the Kornacki link. It's called
Yeah,
the
it's on YouTube also.
yeah YouTube. Watch live Kornacki
Okay.
Cam on election night.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
So welcome in, Native Atheist. I want Kamala to be so far
Hey!
ahead that there'll be no red mirage. I like
Same.
it.
There you go. Same here, Native.
Yep.
So
We
Trump's
concur.
people are probably going to fight certification in several places.
Oh, of course.
They have no hope of like winning any of those challenges because, from what I understand, several states have put things in place where the legislatures can override, or somebody at the state level can override if somebody refuses to certify.
Mhm.
In Georgia, however, Trump people control basically the entire election process.
He's going to win Georgia. He's going to win Florida. That's
They do, but the Georgia Supreme Court overturned something that was key to the Trump team.
Oh, good.
So the road through Georgia is going to be a bumpy one for Trump.
Mm.
That's good.
Do you think he'll win that one? Because I actually think he'll win Georgia.
I think that there's a good chance that Kamala will win Georgia.
Really? Well, if she does,
I think there's a good chance.
because I knew going in like a month ago that there's no way that she was winning Florida. No way.
Oh no, not for a while.
Yeah,
No,
Florida.
she's not going to win Florida. But,
Yeah.
but I think I'm going to predict that Florida is going to be a lot closer than anybody expects.
That would be some promising news then
Yeah.
for the future. Then
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've had a lot of support for their legalizing abortion stuff down there.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe
there's a lot of like poor
thing to
rural
watch.
counties that like there's a lot of unwanted pregnancies in poor areas for various reasons,
yeah,
especially in a red state because abuse is common in the Bible Belt.
yeah,
Go figure. It's not like it's in the Bible a lot.
right, exactly.
Right.
Right? I was just about to say that. It's not
Yeah.
like it's
I mean,
written or anything.
It's kind of on brand, TBH.
It's also
man.
really common in Israel. Like,
Really?
super common. Yeah.
What's that? What's coming in Israel?
Sexual assault.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I mean, you go back and think about Lot and his daughters, and
Yeah.
Ooh,
it all kind of
Mhm.
fits.
yeah. So unfortunately, it looks like Native Atheist lives in a stubbornly red state. Yeah. Which state, if you don't mind, just out of curiosity?
I was just
Yeah.
asking him that too. I was going to ask him that, but you already
Yeah.
asked him something.
Ha. No.
Tommy,
Now, if you guys want to hear something slightly depressing,
Yes.
apparently RFK is actually still receiving votes in some states.
It's because he
He was
couldn't
on
get
the
off the
ballot here,
ballot.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see. So far, he's got 12,500 in Indiana, 2,500 in Illinois,
oh, he's in Oklahoma.
just
Native
over
Atheist.
1,000 in Kansas.
Hey, Native
Yeah.
Atheist, what part of Oklahoma?
Ah,
Excuse me.
What part of Oklahoma?
Wow.
Because I'm in Tulsa.
ooh.
Maya said Cruz has a slight lead. The AP is reporting.
Mm.
There's
See,
a lot of
let me
people there who
Explain
vote.
to me how Ted Cruz loses, but Trump wins in Texas. I don't get that.
Ooh.
That would be weird. Yeah, that would be weird.
that would be super
Yeah,
weird.
because that's
Yeah.
because
That would be
what's
weird.
there's a name for that when a state goes one direction, president, but another direction in like Senate or Congress. What's the
It's called insane.
But apparently, whatever it is becoming less common. So, native atheist in Norman.
Norman, where the Oklahoma
Bernanke
Sooners
is
play.
calling Missouri for Trump.
Oh, obviously, I live here in Missouri. There was no way that Harris is within this state. No freaking way.
Yeah,
I would love it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I've seen some. There's more people that voted for Democrat this time. I noticed, at least in my area, because there were people that had Trump signs in their yards 4 and 8 years ago who had Harris and Wall signs in their yard this time. So
Interesting.
there was more people who switched over. I think what Harris did, what she was able to do, was to move people who were like who maybe voted for Trump but have an open mind, and then when they looked at what she was actually about and they ignored all the bullshit, I think they were able to go, you know what? She doesn't talk bad about men. He talks bad about women. She's for doing these things and all these other things. So, you know, Trump is a criminal. Then these are facts now. 34 times convicted felon, right?
right.
Yeah.
And found liable for sexual assault and then defaming her later. So now he owes her over $90 million.
Yeah.
You know, she's not a good guy. So these people were like, you know what? Let's give the lady a shot. We haven't had a lady president ever. Right? So we might as well go all in, get a lady in. She's black. She's Asian. Let's go. Let's just do it all in one and get her in there.
I'm here for it.
I really think Kamala Harris, for all she's done, I think she did a good job. She kept her composed. She's really good. Well, I mean, when you're an attorney general and you work for the DA's office and you prosecute people for life, you don't get rattled easy. So
Yeah.
she was just like, whatever, dude. Did you
No,
see?
it's fuel. Like if
Yeah.
somebody tries to rattle you, you like eat that up and spit
Oh,
it back out at him.
Dude,
you know?
the debate, she
Mhm.
did a masterful job at that debate, I thought.
She did.
She ate him up like
Mhm.
for lunch, bro.
Yeah. And what I loved, like before the debate, like she was talking about, oh, this guy like he has all these felons and like sexual assault charges. Like I know how to. I've dealt with these guys before.
Nothing new to her. This is like a Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's like a Tuesday at work. It's like,
Yep.
okay, what we got? We got this guy and that guy.
Let me speak to the elephant in the room, right?
All right.
Because I've really wrestled with this in this election season. It's like, you know what Trump has done.
Mhm.
You know what he said, and you have a good idea of what he wants to do. And yet, and still, people are voting for him. And so I've come to the conclusion that the people who are still supporting him, knowing what we know, that these people are stupid. That's my scientific opinion.
These people are stupid.
Yeah.
They're willfully ignorant. I think.
In this,
No, not willfully
in this,
ignorant.
in this,
Jimmy, that gives them way too much credit.
Oh, you think they're just stupid?
No, they're just fucking stupid.
Fucking stupid.
I think there's a variety of things going on. Because my mom is a Trump supporter. She has
I don't mean listen. I don't mean to insult your mom, Tom.
Oh no!
But-
I get it.
but-
No,
Carry
some
on.
some people are supporting him because the level of nuance they can handle in somebody's message is limited because they aren't very intelligent, and so like he gets that crowd for sure.
Yeah.
Like black and white thinkers who lower intelligence, he's got them.
Mhm.
I think there's a whole group of retired age and older who don't understand that cable news. My mom doesn't do internet news, but internet news also. They're manipulating people. Like Fox News has become very good at brainwashing people. The way they interject and they poison the well, like in their favor, when they're covering something. I think there's a whole generation that is used to the news telling them the truth, maybe a particular angle on the truth, but they're not doctoring it. You know, it's not misleading.
Mhm.
And so there's not a natural built-in distrust of information with authority. Like my son is a Zoomer / Generation Alpha, and and like they're unfazed. Their sense of humor is kind of fucked up. Like it's like it's
Mhm.
memes have become a whole new thing for their generation, and it doesn't make sense to me. I kind of get it. Like the more absurd, like the more funny it is, apparently.
Really?
Mhm.
But like he doesn't get why people buy into what the news tells him because he knows how much bullshit there is on the internet, and so he just kind of like aggregates all of it and comes up with his own opinion. And I think that's what his generation and younger are doing.
How,
Like my mom's generation doesn't like. I'm like, Fox News is lying to you. Like I know what they're saying is a lie because like I learned the
Yeah.
truth.
right.
And
Speaking of which, more breaking news. Sorry, I'm having fun with this tonight. So.
Yeah, you are.
I
Tommy.
agree with Matt. Like, because I mean, where I live, it's used to be Lauren Boebert's district. So
Oh, good.
well, fun.
what are you going to say? But so I have a lot of interaction. People don't pay attention. They just literally do not. They didn't see the January 6th thing. They only saw what Fox News showed.
Yeah.
They don't even know that happened. I mean, legitimately, they don't even know that happened because they don't pay attention. They don't watch. A lot of them don't even watch the news. A lot of them pay attention 2 days before the presidential election and go vote. I mean, it's just, or they go off what they're.
Are you kidding me? I just read what
Oh,
your wife
shit.
posted, Derek.
Mayo just said Marjorie Taylor
grief.
Greene was reelected.
Well, there's no shock there.
No, she is a star in that environment.
She
It's
is.
so stupid,
Yeah.
though.
But again, these are stupid people.
I got to remember that. I
They're
mean-
simple people living
Yeah.
in a complex world, and they refuse to adapt.
No, that's true. They are
Yeah.
very simple.
Hey, is this an omen?
ones.
Trump in North Carolina has 666,600 votes.
Let's pretend it is.
It just changed, though, but it was just that.
Yeah, it's like Trump
Yep.
pulled ahead of Harris. She was ahead, and now he's ahead, and he's
I thought
ahead
that
of
was
Virginia
weird.
too.
Yeah, I thought it was weird that she would
Yeah.
win North Carolina because
That Nazi
Yeah.
black guy lives there. The lieutenant governor.
Yeah.
That guy a trip or what?
Yeah, North Carolina's a bunch of like ninja racists. They're like they seem nice,
What's
but like
what's the percent of vote that's been calculated there, though?
it's,
In North Carolina,
Yeah.
I'm showing 22.
Okay.
22%?
That's what I'm showing on CNN right now.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, I'm seeing 20.51.
That still could change because it's still close. That could change either way.
Yeah.
I hope it does. I would love to
Yeah.
see North Carolina flip.
Yeah. I
If
mean,
North Carolina
Yeah.
flips, that's a good omen.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of North Carolina, Jamel, where you at, buddy?
Yeah.
He lives in North Carolina, as a matter of fact. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's right.
But speaking of like, the Trump voters and like what Derek was saying, like how do they just not see it? Like again, like speaking for my parents, like still in my family, a lot of like my generation, it's kind of mixed, but like my parents' generation, like they're just all just straight Republican. And but I
That's
know
a
like for
Christian
my
thing, right?
yeah. Yeah, but they're all like very like conservative, fundamentalist, evangelical, the whole nine.
Save the babies, all that.
Yeah,
Hey,
because
my little
in their
brother's a
mind,
Trump.
it's what's that?
Mm.
My little brother's a Trumper.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. You were talking to me about him.
Yeah, Aaron got a chance to meet him. He got a full dose of Brian.
Yeah. I love him. It's a great guy. But
He
yeah,
is- he's awesome. But
I'm friends with him on Facebook, so I see his posts, and he's definitely
when we were
that's
kids,
religion. I mean, but let's be honest, he's still really caught up in that stuff.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
Yeah.
when we were kids, somebody threw a rock and hit him in the back of the head, and he had to have stitches.
Mm.
I'm just saying.
Mhm.
I'm just putting it out
He's
there.
just saying.
I'm just
Oh,
saying.
man.
Yeah. So speaking of people's wives having insight, Matt's
Neat.
wife Erin, also former guest of the show. Like I guess we may have to have Maya on it sometime. Anyway, I feel like it's a religious thing, even if people don't think they are religious. So much cognitive dissonance. Yeah. So like.
I agree.
Because you do see a lot of the same effect, whether it's religion or politics. Now, there is a lot of overlap, but even if people aren't necessarily religious, there's still that kind of same effect. Like with politics, they're like, well, this is what I grew up thinking was right. This is what I have to do. This is what my group, my tribe is doing. So I can't deviate from that.
Yeah.
So, so anything that seems contradictory to how I view my people, like, well, that just has to be wrong. And I'll think of a reason later, if at all. But
I don't
because
the abortion thing I don't get with Trump is because how does anybody look at him and know like what kind of life he had and not think he absolutely paid for at least one abortion in his life? Like,
Who, Donald?
yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, this
he was
guy,
he was good buddies with Epstein.
this dude, come on, dude. Yeah, that and plus the
Mhm.
fact that come on, he was fucking a porn star.
Yeah. Speaking of Epstein, and also of like my relatives, I have this. I guess a great uncle, but he posted like a video. He posted like what was clearly a fake picture of Harris, like
Fun.
with Epstein. It's like you could tell it was photoshopped. So I posted
get it.
like the real image, and like so, but I commented on his post like that's actually fake. These are real though. So I just showed a screenshot. I just did a quick Google search of Trump and Epstein. And so of course it's like there's tons of pictures. So I just put a screenshot of like the Google results. And his post was very shortly after was taken down. So,
Anybody
but
ever deserved national shame and prison time is Donald Trump.
There's
Yeah,
a video where Trump is saying something to Epstein. It's a little video clip, and whatever he says to Epstein makes Epstein laugh and kind of shrink, like whatever Trump said was like over the top, that kind of body language.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like if you
man.
make
I saw that.
Epstein laugh and cringe, my goodness, what did you say?
Yeah, that's got to
What,
be.
Yeah.
what can you possibly say to make Jeffrey Epstein cringe?
Yeah, exactly.
He said Donald
Yeah.
Trump was an awful person.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So
Yeah, but speaking of like how people don't see it, so getting like speaking of, I can at least my experience like with my parents, like because I remember back in leading up to the 2016 election, like before Trump was the nominee, like I remember like so many people in my family saying like, "Oh, I hope Trump isn't the nominee. He's just such a terrible person," and like, oh, but then as soon as he got the nominee, like it's like it just flipped. Like, all right, we're all voting for Trump.
Yeah.
And
It's
I
that
talked to him. I'm like, because I remember like after he got the nomination, I remember asking my dad, like knowing like what he felt about Trump. I asked him, was like, well, now that Trump's nominee, like who you gonna be voting for? And he just looked at me kind of confused. It's like, well, Trump, of course. I'm like,
because Republicans
so
good.
But can
yeah,
we?
so I think for a lot of the people, it really has nothing to do. I mean, they might think it does, but it probably really has absolutely nothing to do with anything he says, anything he does, and none of his policies, like nothing. It's just like, well, he's the Republican and he's not a Democrat. So like, and it's really like no more complicated than that. It's like, they just do not care about anything else.
What you got, Aaron?
So
Party loyalty.
Can we agree though that the Democrats suck at messaging? I mean, let's just be honest.
They suck at what?
Absolutely.
yeah. Oh yeah.
They
Oh,
suck at
messaging?
messaging, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cause that's the other thing. Like,
The
is
year he
if
got
anyone's
elected
coming to the
first time- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Tommy, but the year he got elected the first time, if they would have just changed their messaging, that would have never fucking happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
It
Yeah.
shouldn't have. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm like, because I thought it was a joke. The whole time I thought it was a
Mhm.
joke. I was like,
Yeah.
really? He's just mad because Barack Obama told me he was never going to be president. And then he ran for it. And then
Here's
he
the deal.
fucking won. I was like, no way.
The Republicans have no problem with saying really, ratchet shit,
Right.
Yeah.
right? And the Democrats really, if this is the way politics are going to be played, and this is what it takes to win elections, then
Mhm.
you're gonna. I hate to say this, the whole Michelle Obama thing about when they go low, we go high. Fuck that. They go low, we go lower.
I go
Right.
lower, buddy.
I mean,
you gotta get lower than me.
Their version of a high road is
Yeah, fuck that. I mean, let's
Yeah.
let's call some shit out. You guys want to talk about
Mhm.
Democrat pedophiles? Let's call out all of these Republican pastors.
Mhm.
Let's call
Yeah.
them out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein? Let's talk about Trump. How much time he spent on the Lolita Express?
Right.
Let's talk
Mhm.
about these
Mhm.
things. And the Democrats are just too fucking soft when
Yeah.
it comes to that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna share with you guys a story real quick. Is that when I used to do, I came up in martial arts doing Taekwondo, right? And Taekwondo is a very honest martial art. It's very honest. It's all about clean shots because it's geared toward
Mhm.
winning tournaments, right?
Mhm.
But there are martial arts out there, Kempo, Jeet Kune Do, Panatukan, Krav Maga. These arts are all about grabbing people's nuts, grabbing their noses, their ears, gouging their eyes. It's all about dirty shit, right?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, if you're out here and somebody attacks you, you can't be trying to play nice. Oh, I'm going to be the gentleman here. No, fuck that. I'm going to grab your nuts and try to pull them out of their socket. Okay? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab your ear and try to yank that son of a bitch off.
Right.
That and that is the mentality that the Democrats fail to bring to the table. The Republicans are all about it. They're all about bullying. They're all about dirty tricks. They're all about cheating. They're all about hitting below the belt. So the messaging, what you were saying about the messaging, is absolutely right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
that's
And
why
real quick, was this you, Matt? Or
No, that was me.
this? Oh, you, Jimmy. Your father,
Yeah, my
brown
father was,
belt.
yeah, he
Taekwondo?
went after brown belt. But
Nice, nice.
I agree with you 100%, Derek, and I'll tell you why. My approach to atheism is just that. The church and certain people's, not just one church, but a lot of different churches and a lot of different leaders and a lot of different eras in Christianity, particularly, went so fucking low that right now, when I talk to somebody about religion, Tommy can vouch for this. I don't assume anything.
Yeah.
I am like, you're full of shit. You have no fucking stance on what you're saying. And if God was real, he fucking exist. I don't give them anything. It's like everything that they want from me, they have to earn.
Yeah.
It's like, you can't just assume that I'm going to go, okay, so God created. No, God didn't create shit. He's not real. You got to go. You got to come with it. So I'm with you on that one as far as going. It's not really going low, but it's me being very like, no. It's not working on me, dude.
Yeah.
You got to come with facts.
No,
You gotta
go
come
low.
with-
I mean,
The other thing with the Democrats, they're not consistent. Like they
Yeah.
can't find a consistent message and stick to it. I mean, if you look at most elections, I hate to say it, the one with the most consistent, simple message, whether you go back to Bill Clinton, read my lips, no new taxes. I mean, I still remember that
Yeah.
from the campaign itself,
And they stopped doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Stop doing it.
Barack Obama was all about hope and change,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Donald Trump, make America great again. Like
Yeah.
simple slogans, you know what their message is. I mean, if I was honest, I don't know what Kamala's message is. We're not going back, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
not going back as
Yeah.
her thing that she came up with when she got
Which is kind of,
when Biden
I
stepped
just
down.
gotta say, I mean, I get that they're full of shit when they say, well, she's been in office, which is the dumbest shit anybody's ever said.
She's the vice
Yeah.
president. She
I
doesn't
know,
do
I
anything.
know, but
She does what she's
you
told, and
part
that's
of
about
the
it.
incumbent ticket and say we're not going back. Like it's just illogical.
Right.
I mean, and
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
shitting on Harris or their campaign.
Yeah, right. But no, you're right. No, I totally agree with you, dude. When it comes to messaging and getting your who you are, like what you're about, what your whole campaign is about.
Mhm.
If you want to be,
Yeah, I mean-
if you're in the honesty, the Republicans are really good at it.
Yeah, George
really good
W.
at-
Bush
yeah.
was compassionate conservatism,
Right.
Yeah.
and
that
then
was
when he
one.
ran against John Kerry, he voted
1,000 points alive.
for the
Oh, that was George W. Bush. Wasn't
thing
it?
before he voted
Yeah,
against.
yeah.
George
I mean,
H.W.
the
Bush.
message,
Mhm.
it was anti-Kerry, but it's
Oh, that
still,
was HW.
I remember
You're
it.
right. You're right.
I remember it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
And
I have
Yeah.
no idea
But-
what Harris's slogan is, so that concerns me. And I just
Yeah.
think,
Well, I think part of that is
that's a good
because
point.
she had
Yeah.
so wait, she got what was it? Biden imploded in like June or July, right?
yeah,
Mhm.
When he got on the debate and everybody was just like, "Oh, he's real old."
yeah,
And then she got tapped in, but she had to run with his apparatus, like
Right.
his messaging, his everything, because they had no time to do any new research and
Yeah, she literally had what 2.5, 3 months.
yeah. So like that's I think
Yeah.
part of the reason why she's somebody called it an empty suit, which I think is harsh, but like there's some truth in there, and I think part of that is because she's running somebody else's campaign.
yeah.
Yeah.
That
And
makes
then another part is that if she's going to peel away, like the country's so divided,
Mhm.
right? So like she doesn't really have to go after the left because the left is going to vote for her with holding their nose for the most part because she's not Trump.
Right.
She's got to try to peel away some voters from the right wherever she can. So she's got to look. She's got to do kind of like a rightish wing Barack Obama kind of thing,
Yeah.
where you like cast your identity on me, and so she's got to be kind of malleable like that.
Right.
Um, yeah, I really hope she
Given
I
all
really
that
hope
you
she
said,
pulls
given all
back
that
weapons
you
from
said, Matt,
Israel because Gaza needs to end.
I agree with you,
Yeah.
Matt, on everything you said. But given that, when you look at reality, still, with all that you just said,
Yeah.
she's still, when you look at just qualification for the job, she's still more qualified than Donald Trump.
Oh
Still.
yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, I get exactly what you're saying.
Maya just said a new way forward as her slogan. I didn't know that, and I support her 100%. So again,
I didn't know that either. I thought it
I
was
think I
not
heard
going
that.
back. I swear to God, that's what I thought it was.
My
Well, that was-
I thought it was not going
intention
back
is
too.
they
That was
suck-
too combative apparently, and it didn't focus group well or something like that, and so they had to shift it because it was too combative for the people on the right that she's trying to win.
Because they're going to make America
makes
great
sense.
again, and she's going to not going back.
Let me say this
Yeah.
about that, right? At a certain point, you have to figure that the opposition isn't going to support you no matter what, right?
Right.
You're not going to win
Yeah.
people who are entrenched. You're not going to win those over. So basically, and I'm going to say something really kind of crude here because my football coach in high school, he used to say on defense, he said, I don't want you to hit him. I want you to knock his dick in the dirt. That's what he said. And that's kind of the approach that the Democrats need to adopt. You can't.
No, I agree with you.
You can't play nice with these people because they're not going to play nice with you.
No.
You're not going to win any of them over. So the thing is, what you want to do, and I know this is counterintuitive politically, but you want to really just kind of kick the shit out of them. I mean, get them on the ground
And
then
I
really
think-
kick them in the face, kick them in the ribs, kick them in the nuts, whatever it takes.
No, I agree because Trump
Yeah.
is not like a substance candidate. So
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like with Trump, like, you know, he had the Make America Great Again, the whole slogan thing, obviously, but I think what it really was for him was he like just almost like unprovoked. It's not like, well, they're going low, so I'm going to go. He's like, he's like, no one's going low. I'll go low and like occupy that road all to myself. So
that's
it
where
was
he
more like
lives. Yeah.
people just found that appealing, if for no other reason than like, oh, he's not sounding like literally every other politician I've ever heard in my entire
Well, Tommy,
life.
there's
you know?
another part to that,
Yeah.
right? And that's that Trump is saying what all of these people are thinking quietly. He's saying the quiet
yeah.
parts loud.
Mhm. Yep.
You know,
Yeah, and that's also why at first, like I said, I was never like supporting Trump, never in favor of him. I remember like on election night, like I had no idea that he even had a chance to win. I remember I was traveling for work at the time. I just remember like sitting in my hotel room watching results, like, why does my hotel room not have a mini bar? But but I remember at the time, before he actually started doing like all the really like dangerous, like messed up shit, and when it was for, okay, he's just a terrible person, but he seems like he's also kind of a dumbass. So I don't know if he's like actually going to do anything or just be ridiculous or whatever. So at first, that was one of the things in a way I actually kind of appreciated about him was in several ways, he just kind of unmasked like what a lot of like what politics are is like, because like, for instance, like Trump would say like various like, you know, violent or like racist or hateful things or whatever towards like Middle Easterners. And people were like, oh, that's a terrible thing to say. And yes, it is. But the thing is, like, if you look at like what presidents had been doing for decades before with actual violent actions against these people, it's like, oh, he's just sounding like what we've been doing this whole time, essentially. So in that sense, I was like, okay, Trump is, and in my mind, especially like, because at the time I was pretty well in my anarchist phase, so I was like, fuck all of them. But but to me, like, I just appreciated that, okay, Trump, he's a president who's finally acting as ugly as, or he's talking as ugly as presidents have been acting, essentially behind, you know, the nice face for like all these years. Now, that appreciation like waned very quickly once he started doing more of his shit. But yeah,
and people are they're just, I don't want to call them stupid. I'm not going to be that ugly.
I am.
I know.
Stupid.
But I was talking to a person today who's Hispanic, and when she went to a grocery store or something in my hometown during the pandemic, and some lady came up to her and said, "You need to, we're all dealing with this because of you. You need to take this disease back to your country." She thought she was
fuck that.
Chinese.
Thought she was what?
Chinese.
No, people are stupid.
They are stupid. I mean, number one, to say that to somebody because you think they brought it over. Yeah, okay, I brought it over, but she's not even Asian. She's Hispanic.
Wow.
And I mean, people are just
Well, but that shows how white wherever they grew up was.
no,
I mean, like
I don't know where they came from, because our city is probably 48% Hispanic.
Interesting.
So I don't know if they grew up here.
Some people
Why
have
does
a
it
really
feel
hard
like-
time differentiating faces. Like my son thinks this is actually really funny. My son
but
thinks
still-
all blonde women are the same person.
That's funny. But still, like, because you're Asian, that's why we're sick. I mean, that kind of logic is ridiculous. But that's how these people think. And then Trump speaks their language. He speaks down to them, sort of.
I
I just
forgot
don't
to
understand
unlock
how
the
you
door,
can,
so my
how you
wife
can
had to walk
confuse
through.
a Chinese person with a Latinx person. I just don't understand how that happens. that's like saying,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay. Now those I would say those people are stupid.
They also called on NBC. They called Texas for Trump. Just saying.
Yeah, I see that too. Yeah.
So they call it Texas for Trump.
Yep.
that
Yeah.
doesn't surprise me, but I was
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Kornacki
Harris County
hasn't
didn't
yet,
hold out.
but
What is Fox doing?
Yeah.
What are they doing on Fox News?
cope.
Remember, they were pissed off in 2020 because they called, what was it? They called Arizona or something for.
Oh, he got so pissed.
They were the first ones to call it. Wonder what
Yeah.
they're doing over there.
I don't know. But good evening, Debbie. I concur with all the feels you're expressing right there.
She's still
Yeah.
way behind in Georgia with 67% counted, way behind.
DC
Yeah,
went
no.
for Kamala, which is not surprising.
Yeah.
Right. Now,
North Carolina's still in play.
Yeah, North Carolina's still in play. And here's the
we're
thing:
working our way.
if she doesn't carry Virginia, then there's trouble on the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Is she in
And
danger?
it looks like Nebraska. They called Nebraska for Trump, and that was one where they split the electoral college votes,
Yeah.
and so they were thinking that Harris would have a leg up there, but it looks like we lost that one.
I
Well,
think
they've
splitting
got
the
one.
votes is a
They've got
great
one
idea.
county that gets one electoral vote. I don't know if they've called that one yet. In Nebraska.
Hey, I want to read something real quick, and you guys tell me, where you think you've heard this before, right?
Yeah.
But the government will therefore regard it as its first and supreme task to restore to the American people unity of mind and will. It will preserve and defend the foundations on which the strength of our nation rests. It will take under its firm protection Christianity as the basis for our morality and the family as the nucleus of our nation and state. Standing above those estates and classes, it will bring back to our people the consciousness of its racial and political unity and the obligations arising therefrom. It wishes to base the education of American youth on respect for our great past and pride in our old traditions. America must not and will not sink into communist anarchy. The Marxist parties and their followers have 4 years to prove their abilities. The result is a heap of ruins. Now, American people, give us 4 years and then judge us. Now, who do you think said that?
I want to say David Duke.
no, I want to say that was probably
Yeah, I have no idea.
well, let me ask you, was the person who said this, did they win office?
Yes, they did.
Probably. I'm going to guess. I'm just guessing. I'm going to say Richard Nixon.
Interesting. Anybody else?
I really
John F.
don't know.
Kennedy.
Definitely
Yeah,
not
I-
Kennedy.
No.
Definitely.
Yeah, I have no idea, man.
Yeah, Kennedy might have gotten offed because he said that said the opposite.
Substitute America for Germany. It was said by Adolf Hitler.
Wow.
Oh, see, that
Okay,
was a
I
trick
was
question.
actually I was
thinking that
actually
until you said
thinking
America.
I was that same thing. I was thinking Hitler until you said America. I was like,
Yeah,
that sounds like
I
something
said
he
I
would say.
said America to trip
Okay.
everybody up a little bit.
Oh.
But
I wonder
you
because in the
slide
quote it
boots.
was communism has had its 4 years or whatever. So I wondered.
yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
Trump's
so that had to be around that time period. Yeah, but I was like, that doesn't sound like something FDR would say.
during a
but,
divorce proceeding, Trump's ex said that as part of the reason why she should get money and he's an asshole and all that was that he had a copy of
Mein Kampf.
Mein Kampf, yep.
no, not just that. It was a copy of Hitler's speeches on,
Yeah.
his,
Oh,
on his
really?
nightstand.
Yeah.
It
But
was
that's
like,
fanboy stuff. Mein Kampf, he's kind of, he might be a poser, right?
Right.
Like he wants to be a white supremacist, but if you got speeches, you're into it.
right.
Yeah, man. So speaking of which, that was one of the things like I had in mind to maybe like talk about tonight. Like first, there's the question. Obviously, like everyone's talking about specifically with the things that like Trump and other Republicans are saying is like, oh, this sounds a lot like Nazi Germany or pre-Nazi Germany or the things leading up to it. So I'd like to talk about that, but also from the angle of because pretty much all I ever hear is people talking about Germany and like early 20th century, I guess, and it's like all these things are happening here, and look what happened there. That's what we got ahead of us. But what I'm curious about, I mean, we can obviously talk about that and all the similarities that there definitely are, but what I've always been curious about, and I don't know if you guys have any insight on this, is were there any countries where they had these signs, but it didn't lead to Nazism? And if so, like, what did they do to keep it from happening? Like that's something I would really love, like for us to be able to figure out.
To my knowledge, I don't know if it's all gone like Nazism. It's always ended in bloodshed and conflict. Our country, I don't think, could go full Nazi. One, we're not poor enough. People don't get so like the more financial strife people have, the more violent they're willing to get or tolerate. So I don't think we're going there. I could see us having some guerrilla warfare / Cold War stuff going on between states because, like, let's be honest, like Florida's not changing its mind anytime soon. There's several other southern states that are in the same boat, and they are determined on sticking in the past. And as the rest of the country moves into the future, they're going to start refusing to follow certain federal laws. And then what do you do? Like, like at some point you have to enforce that. And being the world and apes with guns, like everything eventually becomes like enforced by apes with guns at some point. So I don't know. Fascism or fascism friendly stuff is not done in the U.S. and it's.
You know what? I disagree, Matt.
Okay, good.
I disagree, and let me tell you why. I think that we have approached the tipping point where we could possibly tip into fascism, and here's why. The demographic of this country is changing. It's changing. It's like before. America is a country that was built by white people for white people.
Hold on.
I'm not
built
saying,
by black people for white people.
well, okay, well, thank you. Well, let's put it. Let's. Okay, you're right. Okay, you're right. Touche. Too fucking shade.
And
It was built
thank
by
you.
black people for white people. It was built by everybody else for white people. But
Yeah.
now you have a country where the demographic is browning. It's changing in a big way. The fastest growing inert population are Asian Americans. That's the fastest growing segment. But the fastest growing demographic, period, are mixed race people,
Mm-hmm.
primarily black and white.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Yeah.
fastest growing demographic in the country. So things are changing, and eventually it's reaching a point where the established white hierarchy is not going to feel like they're in control anymore.
Mhm.
And you're seeing this happen in gerrymandering and how elections are being rigged and how voting rolls are being purged. They're doing everything they can to try to stratify the white vote. Now,
Mhm.
the whole point of this is that the fascism absolutely depends on finding a scapegoat and blame them, right?
So does
Yep.
Christianity.
What's that? Yeah, well,
That's
I mean,
Christianity.
here's the thing, you know, basically, and here's the thing: a lot of Christians are going to get mad when I say this, but Christianity, its ultimate end is either theocracy or fascism.
Yeah.
That's where Christianity, if you don't prune the vine at any time, it becomes it becomes fascist kudzu,
Yeah.
right? And,
Oh,
and
yeah.
so
Mhm.
so that's kind of where we are. We haven't there hasn't been enough to trim the hedges back. There hasn't been enough to attack the tap roots and all of that. And so all of this is just growing, and it's overtaking a lot of American institutions. It's overtaking the courts. It's overtaking state legislatures. It's overtaking state houses.
Yep.
All
Yep.
of that, and eventually, I mean, this is where we are. I mean, understand this: that Donald Trump is not fucking possible if this country wasn't at some level ready for fascism.
Yeah.
He's not
Yep.
possible.
Yep. Pretty much.
And the fact that he's possible, and this is funny. He told a group of Christians, he said, listen, if you vote for me, you won't have to worry about voting anymore.
He's saying the quiet part out loud.
He's saying it out
Yep.
loud.
Mhm.
And here's the funny thing. I have people in my family that say, well, I'm not voting for Trump, but I can't vote for Kamala. I can't vote for Kamala because, you know, this X, Y, and Z. Okay, fine. You don't vote for Kamala, that's a vote for Trump, right? And what you're saying is that what Trump is bringing to the table is okay with you. And again, in 1932, Germany had a decision to make in their electorate. And they say 40% of Germany sat it out. They sat it out.
Mhm.
They just said, man, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, both sides, they're the same. You know, the same kind of rhetoric that we hear here.
Whoopsie.
They didn't vote. And guess what? Germany
put it
didn't
mildly.
vote again until 1946. So from 1932 to 1946, there were no elections.
Trump's up in Georgia, by the way.
I mean, this is what we're facing. This is what we're facing. I mean,
Mhm.
this is, man,
Yeah.
we are,
And-
if Trump wins, what we're headed for is a fascist fucking dystopia.
Well, maybe I should clarify because I get like hearing you say that. What I meant was like we're not going to go Germany fascism because I don't think we have enough nationwide support, but we're going to go American fascism. If Trump is elected, we're going American fascism for sure. I think even if Kamala wins, it's still just a matter of who the resistance will be, what side. There's going to be a resistance movement. We could go fascist, and I think there's enough Republicans and Trump people who don't understand that they are supporting fascism right now, and I don't think they'll see it until like they're faced with it.
Yeah.
And I think our country almost has to go fascist before we get it out of our system.
I don't know. I don't know. I agree with both of you because I agree we can't go Germany fascist. We're two different countries, two different time periods, totally different circumstances. However, the Supreme Court makes me nervous.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So if,
Yeah.
I mean, just the fact that they came out and said, you know, the president can do basically anything they want to do without any legal repercussions. Basically, what they're saying is the executive branch can go completely unchecked by the judicial branch, and the judicial branch is the most powerful check upon the executive branch.
That's why the judicial and the legislative exists for checks and balances.
Right. So
Mhm.
I agree with both of you. I think, I mean, at the end of the day, do we all agree Harris is probably going to win the popular vote? I mean, I know it doesn't matter
Absolutely.
with the,
Almost definitely.
She's not
Yeah.
probably.
Who
She's
gets
going
in.
to. She's
Yeah.
going to.
but that means the majority of Americans don't support Trump or support fascism, right?
Which is why we should get rid of the electoral college. The electoral college is bullshit.
It sucks.
It was created to give slave states an equal footing, apparently.
That part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Fuck
yeah,
those
it's
quality bitch. Shouldn't have slaves. Go fuck yourself.
think about the power. But think about the power that 9 people in this country have. 9 people, in their opinion,
And their spouses too.
well, yeah. So that's what makes me nervous is
Mhm.
the Supreme Court, because then you can't override the will of the people. 9 people can override the will of the people anytime they want. They already have. I mean, the vast
Yeah.
majority of people support a woman's right to choose, right? The
That
vast
fact-
majority.
That fact that you're stating, Aaron, is why I think Mr. Uncle Ruckus over there should be thrown in prison.
Who's
You know
Uncle
exactly
Ruckus?
what I'm talking about.
So who's Uncle Ruckus?
In the Supreme Court, who's the
Yeah, I
only
know.
one?
Oh, Clarence.
Clarence,
Clarence
yeah.
Thomas.
Being careful. He's being careful.
Clarence Thomas.
Wisely so. Wisely so.
Yeah.
But
Clarence Thomas. Everything must go.
Yeah.
No, I gotta hand it to him. All right, in kind of a weird way, because look, like he's gaming the system. Okay, and it's not like about 200 years ago. Like his people are working somewhere terrible, whether north or south. Like they're not doing well, and so on some level, that's kind of a rags to riches story. but
Yeah.
he's an awful person. I totally believe.
To say the least.
believe that that like he made that comment about a pubic hair on the Diet Coke back in the day.
Oh, is this about Anita Hill?
Oh yeah,
That
yeah.
guy-
He for sure came
All
on
right.
to her.
Give him credit. He graduated from groping black women and married a white woman. So there you go.
But I
It tells
also
you the
don't
type-
think,
tells you the type of
America has the
person he
stomach.
is.
I don't think America has the stomach for any kind of real violence. I mean,
If it's packaged well,
Yeah.
I think we do.
No, I agree with Aaron. I don't think we have
I
the
don't-
stomach
I don't think so. I think we're too comfortable. And I don't know. I mean, I keep going back to footage from January 6th.
Let's
I mean,
look at it.
Let's be honest. They couldn't organize and sustain and strategize. And
Yeah.
besides,
Yeah.
in the Civil War, you had very clear, not only ideological differences, but it was very divided geographically, right?
And
Now
when
you
was the
have
Civil War?
ideological differences across the street.
And when was the Civil War? 1860 something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
No,
been
we're-
it's almost 200
Yeah,
years.
but you know what though, Aaron? If you look at it, look at the electoral map, and you look at basically Trump is carrying the South. I mean, you really have a geographical.
It's still in place. It's still
demarcation.
in place, but I don't know. I can't see it. I don't think America has the stomach for it. I think we're too comfortable. I think we're too, I don't know.
I hear you, and the South
Yeah,
thinks the Civil War is unresolved.
Well, clearly
Yeah,
it is. Clearly it
Yeah.
is.
No, I think yeah.
Yeah.
I think
But-
so. I mean, I think they're right about that, but I don't think they have the stomach for any kind of sustained violence. Sure, we'll go out and, raise hell on one day,
No,
January
that's-
6th, but
I don't think they have.
there's nothing sustainable that I could see.
No, I don't think they have the organizational ability for anything like a civil war. But like one sloppy fuck with a pipe bomb is still dangerous. You know,
Oh, yeah.
like,
No doubt, and that is a very real threat and
Mhm.
very plausible for sure.
You guys
Yeah.
have to think about.
Yeah, I guess my concern would be any more like, especially speaking of like pipe bombs or like other technology or just the way the government's structured now. It's like you say like, okay, yeah, majority of Americans like Aaron's saying like wouldn't be down for any kind of violence. But my concern is, okay, maybe it wouldn't be a majority or even a lot, but maybe like, but how much would be enough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like is a small amount that it would be like, would that be? I honestly don't know, but it's
Well, if you're talking
Yeah.
about a civil war, okay, let's be honest. They have to be secretive about who the actual operatives are as far as going out and creating violence. Because if the United States government has a clear enemy and they know exactly who to target,
My God.
the South doesn't have drones. We got drones. It'll be
But
over.
that's
You see
the
that
thing.
fucking skit
You're
that,
considering the possibility that we could actually turn our troops on our own people, and
if they're a threat to national security, absolutely.
if they're a threat to national security, but okay, how many in active military? How many people are sympathetic with the separatists of the fascist ideology?
Well, that's what court martials are for. You don't
Well, I
follow
mean,
orders.
okay, so let's say you court martial, but let's say you have like 40% of active duty troops
Mhm,
that are down with this whole fascist scenario.
mhm.
I mean, you don't need a whole bunch. You just need enough to gum up the work so that the guerrilla warfare, played out by the M1A1 yahoos can do what it needs to do.
But I don't know if you were ever in the military, but I was. I know.
Yeah, I was in the military.
Okay,
Oh, he
so
thought the
know
school
for a
you're at.
fact-
I was spec ops, man.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so
Yeah.
for a fact, then there's a difference between what if you're sympathetic to a certain ideology, I get it. But if you're in the military, it doesn't matter because if you get found guilty of treason, they're going to fucking kill you.
But
Yeah,
who's in charge
that's
decides what
assuming
treason
that
is.
it's enough people to bring charges against that person. Again, if we're talking about like 40% of the military, I mean, it doesn't have to be half. It just has to be a significant enough number to sympathize with the yahoos, and it becomes a problem. You're not just going to be able to execute all of these people.
But you have to also understand that there's a certain percentage of those 40%, hypothetically,
Yeah.
that wouldn't disobey orders no matter how they felt because they were conditioned and they understand that, look, I can't go against my
No,
country.
what I'm saying is that if it's 40% that are aligned with this fascist shit,
Mhm.
they're not the UCMJ means nothing to them.
So you think they would just go ahead and just totally go against their country just because of their
I think
ideas?
so.
Really?
I think
Wow.
so.
That's
I
bold.
think they would, I think
Absolutely
they would
think
see
so.
it as supporting their country.
Just
Potentially.
the fact
Yeah,
that we're
because
having
it also depends.
this conversation.
Say that again, Aaron.
What's that, Eric?
Just the fact that we're having to have this conversation.
Right.
Good point.
Means
I
something's
mean, the
in
fact
play.
that we're having this
I mean, who'd have
conversation
thought?
means that this is a clear and present problem.
Yeah, I mean, who'd have
Well,
thought?
okay, I got a question for all of you guys. When did this fucking shift start then? Was it Reagan or was it George H.W. or was it before that? Because there
Okay.
has to be a tipping point for
I'll
this
tell you exactly where it was.
It's been cooking for a long time.
It's been cooking for a long time. You're right, Matt. And Aaron, I see you got the pensive look, man. I know that
You
you
know me
look very
well.
well.
We've done enough shows.
But Obama,
Oh,
That's
it's simply just him?
that was the
Because
tipping
a
point.
black man was president.
No,
Listen.
that's when I was moving too
When
fast. I
Obama,
think.
when Obama got elected, I started hearing people saying we need to take our country back. And
Mhm.
I would sit back, and at that time, I was still a Republican. I was
Right.
still a Republican. But I'm looking at all of this, and I'd hear this rhetoric. We need to take our country back. And I'm like, take our country back from whom exactly?
Right.
Who are, is the
Mhm.
fact that a black man is president, is that saying something about what that we've acquiesced our country to some foreign power? Take our country back from whom? And that was when the Tea Party and all this other
Yeah.
shit started.
Oh, good grief.
That basically started
I was
this
in that.
downhill.
Wait, let me just interject. 'Cause absolutely. However, you asked when did it start, right?
Yes.
Like, where did this start? So I have a book that
Virginia's real close, by the way.
I have a book I've been reading called American Fascists that was written in 2004
Mm-hmm.
that explores the advance of the religious right in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And it reads like a prophetic manual. I mean, it just lays out this is where the country's headed.
Well,
So people were detecting the movement towards fascism long before Obama got elected or was even running for president. So it's an interesting discussion to have. Where did it actually begin? Where did it get started?
Because if what you're saying is, and I believe that what you're saying is probably, if not 100% true, damn close, then that makes me feel better for my stance as an atheist, because I look at it then from that perspective that I'm actually doing my part to stave away from that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the last thing we want is to be another Iran, I'm not walking around obeying somebody else's religion. You're gonna have to fucking kill me. It's ridiculous.
The Christian movement and the white, I can only speak for white Christianity, right? That's even though I spent a lot of time in black churches when I was in the faith and movement.
I'll tell you how I feel about black Christians later, but go ahead.
For white Christians, there's this whole thing called theocracy, where, I mean, the democracy and the Christian movement are completely at odds with each other, because democracy is the will of the people, right? So it's government of the people, by the people, for the people, all that stuff, right? But they want democracy, they want God's man, and that was the problem with Trump. Was they became convinced, I think, as a reaction, as part of the Tea Party movement, everything that Derek just said about Obama.
Right.
So Trump became God's anointed man, and God can choose whoever God wants.
The most ungodly guy ever.
To enact God's theocracy, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what his lifestyle was like. God's sovereign. God chooses whom God chooses. I'm just telling you one thing. God chooses whom God chooses, and God chose 45 because they pulled a prophecy out of Isaiah 45.
Therein lies the problem. When you have blind allegiance to believing something that you can't prove and that doesn't have any substantiated reason to be believed, you can fall for shit like that.
Yeah, and it's open to be co-opted by anybody with enough.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was like, my God, really? Well, you was grabbing people by the pussy yesterday and fucking porn actors and shit. The fuck?
Yeah, and you think
damn it.
When you're in that movement, you think that you're on the side of righteousness, you're on the side of light, you're on the side of God, and anybody that opposes that, this is the other dangerous teaching. Anybody that opposes that is deceived by the devil. They don't just have.
It's true. Yeah.
No, but it's dangerous. They don't just have
a
different opinion.
You're right. It is dangerous.
They are influenced by demonic evil powers, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're atheist, Hindu, Buddhist, Aaron,
the wrong kind of Christian. Yeah.
I don't know what I am. I'm not an atheist.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Aaron,
Or just
we are all part of the army of darkness, and so they're resisting that. So you become a very easy enemy. And if you believe in a God that punishes people in hell and burns people for eternity, well then fuck, you don't think anything about shooting them, killing them.
Yeah.
And
if you think somebody's demonized,
you're saving their eternal soul, and that's how twisted and distorted the whole
and that's
thing.
Why I have this hot take about anyone who actually believes that. And I know it doesn't apply to every individual, but
what? You have a hot take? What?
You got to be a fucking stupid person to actually believe that God would create all this and then create the devil, knowing, because he's all knowing. He's Alpha and Omega. He can see everything that's going to happen, everything that has happened. Why would he allow this to happen in the first place? It doesn't make any goddamn sense.
It's because there's so many Bible
things. The next time somebody says stupid, everybody has to take a drink.
But
I will I just want to interject one thing.
Let me just interject, and then I'm going to take a break and leave. Not because I'm upset with anything. I'll be right back. But I don't want people to just log off. Oh, he got pissed off. Just log off.
Aaron's like, fuck all y'all.
Yeah, right. People make these decisions. They don't make them intellectually. They make them emotionally. They make them based on life circumstances. Life sucks. I need to transcend life. I need something that gives my self a sense of meaning and purpose. Wow. And what could be more meaningful and purposeful than being on the side of righteousness and the side of God? What could be more exciting and adventurous in life than this cosmic battle that I'm engaged in.
I think we're kind of wired for
fellow
that a little
human
bit.
beings. It's not about
Yeah.
Christianity today in America, especially in the white church. It's not about loving your neighbor. It's not about serving people. It's not about doing unto others. It's not about the golden rule. It's not about any of that. It's about there is this cosmic battle between light and darkness, and I'm on the side of righteousness. I'm on the side of light. I'm on the side of God, and therefore it becomes very Machiavellian. The ends justify the means, because at the end of the day, we've got to bring the kingdom of God to the earth. We got to bring theocracy to the earth. And if you have to die, Jimmy, for us to do that, then the ends justify the means.
What's going to happen is the way that they're acting is going to bring about their own demise. It's going to be all their goddamn fault.
Eventually, yes.
Eventually, we have to go through some shit. But I'm telling you, every other religion has died. Every other religion, except for the ones that are around right now.
Yeah. Oh, this
Before
is
that, like
it's a death
before,
rattle right now.
everybody, Greek mythology and Roman mythology was rampant. Where's it now? Gone.
Time kills all gods.
Huh?
Yeah.
Time kills all gods.
Yes, exactly. So what's going to happen is they're going to eventually die out, and then it's going to be probably replaced by some
been
new age.
2,000 years. I want to say yes. I totally agree with you. It's been 2,000 years. I don't
I'm
know.
not saying it's going to die within our lifetime, but
I
it's
don't
going to
know.
die.
Yeah.
It's going to die.
Now, I want to touch on, like, there's also this like kind of like apocalyptic
Tommy.
angle to it, but first, what I wanted to interject with a while
apocalyptic
ago,
angle is
like,
important.
what's that?
The
Big thing.
apocalyptic angle is really important, though.
Yeah. But real quick, I just wanted to say something
it
I
is.
definitely appreciate about Jimmy is it looks like I'm actually kind of putting my arm around him. Like what in all my conversations with Jimmy, one thought that never crossed my mind is, I'm really not sure what Jimmy thinks about this. That's never been a thought.
Validate in all seriousness, and then I got to get something else to drink and something to eat and all that stuff. But in all seriousness, when you say you're part of the resistance movement, there is a lot of truth to that.
Yeah.
Because if you aren't outspoken or people aren't outspoken about this stuff, then it just goes unchallenged. And if it goes unchallenged, then that's not a good thing. So
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's very important that those voices are out there and challenging people to think critically about this stuff, because they're not thinking critically. I didn't necessarily I thought I was thinking critically. And I never got into the extreme stuff. Like as soon as Trump got in, I got out.
I hear you.
There you go.
I'm at exit stage left.
Wait, Wisconsin is
I
looking
just
real
want
good.
to validate what you guys are doing. It's super important. So on that note, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wisconsin
All
is
right.
going for Harris
Wisconsin
right now.
has me kind of concerned right now.
Say it again.
Wisconsin has me concerned.
Why is that?
Right now, it's 53% Trump. To
I'm looking at a
45%
county
Harris.
thing. Never mind.
I mean, we're well outside the margin of error, and it should be closer.
There was a
Yeah.
poll that
No, I'm seeing only 12% reporting, but we'll
Yeah,
see.
it's still low, bro. Because you look at the ones where there's mostly like Delaware. I know it's a small state, only 3 electoral votes, but 79% of the votes are in, and they're giving it to Kamala.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Kamala.
Yeah. Now something I was just saying before, now that Aaron's gone, but something that he said sounded important. Figured I'll bring it up now. Speaking of like what Christians, like what's going through their mind right now, as far as like, okay, we're doing this for the kingdom of God. A very interesting and terrifying notion I heard. I'm sure this has been said by other people too, but I heard it expressed very well by this. He's like a Hebrew biblical scholar, Dr. Kip Davis. I know Matt knows who I'm talking about.
he's a fun guy.
Yeah, but he talked about how so much of the Bible, and he's an atheist, but he talked about how so much of the Bible is like apocalyptic literature.
Yep.
And he's like, apocalyptic literature is basically the literature or the language of the oppressed. It's essentially like fantasizing about how their God is going to come down and kick all their oppressors' asses.
Yep.
He says, here's the terrifying thing, though. Now, the Christians who are in possession of all this apocalyptic literature, thinking it's about them, they're the ones in power now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they have this attitude of the oppressed, and they're reacting that like, well, we got to fight back. But like, look at all the people who like the Christian right, especially right now, are going after. They're going after women, minorities, LGBTQIA plus. Basically, they're going after like every kind of non-privileged, non-in-charge group of
Non-white.
people.
And any kind of really
Non-white.
Non-white,
non-threat.
non-straight.
Yeah, right. So it's completely backwards. Like where you have these people thinking all this apocalyptic literature is for them and they're the oppressed ones, but the ones that they think are oppressing them are actually the ones that they are oppressing. And so just that attitude just keeps it like hammering and hammering on down all these
This
people.
goes to like every Republican or conservative accusation is actually a projection.
It's a confession. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
It's
a
a
confession. Yep. Pretty much.
So it's like they're not being persecuted, they're not being oppressed, but basically what they're doing is they're using their interpretation of oppression to oppress others.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that's the whole
Yeah.
thing. But again, this is the whole fascist trope, right? You know,
Yeah.
we're going to use religion as a tool by which we can purge out all of the ethnic, you know, what we don't like ethnically, what we don't like culturally, what we don't like spiritually. We're going to purge it out, and that's the whole that's the whole thing. And then, you know, when you start talking about conservatism, right? You say, okay, that the economic system has to work for the native people. That's the basis of fascism. And that's, you know, because
Or for the colonizer.
I work in IT,
Yeah.
and right now IT in the United States is dominated by Indians. You know, the CEOs of Microsoft, of Google, they're Indians. You know, two
real
of the
quick, I'm here.
CEOs
Real quick, I'm hearing like sounds like someone's TV in the background. Somebody watching something, or
not me.
yeah. Oh, I think it's actually Aaron's. Yeah, yeah.
They turned it up till he left the room.
Yeah, I think he like turned his signal up, but didn't mute. But anyway, sorry. Back to you, Derek.
No,
No, he's muted.
yeah.
I just muted him.
Oh, good call.
Thank you. I deserve more scotch.
Hey, you deserve more booze, Tommy. Have a little bit more
Minnesota.
booze.
Oh, and
Minnesota's
also
won for
as
Trump so far, but only 1% is
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
and also as like my daughter made me promise, I did finish my vegetables, so I get my cookie now. So
That's
Okay.
dedication.
Continue.
Women's rights.
I'm just like I'm looking at the electoral map right now, and right now Trump is leading 178 to 99.
Right.
Yeah, it's a
Now,
But she's
big-
catching up because just a few minutes ago she was down by 100.
okay, so here's some good news, guys.
uh,
Wisconsin, with 20% of the vote in, has just flipped blue.
ooh,
So
I
that's
see
a
that
good
now.
sign.
Here's
could be
the
a
thing,
bellwether.
because you got all those southeastern states, and the fact that they start because Eastern Standard Time, so the polls close
Mhm.
moving from east to west. So
Yeah.
at the beginning, it always looks like the Republicans are going to win every fucking
Hey
time.
guys,
Every
here's another one that you'll love, Jimmy.
Mhm.
Missouri, Harris is ahead by 4 points.
What? Well,
Yeah.
kiss my ass and
No.
tell me it's Thursday. What?
With 20% of the vote
Okay.
in, 21% of the vote
here,
in.
I'm gonna put up I have the CNN map. I'm just gonna put that up here.
Yeah,
and
do
I'll
that,
show you like
please.
what I'm
Yes.
seeing here. So
South
no, I have
Carolina's
they're
going
already
Trump, which makes sense.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So, like, but at CNN at least, like, they've already called Missouri for Trump, even though Harris is currently leading and only 22% of the votes in. So,
See, and they're
That-
trying to compete
might
to be
be-
the first one to call things. So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they need to go ahead and change that because they're probably going to get it wrong.
yeah, let's see. Yeah, Michigan's got Harris
Well,
up. Yeah, here's
look,
Wisconsin.
that-
Yeah, Harris up 51
earlier-
to 47. Yeah.
No, earlier, Tommy, look, Nebraska was supposedly red. Now it's like light blue.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah,
let me
30%
share-
votes,
Let me
yeah.
share
Oh, yeah.
something
I
real
tell people
quick.
all the time, you got to wait early.
Okay.
It always looks like the Republicans are going to win
Yeah, just a
early.
second. Let
It
me
always
pull
does,
that back.
and then it flips.
So check this out. Hang on. Can you bring my screen in, Tommy?
Yep, there it is.
Oh wow!
That's what I'm seeing right now.
yeah, it looks like a big bloody diarrhea mess.
But if you can see, you know, Wisconsin started to trend blue, right? Iowa is a big surprise. Iowa's trending blue, and Missouri has started trending blue. When I looked at this map 5 minutes ago, Missouri was trending red.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
Iowa's hella white too.
We're not going to
So-
know anything till tomorrow. We surely aren't going to know anything till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Unless it's awesome. Unless it's like a blowout, where we won't know tonight.
But I mean, because I don't know how long we plan on doing this podcast, but I'm telling you, we're not going to know anything
Yeah.
about California. Well, we're not going to see
Yeah.
the results of California
Yeah.
until after midnight
Yeah.
here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, the thing is, sorry, I kind of forgot to plan for the evening. So,
Well, that's okay. I mean,
so, yeah.
I can stay on all night. I don't know about the rest of you jokers, but I can. But I know we're not going to. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was kind of, I guess, in my mind, it's like, oh, just stay on as long as people want to, and whatever. Speaking of which, I may whenever I don't know if you guys want to do it now or do it later. When you think about like throwing the link out to see if anyone watching may want to jump on, is that hey, we got Aaron back.
Let's throw the link out. You know,
go
All
ahead,
right.
that's cool.
So let me.
Welcome back, Aaron.
Thank you.
Welcome
I
back.
just want to show you guys. This is the
Sorry,
book.
I think
This is the book.
American Fascist.
American
Huh.
Fascist. Yeah.
Who wrote it?
It was New York Times bestseller Chris Hedges.
Chris Hedges. I'll have to buy it.
It was published in 2006.
Is it a Do you know if it's an audio book? Because I'd rather do audio book.
I don't know that. I have
can
no
check
idea.
real quick.
But the
and for
subtitle,
anyone watching,
The War on America.
and for everyone
think
watching,
America
I
needs
threw
to
the
get
link out in the
fascism-
chat. So, I'm saying I put the link out in the chat for anyone watching who wants to click on that and join in if this seems entertaining and fun to you. So yeah, back to you, Matt.
I think American fascism. I think America needs to get fascism out of its system before we're done with it. And I don't see it being out of our system until it gets ugly, because the people. I think truly a minority of the people in our country really support actual fascism. Some people are fanboying about it because it's a hypothetical concept to them. Like even like World War II Germany, still so far in the past at this point, recent past, but enough in the past that it's a story.
Right.
Nobody's living it currently
No.
or anything close to it.
Especially not in
and-
Germany. They don't play that shit over there.
And here's the good news, though. Like I think this is,
Yeah.
I think what we're watching is America's, or fascism's death rattle. It's like a cornered wild animal that's dying, lashing out.
Right.
So this is the beginning of progress. If Trump is elected, we're looking at probably a generation or two to really correct it. However, it is the beginning of something better.
Right.
Because it's a dying ideology. And once America being like currently the last superpower,
Mhm.
once we get it out of our system, the world is much better off.
Right. Yep. Definitely.
And I think we have like a full on second enlightenment on like a geopolitical level.
By the way, Aaron, that book is on Audible. So
Yeah, cool. It's really, it reads like a prophecy for where we're at today. It really does.
yeah, I love the Audible because they say that you actually can retain a lot more when you do it that way. But I just love it because I can listen to it while I'm walking. I can listen to it while I'm driving. I can listen to it while I'm just sitting around playing video games. I don't need to hear the video game. I can listen to a book while I'm playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Audible is like one of the coolest things ever, dude. I think it's the most useful and coolest thing
Oh,
ever.
for sure.
I love it when the author reads it. That's
Oh,
the
dude.
best. Yeah.
Man,
That's
I
the
wish
best.
my favorite author was still alive, but
Who's that?
Michael Crichton. I love that guy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
he wrote Jurassic Park, right?
Yep. Jurassic Park.
Oh man, audiobook with him, that would be
Train,
amazing.
Congo, Disclosure. He wrote all that, brother.
Oh,
I think
man.
Congo is kind of like a colonial horror movie.
The book. If you've watched the movie and you haven't read the book,
No, the movie's crap. Yeah.
the movie is fucking garbage. Yes.
Hmm.
The book was so much because I was fortunate enough. Ooh, excuse me, I'm spitting. I'm spitting everywhere. I was fortunate enough to read the book before I saw the movie.
Okay.
Same with Disclosure, and the same with the one with Sean Connery
Red something. Can't think
Red
of the name.
October?
Hunt for Red October.
No, it was the one with him and Wesley Snipes. It was a Michael Crichton book. Anyway, I read all those books before I saw the movie. Even Jurassic Park, I read before I saw the movie. Every time the book is better. Now, Jurassic Park wasn't that much better, but they changed some things. Because, like if you remember in the movie, the Triceratops got sick. In the book, it was a Stegosaurus. So they changed some things. And in the book, the girl was younger than the boy in the book.
So
they changed a lot of different stuff. And like, I was so proud of myself because I really wasn't into reading. And somebody told me I should read Jurassic Park. I wasn't. When I was in my early 20s, I didn't read shit. And so, I read now, but before I didn't read shit. But he got me to read Jurassic Park. And then Michael Crichton's style of writing just resonated with me so much that I started reading all of his shit. And next thing you know, I've read like 10 to 12 of his books in like less than 2 years.
Didn't he write something about a virus or something?
Andromeda Strain, yeah.
Andromeda Strain. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Now, all right. Now, I guess maybe tying together a couple things.
George is going Trump right now.
Yeah, Missouri just flipped back to pink.
Fuckers.
It's gonna be Trump like that all night, fellas.
All right, so tying together like a couple of conversation threads we've been having just on how like dangerous like certain portions of the population can be, and how stupid a lot of portions of the population.
Stupid. Wait a minute, everybody drink. Everybody drink.
I'm out.
Sorry.
I gotta go grab something.
So I have a hot take. I have a hot take. Now, I'm not actually endorsing, like actually implementing anything along these lines, just something I've been thinking.
Right.
If I'm honest, I would be okay if certain people were just not allowed to vote.
Ooh, that's a fine line.
You can't do that, though.
Now, like I said, now part of it is like, first of all, like,
who
even if
are the people that you would exclude, Tommy? Who are the people you would exclude?
Well, first, people who are just like demonstrably just like way too stupid and uninformed.
Okay, so we need to have an IQ test. We need to have an IQ
but like
test.
I said, like I don't know how you would actually implement this in any way that would like not be completely rife with corruption and abuse and
even
there's no way.
Even stupid people have a right to tell you what they want. So it's hard to do.
I don't know,
but I think more
old people.
When it,
She said
old people will be the
but
death
I
of this
think maybe
country.
specifically, like if I guess I would say this isn't so much me saying these people shouldn't be allowed to vote, but especially like when it comes to like, you know, leading up to election, everyone's all like, I don't care what side you're on, but everyone just get out and vote. Just get out and vote. Like some people I'm not going to encourage as much to get out and vote. You know, if I'm honest.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but I think one thing I was thinking about is like, particularly when it comes to the like, you know, Christian nationalists, you know, religio fascist, you know, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
If we say it is actually appropriate to even legally prevent a politician from trying to implement any like religious based like rules or, you know, regulations or whatever, then if someone is out and out saying like they are voting the way they are and supporting the things they are in order to bring about, you know, their religious preference, like what's the difference?
Dude, I don't know what happened, but I've noticed over the last 10, 15 years, probably 20 years, religious institutions are outwardly supporting political candidates, and
that should definitely just
be taxed.
Am
I wrong?
Yeah.
Should you
take away the tax exemptions?
Huh?
Yeah, for real.
What?
Go ahead, Aaron. You were shaking your head. You don't think they should be taxed?
Oh no, I'm not. I was weighing in on something earlier. I think that I think you should have to pass a civics test. To be honest.
Oh, to vote?
Yeah, I think that's worth it. Yeah,
I have a problem with that.
You have to do that to become a citizen, and presumably English is your second language.
Yep.
And people don't. When it comes to just the basics of our government, probably at least a
Yeah.
third of the population is voting.
Do you have to take a test
Yeah.
every time you vote, or you take it one time and it's
That's a
good for
good
8
question.
years?
I knew you were going to ask
Yeah.
that.
Hey, no,
Well,
I got an answer
maybe
to
it could
that.
be like
I got an
maybe
answer
it
to
could
that.
be like a
Like a driver's license. You got to take the test over every 6 years.
No, you know,
Yeah,
here-
we don't
or
have to
like,
do
I was
that.
gonna say, like a driver's license, like if you don't have your license, so basically like if you just like don't vote for a certain
I'd
number
just
of
be
elections and you
happy-
try to come back.
I'd just be happy if you had to do it once at this point. I
True.
mean,
yeah,
Yeah.
but it's like
Yeah,
if
because-
you do it,
because-
if you do it once, they could still be persuaded to follow some bullshit.
no, yeah, I hear you. I just, you know,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
at least it's once. Yeah. Yeah.
But at
But,
least
I
they're
mean, but-
aware.
That
of the
leaves out
facts
all the
of-
meth heads.
trying to hit the
All the
ceiling.
meth heads get left out that
But, you
way.
know, in Oklahoma and Arizona, if you get a driver's license, your license is good until you're 65. It's
Really?
like, yeah, it's like
It's
my
similar
kids,
in Ohio.
they've taken their driving, they got their license in Oklahoma. They don't have to worry about their shit until they're 65.
Yeah.
Well, I
It must
got
be
I
similar.
know she wasn't saying about this, but I just felt like bringing it back up. But yeah, but I was thinking about it because I'd been in conversations with people like they're talking about like how important it is like to not suppress voting rights, and yeah, obviously, but because they're talking about like voting is such a fundamental right, but it's like, you know, think about it, like for various reasons, like we take what we consider at least fundamental rights away from people all the time. Like there can be things like to make it so like you can't own a gun, which, you know, like it or not, you know, that's still a right we have, or you can even take away someone's right to operate a business in the state of New York, like some particular presidential candidate we know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also if you're talking about things that are like super fundamental, like, and I'm not saying I disagree with this at all. I think it's appropriate, but like think about like we can take someone's kids away if we view them as unfit to have kids. So if we can take away something as fundamental, like just to their humanity as their children, like I don't see why their vote should be out of the question. Like I said, I have
hang
no
on,
idea
Tommy.
how you would ever
let's talk
act.
about this, because
Yeah.
you're creating a slippery slope situation,
Right. That's why I said I would never I have no idea
Yeah.
how you would actually do it. I just
what
think
I'm
it's
saying is,
interesting to think
suppose
about.
the
Yeah.
conservatives come into power and they say,
Right.
okay,
Mhm.
we're absolutely cool with certain people not having the vote. If you're a liberal, we're going to scour your Facebook, your social media posts, and if you look like somebody that's, you know, we're going to purge you from the voter
Mhm.
rolls. You know,
Mhm.
and somebody like me who's an avowed Marxist, you know,
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm getting kicked off.
Yep. Yeah. That's like I said. It's like I said. I have no idea how. But I mean, but at the same time, I mean, we figured out a way. At least for the most part, there's obviously issues with that. But I mean, if we can figure out a way to like officially declare someone unfit to even have their own kids, like I said, to me, it just seems like theoretically possible, at least, to say that about their vote. But like I said, I have no idea. This is just a thought I've had just to kind of put out there as a
Aaron's got something
conversation
brewing,
topic.
and then I'll go.
No,
Right.
it is a slippery slope. I mean, I don't know how you'd ever do
Yeah.
it. It'll never happen. But
Right.
yeah.
I think we've tolerated the dumbing down of our population. You know, like we're afraid to put
Mhm.
any standards out there for people. And I think, shit, if you have to, you know, pass a significant civics test to become a citizen of the United States, then how come we can't expect our citizens to also pass a civics test? You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? But I get it. I mean, it'll never happen, but
Yeah.
I was thinking
Yeah, like I
this
said, I just thought
earlier, Aaron. I was thinking about how I think part of the reason why we've gotten here rather quickly, actually, is because our education, our public educational system, fucking sucks.
dude,
It's horrible.
don't even get me started.
I knew this gonna. I knew. I already
Figure out
know.
a way to put all y'all on mute and just talk for an hour.
I know, right? But
All right.
I think that's a large part of the problem. is
I
the
got
fact
plenty
that
of scotch. Go for it. Yeah.
people aren't getting properly educated because there's a lot of people who
Yeah.
use. I was going to say this earlier when you got to talk about fascism. I bet you all the people on the right, not all of them, I bet you there's a large percentage of them who can't even properly define fascism.
Well,
No, they can't. My mom thinks Kamala Harris is a fascist
they
and
did.
a communist.
They
You
did
can't
it.
be both. It's impossible.
I saw one of these men on the street things at a Trump rally, and they said if Kamala Harris was running against Vladimir Putin, who would you vote for? And of course,
I saw that.
all the ones they showed, they said
Yeah.
Vladimir Putin. But when they asked him why, they said because Kamala Harris is either socialist, communist, or Marxist.
What?
Yeah. That was
She's not. Ask a leftist. She's not.
exactly. But even if she was, I mean, we're talking about Russia. We're talking about Putin. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell?
What's
Like they still have
socialist?
holdover like
Yeah.
institutions from the Soviet era. Like what is it?
Wait,
The
correct me
FSB
if I'm
is the
wrong.
former Gestapo. No, not Gestapo. The former
KGB.
KGB.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Russia, are they socialists or are they Marxists?
Neither right now.
Oh, what
They're
are they
they're
right now?
kleptocracy.
Oh, they're a plutocracy?
Kleptocracy or an oligarchy.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
But I mean,
Oligarchs.
to think that Kamala Harris is a fucking Marxist, socialist, or a communist is hilarious.
Yeah.
If
Well,
you're-
that's an indication of how far right
think
they
that
are,
about
though.
Anybody voting for her?
Huh?
They think that about anybody voting for her.
That's ridiculous. They don't know. What that means is they don't know what those words mean. That's
Well,
exactly.
We've tolerated that coming
They
down.
have no idea what
pretty
those
much.
words mean.
And they don't even understand the difference between economic systems and political systems. They conflate
Right.
them.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like capitalism equals democracy. Doubt it.
Yeah, or socialism equals, dictatorship.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What? How does that work?
No,
Dude,
no.
What?
what have you been living on, dude?
Look at Sweden and Norway.
I don't pay
Sweden,
attention to
especially.
people.
Right.
So now I have an advantage here because January 6th, I keep going back to that.
Right.
But I'm watching that thing happen live, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like sitting there thinking, these are my people.
Right.
These are my people storming.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, speaking of our people, one of my favorite, I mean, because I'm a millennial, so I have to like tie memes into everything because it's what we do. But one of my favorite memes I ever saw came out of that. Someone just took a shot of like a bunch of those people, like they were like trying to like climb up a wall or something, and someone like
Couldn't fucking do
Photoshopped. But at the top of the wall, someone photoshopped like a picture of like the old school like Donkey Kong, like throwing barrels, and they labeled it Donkey
Oh, that's
Kong.
hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Dude,
Donkey
I
Kong.
saw a video clip. There was somebody actually like discharging a firearm.
they conflate economic systems with political systems. They don't understand the
Yeah.
difference. They think socialism is a political system. And they think that capitalism, they don't understand. They're part of the Labor Party. Everybody I know that supports capitalism has absolutely no capital that they're making money off of, except for their
Exactly.
401ks.
But you can look up definitions
yeah.
of words on your phone. I don't understand.
No, and the 401k is tied to how the rich
But they
people
don't know they don't know. They don't know they don't know. They think they know, but they don't know. But they don't
Yeah.
know that they don't know.
Mhm.
What's that called?
You know, Stuff that I know,
Dunning-Kruger
I
effect.
still look up just to make sure because I'm getting
You
older.
might say
and
you
see,
might
now
say
you
they're
have-
that word that makes me
Seriously,
drink.
honestly, that probably puts you in the top 5% of the population.
really,
Yeah.
because
Well, it's an arbitrary number. I'm pulling it out of the air, but
No, but I wouldn't be
you know what I'm
surprised if it is
saying,
that.
Aaron? I look it up because I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. I really don't like that. I don't like to say something
Yeah.
and be sure of what I'm saying, and then all of a sudden, no, you're totally wrong, jackass. And I'm like, fuck it, I feel like an asshole. So that's why I look up everything. I memorized the definition of atheist. Now I'm going to have to go memorize socialism, fascism, and all those just to make sure when somebody says something, go, you have no idea what that word means. Shut your mouth. You're absolutely wrong.
Here's the thing: old people still don't realize that's possible. Like my mom, like I was telling her
Yeah.
things that she hasn't heard before, and all I do is I watch Democracy Now, and I listen to like a couple other YouTubers who know a bunch of shit, and like people who, like YouTubers who are like they're in like a wife beater and shit, and they know more stuff than like people
Well,
on
okay,
CNN.
so explain to me.
And
I just want
like,
like quick
explain to me
shout out to Aaron for the comment that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
no, and my mom was like, I don't have time to
getting
research
old
everything
enough
you
to
know. And I was like, just watch another
Sorry, yeah,
news
other
source
Aaron.
or Google that shit.
No,
Too
no,
many
no.
Aarons.
No. I'm saying I'm getting old enough now. I'm offended by that comment, but
No, but you know how to find things
I'm older
out.
than
Like,
you, Aaron. Just remember that. I'm older than
man,
you,
I
buddy.
don't know.
I'm older.
You're
than
all old to me, so
I'll be 57 next month. in
Okay,
January.
you are. You look younger than me, but you
Thank
are.
you. I appreciate it. Yeah, but I'm
that's
old.
the black. It doesn't crack.
Yeah, the only one older than me on here is Daddy Derek.
I'm the old motherfucker here.
Daddy Derek. Yeah.
Yep.
Trust
Y'all
me,
are just ancient to me.
if I grew my beard out longer, you could see that I have almost just as much gray or maybe a little bit more than
Oh
that.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I have gray hair everywhere, bro. I just shave it because I'll look like Grady from Sanford and Son if I don't.
I gotta keep it short, man. Plus, it irritates my face, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It looks like Nevada went red. By
I'm
the
trying
way.
to, mine's coming back slowly but surely.
Nevada went red.
What's above Arizona? Nevada,
Did it?
Utah.
Utah.
Damn.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't
Utah
like
went red.
seeing- I don't like seeing Donald
Yeah,
Trump
them
with
and
201.
And Utah was 0%. They called it for Trump.
Fucking Mormons.
Yeah.
0%, and they're
And
calling it that's
fucking milkshakes. So Aaron says, I just mean it for people that are likely to die during or at the end of the next 4 years.
No, seriously.
Okay, that
There's a
old.
whole group of old people deciding how the world is going to be for my son, and it fucking pisses me off. Like, ask the younger generation what kind of world they want instead of trying to give them the world you want.
Yeah.
No, but see, they're this little whippersnappers that need to listen to their elders and authorities and respect them, like to know what's better for them than they do, or some
See,
shit.
okay, over here it says 201 to 81. And then you go back to Karnacki, and it says it was something else different. It was something different, but I was like, it's not consistent. These people that are prognosticating, I guess, about who's going to win what, it's all over the place right now.
Yeah, Kornacki's not going to call anything until it's mathematically reasonable.
Okay.
CNN might be going based on like gut
No,
instinct.
actually, I was looking at the map on NBC, Matt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're probably stealing from Kornacki on
MSNBC.
MSNBC.
Oh, MSNBC and NBC, of course, are showing the same map because they're both the same.
Pennsylvania is a dead heat right now, guys.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
49.63 to 49.47 Harris.
Now, which feed are you looking at, Derek?
USA Today.
USA Today? Okay, cool.
It's kind of a good sign. Like, even if it goes Trump, like, it's so tight that bodes well for the country. That means, like, our stint with fascism, if Trump is elected, could be short.
USA Today.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Ohio, we're getting the split's getting a little bigger for Trump, but
Of course.
No, Ohio is
it's,
done. They've already called that for Trump.
Yeah.
oh, they have. Yeah.
Okay, so USA Today has it. This makes more sense. 198 to 99. That makes more sense to me.
The House is currently leaning heavy Trump.
Now, I hate
Which
to say
isn't
this, guys,
great.
but I think we're fucked.
You think so?
Yeah.
If she squeaks by, she does squeak by. She's not going to have the House, it looks like. Now, here's the bad news. Tom Cotton is waiting in the wings, and he is a smarter Trumper than Trump is.
Yeah. Tom Cotton is Trump 2.0.
Right.
Oh,
Like,
you mean if Trump loses in 4 years, we got to deal with his ass?
Yeah.
yeah, Trump might be Hitler's sidekick, but Tom Cotton might be Hitler.
Damn. Now, I'm not familiar with this Tom Cotton guy, so
He's got an awesome last name for the black people.
I mean, I'm looking
Yeah,
him up right
absolutely.
now.
Yeah, we absolutely love his last name.
Don't you, though? My God.
Oh, he's a young guy, too. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's going to be
47.
around for a bit.
Yeah, he's 47 years old.
We're not done with dealing with that.
I mean, it's like even if California, so like in Oregon, Trump is it's only a quarter of 1% of the votes in, but Trump is leading 71 to 26 in Oregon.
Oregon?
Yeah,
It has a lot of rural. Like, Portland is heavy left, but like the rest of the state is pretty rural.
Really? Because they usually go, but they usually go blue.
yeah.
though.
It's like basically you have Portland and Salem, and then everything else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's our
Yeah.
problem is rural people.
It's like Washington State and
Make everything into
California.
a city, and then we won't have that problem anymore.
Washington State and California are both going to go for Harris. Arizona's fucking disappointing me, man. It's like right now it's
Yeah.
58 to 41 for Trump. It's only
Yeah.
4% of the vote in, but still.
What
there's a
happens if someone is found guilty of voter tampering? What happens then? Do they go to prison or do they get killed or what?
The Trumpers don't fucking care.
No, I'm just asking for seriously though. If somebody was actually caught doing that, what would happen to them?
Prison.
Oh no, they
Oh, they
yeah,
get
they get charged and all that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, but they'd have to be
that's not
tried
considered
and
treason then.
convicted. So
yeah.
It's not considered treason then.
No,
Okay.
no, treason is almost a certain death sentence. So like,
Yeah,
it's
I understand that.
really
That's
hard
why
to get
that's-
anybody charged with that.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, is that why they came out with all that sedition shit behind January 6th?
Yeah.
Yeah, because like, yeah, trying to get him convicted of treason would have been a much longer road to get to, and almost impossible.
Because I think they could have got that Enrique Terrio for treason. They could have.
What, the Proud Boys guy,
Yeah, the guy that got the most time, 22 years. Yeah.
the wannabe white
I'm
guy?
looking at this map.
The
And-
Afro-Cuban
Yeah,
white supremacist.
Yeah.
It's like-
That-
speak my
that's
language,
some
but
real
My
self-hating
first
shit
word,
right
nigga,
there.
please.
it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say that again.
That's some real self-hating shit.
Oh yeah. I was like, but I don't mean to be, making everybody feel uncomfortable. When I first heard about this
No,
guy,
no.
I was like, nigga, please. Are you serious?
No, somebody's mom didn't love that guy.
Apparently.
But dude, you look at the guy that's running for governor in North Carolina. What's that guy's name?
Oh, I don't know his name, but the black Nazi guy.
Yeah, but that guy. I mean, you listen to shit he says. I mean, this guy has some
African
real
News?
self-hating issues.
Oh, that shit was on like on Africa News or some crazy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like he got called nigger when he was a kid, and he really internalized that shit.
Didn't he say some shit about slavery should come back?
Yeah,
It's like, nigga,
he
this
said
don't
he
you know
said,
this is
he
gonna be
said
part
he
of that?
got a couple of slaves too.
It's like, what you think you I know what it is. You think you Steven from Django Unchained. That's what that is.
Exactly.
You're gonna be up
Or-
there with Massa, right?
Is he gonna buy some white guys though? Like we think slavery is black people, but does he think he's gonna buy some white dudes?
No, he
Like,
think he gonna be in the house with Massa, talk about what this nigga doing over here, Massa.
I wasn't gonna say that, but yeah,
Yeah,
like that's
Well, listen,
some
I got
real
that.
like
Here's
house
the
and
deal.
field mentality.
I'm looking at the map right now. And let me do this. I'm going to bring the map.
Yeah, I was
up.
gonna say, you want to put it back up?
Yeah, I'm going to put it back up. Hold on.
yeah, I'm looking at
Papa
it. too.
Derek's bringing up the map.
I don't like this shit. I really don't.
No,
I'm
this
nervous
is
as hell.
Just say
this
you got
is
to
fucked
remember,
up on so many levels.
you got to remember that the rural areas they get counted first because they have less votes to count.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is
So it's your urban and suburban areas that are going to go for
I know,
Harris.
but I just don't like seeing him 100 points ahead of her, even though I know it's very, very, very early.
Yeah, well, like they said, what do they call it? The red mirage, right?
Yeah.
or-
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
so Tommy, can you bring that up?
Yep.
I just put it,
Mhm.
okay. So here's
Called
what we're-
Colorado. They just called Colorado on NBC. Sorry. Go ahead.
They
Yeah,
call
it looks like
Colorado for Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it blue on mine
Nice.
too. Yeah, it's blue on mine too. Yeah.
Good job, Aaron.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
thanks.
so here's the deal.
good job,
Like,
weed.
if we're looking at the roadmap,
You're
This-
not
this
wrong.
is-
We were red until that.
Yeah,
what's that?
Sorry, Derek. Go ahead.
No. This is the roadmap, guys. I mean, it's like at this point now, we have to win Virginia. We have to win Wisconsin. I don't think Minnesota will be a nice win, but I don't think that we're going to get it. We need to pull out Arizona
good fucking
and
luck.
California.
So California's a given,
California is a given, but and I think Washington State's a given.
right?
But
They're always blue. They've been blue ever since fucking forever.
But I'm looking at this like, okay, so Virginia's 13 electoral votes. If we win Pennsylvania's close right now. It's like 49.7 to 49.
Pennsylvania's a swing state, isn't it?
Yeah, Pennsylvania is a swing state. I mean, basically, this is the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota.
Well, Michigan is tending blue. Wisconsin and Minnesota are still kind of pink, and then
Yeah,
Pennsylvania's
Wisconsin's
pink too.
flipping back and forth. It looks like they've already called Missouri for Trump now.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, right now, guys, the math is not mathing.
It isn't.
No.
It's a good time to introduce my beer, which is called "Are We Having Fun
I
Yet?"
just want to interject.
Yeah.
I just want to interject. In 2020, remember Trump was able to declare victory at 11 o'clock at night, and Biden ended up winning. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we need to.
Like I said, I'm going to temper my emotions, like Aaron is alluding to. I'm going to temper my emotions and just wait till tomorrow, like around noon or so.
It's
Before I-
still really like it's better
Tommy
than
and Matt,
last
you guys
time.
both had gummies. I need some of your gummies right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I think it's about time for me to pop one. So
Yeah, I've been hitting my cookies and cream green stuff. So actually, I started hitting that around 6 o'clock. So
Yeah, it's like even Iowa's trending toward Harris with 30% of the vote in, and she's up by 0.3%.
Damn,
Ooh,
that's close.
still
So,
bodes well.
so
I mean,
okay. So tomorrow, when Vice President Harris secures 271, 772, whatever it is, electoral votes, how soon after that does Donald Trump start screaming, somebody cheated?
Immediately.
before,
Immediately?
he's
Before.
probably screaming it now. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
You know, like somebody posted something on Facebook and I thought it was really good. It said only a con declares that the election is rigged before he even loses.
yeah.
Mhm.
He must think he's going to lose then.
But he hasn't said it yet, has he?
I still stand by this, that I think when he won the first election, I think he actually was surprised that he actually won.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
he was.
Mhm.
He was
Yeah.
trying to launch a media like empire,
Mm-hmm.
and then he won. That's why his wife, Melania, she's a contractual wife. I don't know what kind of arrangement they have or what she has on him.
Well, she doesn't love him, to be honest. No, she doesn't. No.
She has something on him that I think he knows. This is my theory. That they are not together. Legally
Oh.
married, but not together.
Oh.
I think she has something on him. Like she knows something about Epstein or underage girls or something.
Well, you
And
know,
he-
Epstein said on his tapes that that Melania and Trump had sex on his plane.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but she comes from Slovakia, right?
I don't know where
Or-
she's from. I know she's Russian. That's all I know.
But yeah, but she's from the old Soviet bloc. So I kind of feel like her goal was to find money and be secure, and she found that. And this is my theory. I have no evidence, but I think once she got pregnant and had a child, I think she was like, "This guy is shit."
Right?
and like she's hitching her wagon to him, so her son has the best life possible.
Right.
But there must be some wicked prenup or something because he seems unable to divorce her, or she's open for business often enough that he doesn't want to divorce her. But I would love to hear the tell-all book we'll never get from her.
Yeah.
See, now this is crazy.
Yeah.
Now Michigan and Wisconsin are light blue, and so is Arizona.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
Interesting.
Yeah.
we're gonna
Arizona
Wisconsin
flips. That's
turned
a
blue.
We're gonna get
good sign for the
teased.
future.
We're gonna get teased all fucking night. I'm telling you.
But
Yeah, we
wait a
are.
second. Pennsylvania just flipped pink.
Yep, exactly. We're gonna get fucked. We're gonna get teased all night. I'm not. You know what? I'm almost. If we weren't on this podcast, I would stop looking right now and start playing some college football 25 or something. Because I'm just getting. Just I'm all into it.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
So
They called Ted Cruz. They called it for Cruz.
Really?
of course they
Cruz
did.
won again. That fucking useless piece of crap.
NBC's calling it for him.
And Wisconsin just went pink again.
Yeah, did it? Still,
I-
Oh, wait a second. Arizona flipped blue.
yeah, I told you.
Yeah.
How would you?
It's going to be back and forth like this all night.
Phoenix is having
And
problems.
Iowa just went pink.
81% in Georgia, Trump 51, Harris 47.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
That's pretty close. That's expected.
You know what's
Mm-hmm.
funny? If you look at the map and you have no idea what populations are like in the United States, you think that Republicans rule the United States, and that's absolutely not true. All those states that are red don't have very large populations except for Florida
Mhm.
and Texas.
Yeah.
They rule the wide open spaces. That's about
Yeah,
it.
they rule the heartland.
Yeah.
The Democrats rule the coast.
Yeah,
Well,
Like
here's
all-
the thing. Back in the day, like the rural areas kept the cities in check. But I think since the development of the internet and like the information in our fingertips, we're just rocketing through like developmental changes as a culture,
Mhm.
and rural areas are always slower to catch up.
Oh yeah,
And in the
absolutely.
yeah, and in the past that was a good thing because the cities were always like on to the next newest thing, like the Industrial Revolution, which was like good, but also poisoned a shit ton of people and had like terrible worker environments. Um, but now we're at the point where like things are shooting forward so fast and everybody's getting polarized, which is like good and bad because we're getting where we're going faster, but like the slow to catch up parts of society are still slow to catch up. And so we've got like this huge stretch from like old timey to new timey. And we're coming to an inflection point where the slow to catch up, it has to snap forward.
Mhm.
But before that happens, I think it gets violent. I'm still stuck there.
Really?
I'm with you on that, Matt. I think that I'm at the point where I think the violence cannot be avoided.
Yeah, I agree.
When we talk about violence, so what are we talking about? Are we talking about like on what scale? What are you guys thinking? I want to know your thoughts.
I'm thinking like idiot brother kind of guerrilla stuff.
Yeah,
So what would that look like?
pocket skirmishes.
Yeah.
What would
So
that
what,
look like?
are they attacking schools or businesses or government buildings or what?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like specifically, what would it look like?
I think it starts as attacking people who had Harris yard signs in some areas.
Yeah,
Really?
yep.
Yeah.
I think that's
Like-
where it starts.
Yeah. I think
And then-
anybody.
and then it goes to where you think liberals are, because I don't think
Yeah.
the liberals are going to attack the conservatives. The conservatives are going to attack the liberals.
Liberals have no reason
Yep.
to attack conservatives. You know, it's just
How's that going to happen? Like they just going to join together and just like mob mentality, like
I think so.
Frankenstein's monster?
That's exactly what I think, Aaron.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be like that episode of the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be like every bad sci-fi apocalyptic thing.
Yeah.
Can I just say something about conspiracy theories that I've been thinking about since somebody
Go
said
for it.
about the guy on YouTube with his
Hey,
wife?
Aaron, you or Tommy, you can kill the map so we can all be on
All right.
screen.
Will do.
How is it that the guy making videos from his basement or his garage has figured all these conspiracies out? Like if they're that effective and they're
Yeah.
that secret and they're that powerful, how does
Mhm.
on those same lines, Aaron. I always ask myself, so you have pictures of an alien aircraft that you know is from another planet, yet we're seeing it first on your channel and the news has no, how did you get this information? And people who do this, professionals, don't have this information. So that leads me to think that you're full of shit.
Yeah.
Sometimes they are. I've watched a lot of UFO stuff, and like
None of them are from
90%.
another planet, unless you can tell me what planet it's from.
Oh no, you can't prove it's from another planet. They're like 90% of them are like experimental aircraft, balloons, or some other kind of drone shit.
Right.
But then there's like 10 to 5% that don't have an explanation, and from another
The
planet.
government isn't saying anything.
But from another planet, you can't prove that. But I'm telling you, dude, there's a UFO hearing coming up. I think on the 13th or 15th of November.
What did you just say? You said
What?
there was a UFO. That stands for unidentified flying object. It doesn't stand for alien aircraft.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
But
Yeah, they don't call them UFOs anymore. They call them UAPs.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
No, but see, it's
Really?
sometimes
When
it
they
does.
do that?
Sometimes it's unidentified anomalous phenomenon, which includes things that like Skinwalker Ranch and stuff like that. But there's gonna be a lot of stuff that comes out in mid-November at that hearing that is going to be kind of giant paradigm shifting, apparently. So some of the thinking is that we have non-human intelligence on Earth already in our oceans, on the dark side of the moon, or on the moons / Mars in our solar system.
If they can prove that, that would be cool. But there's no proof.
Right. No, but no, our government and like other governments in the world are aware of where they're from, and they may not be from outer space, other planets or whatever, but like they're from somewhere, and there's some shit going on that like
There's
ain't
a
from
reason
here.
why I don't believe you, and it's not because of you. But this is not an attack on you personally. The reason
No, I
why I
get it.
don't believe that our government knows about any
secret aliens anywhere, and the main reason is because Bill Clinton couldn't even keep a blowjob fucking secret.
They don't tell everybody
And
though.
hold on, and Donald Trump couldn't keep a secret to save his fucking life. If he knew that, everybody
Yeah.
would know that. So I don't.
You know, I don't think
sorry,
that I don't think that they just arbitrarily tell the president.
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
it's
Say that again, Derek. I'm
I
sorry.
don't think that they arbitrarily tell the president. I think that there's some things that are above the president's pay grade.
yeah.
Okay, that makes sense because what I'm saying is you can't tell somebody like George W. Bush or Donald Trump these things because they wouldn't be able to keep it a fucking secret.
Yeah.
Well, see, H.W. Bush knew. So here's the thing.
Well, not H.W. George W. His son.
Right. Yeah. No. So, like, if somebody was involved with the CIA, those presidents are the ones that
Yeah,
supposedly
that would be George W.
have been informed. Yeah. H.W.
Yeah, he was the director of the CIA, right?
He was the
Yeah.
director.
So he knew. W may have known because maybe his dad vouched for him. That's
Maybe.
iffy.
That's possible. Yeah.
So if a president hasn't been involved in intelligence leadership, the story is they have not been told. This is like a totally black program. It's like beyond black program. Kind of run at, but like, so Northrop Grumman and Boeing have supposedly non-human intelligence craft that they've been given special access to develop technology from, try to like reverse engineer it. And that program is kind of like a CIA's combination with these like capitalist companies.
Yep.
And they have kind of like a secret, it's like a,
Right.
it's not a secret government. It's like a secret like company thing.
Right. But here's
Slash
my
fascism.
here's my thing. Now, here's my thing. Now, we're just going to assume that maybe they are keeping it secret. Maybe there are people who visit another planet. That's possible. But let me ask you this.
Hang on for a second. Harris is now 112 to 198.
Yeah, I see that. Yep, excellent.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Now check this out, Matt.
Come on.
Let's say that there is actually a they're keeping secrets, and they don't want people to know about aliens or non-human intelligence from other planets, right? As an atheist, I want them to tell us because you know what that does to Christianity and every other religion on this planet? Pretty much sinks them almost.
Yeah.
It pretty much sinks them.
Great. I
And
just
here's the wacky shit.
Oh, wait a minute. You guys believe in God? Be like,
Well, it depends.
No, you
There's no God.
Unless it turns out the aliens are Christians or, God forbid, Mormons or something like that.
Wrong.
I mean,
I'm sorry, but until I'm proven otherwise, I think that's an earthly phenomenon. These Christianity and Hindu and all that shit.
No,
that's here. That's not on planet Vega.
I'm waiting for the first press conference with the little gray men, and like the dude comes up to the microphone, like, "So you've all heard of Ahura Mazda, right?" Like,
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I really don't think
this God is the real God.
Here's the thing: these people that are intelligent enough to come hundreds or maybe thousands or millions of light years away to reach us, they definitely don't believe in stupid shit. They just don't. I'm sorry.
All right, so
you know how
here's
fucking intelligent you have to be able to figure out how to
Yeah.
travel faster than
now,
light.
I saw like Aaron seemed to have a hard disagree there, so I want to hear what Aaron said.
it's like I don't know. I just struggle with this idea that one thing is going to sink religion. Like they're not going to care. I mean, dude, people
It's
come
resilient as hell.
any kind of thing, any kind of like.
Because
Okay,
you think
you
of
got-
like the
We're gonna
hardcore like
start
fundamentalist
evangelize-
religion.
No.
What kind of
I'll
crazy
tell you what
people
that
do
Wait,
that?
hold on. Too many people talking. Somebody talk.
The Great Commission in the Gospel of Mark says, "Go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature." And they're going to say the world is all of creation, and they're going to try to evangelize the aliens. I'm
So
telling
that's the mental gymnastics.
Yep.
That's what I asked.
Or
That's what I was going to ask.
what I'm picturing is that, especially from your more like fundamentalist crowd, like the aliens, they're just going to be labeled as demons. It's going to be
Exactly.
No, they already are. There are people in
was
Congress
hard. What if I
who
told
are
you?
aware of what's happening, and
Yeah.
and they are telling other CIA people like this is demons, And the thing is, the people who knew about the truth about the Roswell stuff, which actually happened, it was 2 craft that crashed. There were some bodies recovered. One craft was more intact, the other one was more broken up. That's per Lou Elizondo. People who knew the truth about what happened said that if the truth got out, it would be devastating to world religion. Which means, I think, that a lot of the shit that's in our like holy scriptures in quotes was these non-human intelligence like messing with things for either like benevolent reasons or just fucking around.
Look, what the hell was that?
I'm telling you,
somebody dinged.
I got a message. I'm telling you right now, stuff I can't say
Right,
publicly,
right.
but I can do off air. I'm telling you, it would not
Well, I
make
know, and that's fine, Aaron. I'm not doubting you at all.
Wait, what's he gonna say? What's he gonna say?
What I'm saying is,
I can't say it
with
publicly because I've been talking about
you-
this. Well, I don't
you
have.
saying that puts me in a state of I love human beings and hate human beings at the same fucking time.
Yeah,
That's
You know
the
what I
right
mean?
place to be.
Because if you're so just convinced that now that we know that that possibly can't be true, but you're still going to stick to it, then fuck. Excuse my language, but fuck you. Come on. Do you think,
Hey,
like,
this is a family program, Jimmy. You don't allow cuss words.
you're lying out of your teeth, Tommy. You
Watch this.
liar.
The Christians have already engineered their excuse in. There's a scripture, and Aaron, you'll know this. Tommy, you probably know this too. It says that in the latter days, some will give heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. And so that is that's the catch-all. That's the basket that they're going to catch all this in, right?
It's not directed at any of you, but
it's like if somebody comes out and says, "Hey, you know, we have the evidence of alien, you know, beings, right?" And let's say the alien beings have told them, "Hey, you know, Zoroaster is the one true God," right? And you know, they can't come out and say that because then the jig will be up for Christianity and every other religion. But I honestly believe that if they have already come into contact with alien intelligence, they've communicated with alien intelligence. These aliens have already told them, okay, you know, this is the God we worship, and basically since we can kick your ass, our God is the one true God.
I'll tell them to kiss my ass. Like, no, how can we just like? I hate the fucking concept of fucking religion. I just hate it. It's so fucking stupid to me.
What? Now, first of all, I got to point out, I did not have
we're about to
aliens on my
move
bingo
past the
card for
concept of
tonight.
religion, by the way.
But to Aaron's point, because like just because of like where my understanding has come, at least from what I believe is like just how even like Christianity started to begin with, it essentially started with something happening that its original followers should have been completely devastating and ended the movement right there. But through the power of cognitive dissonance, they came up with their story. Now, like what I'm talking about is like, and I know Derek, maybe Jimmy may disagree with me on this because I still believe that there was an actual historical Jesus. Most of the stuff that was said about him is myth and made up bullshit, but I believe like enough that there was a guy. But to me, it's like the way Christianity started was Jesus was basically like, in my opinion, like almost kind of like run-of-the-mill first century Jewish apocalyptic prophet, had a big following, and they thought this guy's going to be the Messiah. But because of what their expectation of the Messiah was, like, oh, he's going to like conquer the Romans and like free us from their oppression or whatever. Then he ended up being killed.
Right.
But instead of saying, well, our Messiah isn't supposed to be killed, so I guess he wasn't the Messiah, they went, oh, this was supposed to happen. Right. So I mean, Christians have been doing that from the beginning. So I mean,
that very well may be true, Tommy. But the one thing that sticks out in my head is the fact that even if there was an historical guy who went by Jesus or whatever his Hosea or whatever his name was actually, because it's hard for me to believe that somebody in the Middle East was named Jesus, and then he was a fucking Middle Eastern guy. Hold on, he was a Middle Eastern guy who had friends in the Middle East who had names like Mark and Peter and John and shit. So it's just bullshit. So my point is,
those are the English versions of the names,
right?
Yeah,
but
the English versions of Greek of the Hebrew
existed.
Yeah.
you still haven't proven that the God guy is real. So until he's
Oh, right,
proven
exactly,
real,
yeah.
then no matter what this
Yeah.
guy did, doesn't mean a hill of beans. You know what I mean?
But you see, Jamie, it doesn't matter because the question is, does it speak to you?
No, it does not. It speaks to me. It speaks to me like some annoying fucker on the train bothering me. That's what it speaks to me like. It's just fucking annoying, dude. I'm sorry. Religion is annoying. Individual people are great, but a religion sucks ass. I'm
All
sorry.
right.
It sucks.
I'm with you on that.
Speaking of interviews on a train,
It sucks, huh?
there's a podcast on YouTube called Frankie and the Goth, and it's an Irish guy on the spectrum, undiagnosed, but for sure on the spectrum,
Okay.
and talking to somebody
Yeah,
else
those are my
probably
people.
on the spectrum who's a woman,
When you
and
say
she
that,
is,
you're talking to autistic spectrum.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
So it's Frankie and the Goth, and Frankie is almost definitely autistic, and the Goth is like this like very lanky, gothy, like 20-something girl, and she's probably on the spectrum too. And it's mind-blowing. They're both Irish. One of them's from northern, like not quite like British Northern Ireland, but like just below that.
Right.
It's amazing stuff. You gotta watch it.
What's it called? Frankie and what now?
Frankie and the Goth.
Frankie and the Goth.
Yeah, and Frankie edits it,
Yeah.
and it's just all his personality. He wears pink all the time.
Okay.
He's not LGBTQ anything. Pink
Oh,
just
that's
kind
fine.
of blows.
Pink is a color. It doesn't. That
No,
doesn't.
it just kind of blows his mind.
Really.
See,
And-
that just reminded me of the joke I saw. I was like, oh, I have a lot. I'm really interested in the Roman Empire because I too would like to be destroyed by some Goths.
But Frankie and the Goth, you watch
Just
it
saying.
and you're like, we're fucked,
Sorry.
but we're gonna be okay.
You know,
Mm.
you can
And
tell
I guess
real quick.
maybe that's the takeaway from
I'm
tonight.
watching
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
the same feed that Derek's watching, the USA Today.
Mhm.
It's funny how you can tell which crowd which crowd is whose crowd.
Yeah.
The sheer vastness of the non-existent red hats. Because I know exactly. I'm looking at Kamala Harris's crowd. There's nobody wearing those stupid fucking hats. Nobody.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
then you
I
go the other
appreciate
one.
that.
They have the red ones now, and now they have the black ones now, and they're
With
sitting
the
there
gold,
dancing and
yeah.
acting all crazy and stuff. And the people for Vice President Harris, the only thing they're doing that's standing out is just waving their American flag. That's it.
Mm.
Which is still a little weird for Democrats.
Well, you know what? I'm actually glad they're doing that. I'm gonna tell you why. For the longest time, when you looked at somebody who had a flag in their yard or their flag hanging up, you automatically assume they were right wing. And I was kind of upset with that because I served in the military as well as Derek did. And I love the United States and that flag just as much as they do, only I don't believe in dumb shit. And I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot of any kind. I don't have problems with anybody's gender or any of that, sexual preference, none of that. I don't care about any of that stuff. All I care about is when I meet somebody individually, are they a person who respects themselves, knows how to treat other people around them? You can have a good conversation. They enjoy themselves. They're a happy person. Those are the people I like. And I said this, and I probably said it tongue in cheek, and I'm probably sure there's not a lot of these people, but if I met somebody who was a self-respecting person who actually treated people right and all this kind of stuff, and they just happen to vote for Trump, I guess that could exist, but it's just so rare that a person who does really care about other people, you know what I mean? But
No, my mom is like that.
But I've met so many people who are religious who I love to death. They just happen to believe in some crazy shit. But they're not mean. They don't treat people badly. They don't tell you need Jesus. They don't tell you any of that crazy crap. And they mind their business.
Yeah.
They're just good people. They just happen to believe something that I don't. And I say it all the time on my show. You were on my show before, Tommy, when I said it. I really don't care what you believe. I care about your behavior. That's my problem.
Yep.
That's why I can't stand Trump and people like him, because their behavior is just so bad. They say bad things about women, about minorities, about other ethnic groups. They treat women like shit. Literally, he's a criminal.
Let me say this, right? What Trump is proving is that America is far from repentance.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Far from
Yeah, they
repentance.
are.
It's like everything that America was built on that was fucked up. there is zero apology for it. There is zero contrition
Yeah.
for it. That's what this is saying. And it really let me say this, right? Like
Projected winner, Iowa, Donald Trump.
God damn it. Yeah, I see that.
Yep.
White people, fuck off.
Nah,
I
I'm gonna need another gummy.
You know, the morbid side of me is
participate in a
actually
Toastmasters chapter, right? And every Tuesday night they do the Pledge of Allegiance to start off the meeting. I don't stand and I don't recite that shit because because here's why. This is not one nation indivisible. There are too many people going too many different directions. That's number one.
Yep.
And, under God, there is no God. There's no concrete evidence for any God that for all of us to be under. And then for liberty and justice for all, when I see black men, black women being killed for bullshit and nothing ever happens, there is no justice. Right. So
yeah.
And here's the thing, like, so people will get mad at me. I remember when my kids were playing sports in Arizona and I decided I'm not standing for the pledge and not standing for the national anthem anymore. And people would just like, well, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right. I'm like, listen,
what the fuck's wrong with you?
No, hang on, because I have my answer. I serve this country in uniform. I put myself in harm's way. I've been in combat situations. Have you? If you haven't, get out of my face and shut the fuck up. Whammo. Now, when you've been where I've been, then you can talk to me about what I'm doing. But I love this country enough to put pressure on the covenant that I have with this country in terms of the U.S. Constitution to say that, God damn it, if you're not fulfilling your end of the bargain, then I'm not gonna fulfill my part
because it still owes you.
Reach.
Hallelujah.
No, I'm serious. Like,
no, I agree with you, Derek. 100%, baby. 100%.
War breaks people to like whatever degree. And that's something you can't get back.
Luckily, I haven't been there, but yeah.
And I always say this, Aaron. We've talked about this a lot. I says two things. You know, all you keyboard warriors on social media. You cannot A, fuck with my money, and B, you cannot whip my ass.
There you go.
That's it.
Pretty much end of the conversation right there.
That's pretty much it
right there.
What you got?
Now, I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying that I can whip everybody.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying at all. But I could say this, right? If I were to get into a scrap with Mike Tyson would know that he got hit.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. He might whip my ass.
I feel you.
He might knock my dick in the dirt, but he gonna know that he been somewhere.
Right. It's like way
to tie that back.
You're the toughest guy ever. It's just that if somebody messes with you, they gonna know they was in a fight, and they're not gonna want to do that again.
Exactly, they ain't gonna want to do that again.
You may win, but the mountain you have to climb to get to that win is just a little too high to be doing it more than once.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You're gonna whip my ass once, and that's the last time you're gonna do that. He's like, it's too much trouble fighting this dude. It's like fighting a very, very large money man. You know what I mean?
So I got a recommendation for both Jimmy and Derek, but like Derek honestly might get more out of this guy because he's former special forces too. There's a guy on YouTube and Instagram. I think he's barely on TikTok. His name's Greg Stoker. He's a former Green Beret, and he's a big lefty now. The kind of stuff that he talks about, like, it reminds me of, and I hate to say this because it sounds like I'm just bullshitting, but Black Hawk Down. You know that scene where the Delta Force guy is talking to like the regular ass guy, and the regular ass guy is saying to Delta Force guy, "What do you think about the politics of this?" And the Delta Force says, "You know what? I think," he said, it's something to the effect that like, Like when the shit goes down, like politics goes right out the window, and it's all about the guy next to you and whether or not he survives. And I think that is America. And I think we get hung up on the question of what about the politics, and we forget about what about the guy next to you.
Well, I mean, I agree with you because, and the reason why I agree with you is that there are certain times that Americans will lay down their politics and work with each other, like what happened on 9/11. We come together when we have to, but otherwise, it's kind of like when you have a brother and you guys fight all the time. But if somebody touches your brother, you're going to kick their ass.
Yeah, you're going to kick their ass.
Right. So
Yeah.
I understand that dynamic because being American does come first, but there's still going to be that infighting that's going to happen.
Well,
According to the Bible, Cain killed Abel. They were brothers. So
politics matters because at the end of the day, how can I say this? That the need to be right,
Oh fuck!
just really trumps so much stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the part of the reason why Trump is where he is because people cannot wrap their minds around the fact that I was wrong about this shit. This dude's really fucked up.
Yep.
This guy's character is flawed. His personality is fucked. Everything he stands for is bullshit. But I can't divorce myself from it because I put all my chips in.
Right.
I put all my
it's
chips
not
in behind this
trust
guy. So
Well,
I can't come back and admit that I'm wrong now. And that's where we are.
In a lot of those cases, though, the going all in meant that they cut off family members.
Yeah.
That they cut off,
Yeah.
people.
I got to put something on my.
Well, I mean, you saw that firsthand.
I did. It had relationship for decades. If you're in the hospital, I'm going to come visit you. If you go do mission work in North Korea and get arrested, I'm going to write my congressman. These people don't even know you exist.
Wait, first of all, what the fuck is your problem going to North Korea?
Well, like these people don't even know that you exist, but you're going to cut me off because I don't support your candidate. Like crazy.
Now, I don't know why specifically, but for some reason, the National Wiffle Ball Association finds this hilarious. So,
Oh my god, my year is complete.
The National Wiffle Ball Association.
That's seriously, and NWBA. You've made my year. I didn't know you existed until now. And my goodness,
Trump's up
I salute you.
Georgia with 86% in.
What's that, Aaron?
Trump's up 3% in Georgia, over 3%, with 86% of the vote in.
Oh, not great.
That's not good,
Yeah.
but that's still within the margin of error.
Yeah.
True.
Well, what do you mean in the margin of error? That's they counted the votes.
Well, I mean, the margin, the statistical margin of error is like 4 points.
So it's still too
I'm
close.
saying with the votes counted, 86% of the votes counted, he's up by 3%.
Yeah,
Right.
but I mean, with 86%, that means that there's still statistically the possibility
Oh, of course.
of Harris pulling it out.
And it's still saying too close to call.
If it was what Derek is saying is if it was 86% and he was up by 10%, then
Yeah,
Yeah,
that,
I
that would
get
be a
it.
wrap.
I'm tracking. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
tracking.
Yeah.
I drank that last beer too fast. I might get
well,
wacky
the
in a
National
hurry.
Wiffle Ball Association thinks we're funny.
I'm here for it.
I have my camera off. Did you say the National Wiffle Ball Association thinks we're funny?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
LOL.
look at- Yeah, we just got this comment.
I had to
I
put.
didn't even
stuff
know
in
it was a
my
thing.
Yeah,
I don't know what they were
Oh, yeah,
LOLing
man,
at,
the
but
guys with the videos where the guys are throwing and the ball's going on like this and shit. And you see the little short videos on fucking TikTok.
I have
Hey,
I've
I've
absolutely
got a
zero
great
idea.
wiffle ball story.
Go for it.
All right, let's hear it.
When I was a kid, I have a younger cousin. His name is Roman. Roman is like 10 years younger than me. So, Roman had a friend down the street from us named Shay. We used to call him Shay, right? And I don't know what triggered this, right? But Roman he was down at Shay's house playing, and he comes back to the house and he gets his fucking wiffle ball bat. and he goes down the street like nothing's no big deal, right? And he beats the shit out of Shay Shay with his wiffle bat. I mean, it was almost kind of criminal the way he did it because Shay Shay had to go to the hospital, right? But with a wiffle bat. I'm sorry. I'm having a moment, man. This is hood shit, y'all.
Yeah. So they say, I don't know how y'all popped in my feed, but we seem chill. Well, cool. Also, we're actually streaming on a couple different YouTube channels. So if you could say like which YouTube channel you're watching here, that'd be. But yes, we are chill. Thanks for watching. But yeah, but the wiffle ball and like
I'm
beating
sorry.
the shit out of someone remind me. Did any of you see that episode of South Park where I don't remember why, but Cartman was trying to kill, I think it was Stan, like out on a boat in the middle of the lake with a wiffle ball bat?
No, I didn't see that one.
It was hilarious. Like he brought him out, like they made it like this whole like mob movie. Like, he's taking him out on the boat. He's going to like, bump him off or whatever. I don't remember the plot, but it doesn't matter. But so Cartman's talking about, all right. Well, Derek, I guess you're drawing the wiffle ball crowd. So cool, man.
Nice.
But anyway, so yeah, Cartman has him out on the boat explaining like, I got to do this, Kyle. And so like, but I guess Kyle, for whatever reason, is kind of going along with it. He's like, yeah, I deserve it. So I guess for whatever reason, his method of like killing him or whatever, he just pulls out a wiffle ball bat and he just like hits him in the head. He's like, ow, what are you doing? Ow, Cartman, knock it off. It's like, just keep quiet, Kyle. Like any moment now, just embrace the void.
Yeah, I got that pulled up on the screen.
Like
here.
slowly beating him, and he's like, "This is doing nothing." It's like, it won't be long now, Cal.
Maybe on that note, I just found out my son is going back to school for the first time. We found a new school for autism, awesome dudes, and he set his own alarm on Alexa. What?
Awesometism?
There you go.
There you go.
A touch of the tism, and he set his own alarm on Alexa, and Alexa is gonna tell him to fucking wake up. He's 12. and we're like, you can use that language, it's fine, but you gotta understand context. Like, you can't say that at school. Like, even if it's for autism. Like, they're gonna think you're awesome and they're gonna discipline you.
Just tell him that in addition to his autism, he has Tourette's. So there you go.
Yeah, as long as your son doesn't come back and says, "Hey, we need to do Kyle's mom as a stupid bitch in B minor."
Derek.
Classics South Park. Man, I remember that.
Yeah, man. Now we've pissed Aaron off. I guess he's from Colorado. It's like too close to home, guys.
Yeah, Aaron
talking about South Park.
Said, "Oh, gotta go."
He looked like something happened with his family, so he just took off.
Yeah, my door blew open, and I didn't want the dog to get out.
Oh, there you go. See, there you go.
Okay.
Because you look concerned, like, "Oh shit, the dog's getting out."
Yeah, no.
I thought
the Lord was mad, or he was applauding.
No, I thought that maybe we said something about South Park, and Aaron said, "Oh, get a bail."
Yeah, or it is like, no, that's too close to home, guys. Those are my friends. Yeah,
No.
Yeah, that's how it was in my head canon. But anyway, Bill Barker, 420.
Bill Barker,
Appreciate
420. You know,
I
he's
have
hitting
a
the
couple
gummies with the green.
I got a couple gummies in my system right now, and now they're for you. So thank you.
I got
Tommy is a sideshow
question for you
circus act with the THC.
I got another question for you guys.
Hit me.
So let's say that Donald Trump wins the election, fair and square, right? Now,
just made my asshole pucker.
I'm sorry. I got to put it out here. I got to know the answer to this question, Derek. Now, let's say this fucker actually wins. Now, us five guys, our daily life. I work from home. You sometimes work from home, Derek. I know Tommy works from home. I don't know what Matt and Aaron do. I don't know if you guys work from home.
Self-employed.
Okay, so you guys work from home. Okay.
Well, Matt works from other people's homes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm a handyman.
we already know what's going to happen with the women.
we already understand what the implications are with Project 2025 and all that shit. Our daily lives, will they really be impacted to the point where we wouldn't be able to live our lives normally? Or will we be inconvenienced? Or will we face serious hardships? And I'm asking this question because I want to know what everybody thinks about this, because I'm kind of torn. And on one aspect, I think that it's going to be an inconvenience, just like he was before when he was the president, but it really didn't make a meaningful difference in my life. Really. It didn't.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't impact my money. It didn't impact my relationship, and it didn't impact my friends or family. I want to know this time around, if the orange bloated one wins again, will this impact my life on a real, substantial, daily basis? Because if not, then I'm gonna forego the freaking out about him winning and just live my life and just live the 4 years with this freaking idiot being our president. But I want to know what you guys think. And
So
anybody-
I would say, based on your description of your situation, probably wouldn't affect you very much. However, it could affect people or kinds of people that you care about.
right.
In my own position, I receive food assistance. My son gets a John Peterson scholarship, which is an Ohio thing for autism. You can use money for school. My daughter gets SSI, supplemental income, because she has a genetic disorder and almost definitely autism. But good luck in the short term finding a diagnosis for that. That's a longer story. So if Trump is elected, there's a very good chance that we lose food assistance, that we lose SSI for my daughter, at least to some degree,
Right.
and that we lose Medicaid, which we use. So if Trump is elected, there's a
But
very
isn't
good
Medicaid
chance
state-
I'm
isn't
financially fucked.
The Medicaid is state run though,
It is, but they get some federal money.
so your Medicaid might diminish, but it won't go away.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
So which means we might get kicked onto like the public whatever they call that, like the marketplace for insurance.
Okay.
Well,
Well, that's fair. Like I said, I'm just asking because, like, I know in my situation that because I live in a neighborhood, I'm surrounded by people who support Trump, but for some weird reason, they're freaking nice to me. Now, I abhor their political beliefs, but I can't be mean to them because they're not mean to me, and I'm just not built that way.
yeah, I think those
I
people
gotta
don't
be
get
nice
it.
to people who's nice to me. I just have to.
No, I think those
I'm not
people
gonna
don't
be
get
afraid
it
to
yet.
go to their house or none of that crazy shit. But it's not one of those. I don't live in I'm not down south, and I don't live in a hostile situation. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
so you would be impacted because of your children and your situation, and I get it. That's a very important concern for you, and it shouldn't be.
And my mom voted for Trump.
Uh,
And my mom voted for
yeah,
Trump.
I know. I get it. I totally get
That
it.
fucking hurts.
Yeah, that hurt. Now, I'm gonna go clockwise. So, Aaron, what do you think as far as you and your immediate
Yep.
family?
Yep.
What do you think the implications would be for you?
So here's my fear: if he wins by a lot,
Mm-hmm.
like let's just say he pulls out the popular vote, or let's say he wins all the swing states,
Right.
and he feels like he has a mandate to do all the shit that he's been saying he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with tariffs. That's going to cause inflation to skyrocket. That's going to cause
Oh my god.
taxes to go up. I mean, these idiots that believe him when he says other countries pay the tariffs.
That's not how that shit
No,
works.
Thinking. I don't know what they're thinking.
He's an idiot. Yeah, I learned that. I literally learned that in middle school. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
Seriously,
exactly.
I'm not lying. I learned that. I was living in Germany.
Mhm.
I was going to DoD school in Bitburg, and they taught us about tariffs and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, so I think financially we could feel it for sure. And again, like as far as you're talking, Matt, as far as like Social Security and stuff like that, definitely a threat. I do think a lot depends on what kind of state you live in. So for me personally, since that's part of the question, right? Like, how's it going to affect me personally? I live in a very blue state.
Right.
So probably other than the inflation possibility, tax possibilities,
Mhm.
I'm probably going to feel it in my pocketbook, but that could happen with anything, right? I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
it could happen with anything.
Mhm.
What scares me about Trump is I didn't notice his first presidency at all until until the pandemic. And
Yeah,
I
because
feel like
all
he
those people died. Yeah.
completely and totally mismanaged that thing. Like his ability to lead the nation in a crisis.
Somebody was talking about how we have 4% of the population of the world, but we had almost 25% of COVID deaths.
Yes.
Which is unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
If people don't remember this, but like he started out, like people I'm sure won't remember this, but his initial response to the pandemic was to stand out there with Dr. Birx and pull up these charts and say Google was going to do all this shit and Walmart was going to do all this other shit. And before he was even done, the CEOs of both those companies were like, we don't even know what the hell he's talking about. What he's doing, saying we're going to do is impossible, right? Now, whether you like George W. Bush and what he did or not,
Nope.
you compare that. Well,
Son of a bitch.
compare it to 2001. At least he had a plan. Like he came out very congruent. He took some time. He got a plan, transformed airports overnight, started Homeland Security, declared war on these other countries, and he followed through with that with the rest of his administration. He didn't need a mulligan the next day.
Yeah, I know. I totally get it.
If he gave his speech on the House floor or Senate floor, wherever it was, you know, after 9/11 and said, we're doing these things. And then 2 days later said, I was just kidding. We're going to do these things instead. And that's what Trump did. They had like 3 or 4 mulligans before he even had a strategy. Right. And he had advance warning that this shit was coming to our shores. Whereas, you know, depending on what you believe about 9/11, presumably we didn't have any, official story anyway. We didn't have any advance warning. So my concern is if we face any kind of a crisis, significant crisis during his administration, then I think we're all fucked.
Yeah, and just so we have some clarity, Aaron, I know exactly what you're talking about because I was saying that as bad as I used to think George W. Bush was as a president, Trump was worse. Way worse. And don't get me wrong, George W. Bush was not a good president.
No.
But he wasn't the worst now, thanks for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
To me, you remember everybody used to call him a C+ president, a C+.
Whether you agree with his leadership or not, and I think most people don't in hindsight, but that's the advantage of hindsight. He still had a plan, and he was able to unite the nation, and he was able to lead.
He's a leader. Well, Donald Trump has no ability to lead anybody.
He has no ability to lead. He's a celebrity apprentice star, and I think if there's a crisis, I don't know, man. So I don't think it'll affect me. Maybe a little bit in the pocketbook, but if there's a crisis, it might really affect me.
Right.
Yeah.
And Big Daddy Derek, we'll get to you last time. Since you're one of the co-hosts, we're going to bookend this with the co-host. So go ahead, Big Daddy Derek.
Appreciate it.
Oh, you want me to go now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me say this: that Trump's tax cuts impacted me in a very positive way. Okay. Because I was a high earner.
Right.
And it worked for me. But what I understand is that policy doesn't begin or end with me. It's bigger than just me. For example, if something benefits me personally or benefits my family personally, but adversely affects others, then it's not good policy. Okay. Even though it may benefit me, and this requires a bit of introspection, because you have to be able to look within and say, okay, this is something that's bigger than me, right? And I think that the problem is that a lot of people don't look at it that way. They don't see beyond their own nose,
right.
So there's this myopia that occurs. And it's only what directly impacts me that matters. So
and I think that's why people vote for Trump. But anyway, go ahead.
So this is my thing. I think that if you're a minority in this country, that it will not bode well for you. Nope. And the reason that is that because Trump will come in and he'll have something of a mandate, that he'll be able to what he'll do is he'll say, okay, we'll do the same thing as we did with abortion, and we'll turn it over to the states.
Oh, good.
and we'll let the states decide affirmative action, and we'll let the states decide civil rights, and what you'll find is that there are going to be some states that are very friendly to minorities and some that are not very friendly, and you're going to get some flavor of Jim Crow. It'll be Jim Crow light
Yep.
that'll show up, at least in the short term, that it'll serve as a litmus test for other civil rights legislation going down the road. So my thing is that a Trump presidency bodes ill for everyone who's not white.
Yeah.
Not white and not Christian.
Right.
No, would you
Mhm.
say short
No.
term or like long term also?
I would say in the short term for sure. In the long term, we can only hope that young people who are sitting in the wings and looking at this and they're saying, "Oh my God, this is fucked up. We need to mobilize and start, putting our things together to try to fight this back, to push this back." And this is the one thing that I always say to black folks and to white folks, that when it comes to race relations, when it comes to civil rights, that Martin Luther King Jr., John Lewis, Ralph Abernathy, Rosa Parks were not moving the needle until the march on the Edmund Pettus Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
When that happened, CBS News happened to be there and they filmed it live. So this was
There you go.
being broadcast in the homes in real time. And there are a lot of white people in America that say, "Oh, well, we know what kind of goes on in the South, but it's okay. It
Right,
doesn't."
but to see the fire
affect us."
hoses.
Right? But when they
Yeah.
saw the fire hoses and the dogs and the batons and all of this brutality
Yep.
against black folks, white people mobilized and
Mhm.
said, "No, this is bullshit." They called the U.S. Senate. They called the U.S. House of Representatives. They called the White House. They called the Supreme Court, and they said, "Do something about this." And it was when white people got engaged with the civil rights movement that the needle got moved, that the envelope got pushed. Black folks are 13% of the population. If we do it on our just in and of ourselves, it's not going to happen. But if something happens where white people see this is going on, they're going to say, "Okay." That's why I said, like when the things like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and all these other people, Philando Castile, people were killed. I said American Christians could squash that in a week.
Yep.
All they had to do is just say, "Hey, this is bullshit. We got to stop this." Cops cannot just be declaring open season on black motorists, and it will be squashed. It will be done with. The problem is that people will say, "Oh, well, maybe they deserved it. Maybe if they weren't breaking the law, this wouldn't have happened." Even if you break the law, if you have a traffic citation, if you have a tail light out, if you make a wrong turn, that is not a capital offense. You don't deserve to die for that. There's a thing called due fucking process, right?
Mhm.
And the problem that I have with the Trump presidency is that the due process for non-whites, for non-heterosexuals,
Yep.
it's going to go away because it'll be given over to the states, and the states will be like, "Oh, well, we don't really endorse that, so we're gonna remove any protections for these groups, and then basically it's open season." And the funny thing is, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna close, that Clarence Thomas is opposed to marriage equality. That is something
He's
that
married to a white woman. That's some such
that's
bullshit.
where I'm going. That's where I'm going
All right,
because
all right.
it's you go back to Loving versus the state of Virginia, 1967, right?
Year before I was born. Yep, I remember that.
And
Not remember, but I remember
that was a watershed case that ended miscegenation and allowed black and white couples to be married. Okay, so Clarence Thomas is okay with turning the clock back on that. even though he's married to a white woman. It's insane.
Well, he got his. That's why.
I mean, he got his, and because he's on the bench, he'll certainly create an exemption for himself. He'll create an exemption for people like Mitch McConnell, who's married to an Asian person, right?
Fucking turtle.
You know, so they'll create the exemptions for the people that are aligned with them. So the bottom line is, folks, is that if Trump gets elected, it's going to be fucked up. It is. I'm chicken fucking little right now. And the sky is fucking falling.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucked up in creative ways. Like we don't even know what kinds of fuckery.
Matt,
like
you just said something there. It's gonna be fucked up in creative ways.
Like okay, for example, in Ohio,
that crystallizes what the day after tomorrow looks like.
like we're gonna get to see what organic fucked up shit looks like. Like, for example, in Ohio, and my mom is kind of a microcosm of Ohio. Like in Ohio, we have decent programs for. We're a Republican state at this point, but we still have decent programs for special needs kids and adults. Like Hamilton County, where I live in Cincinnati, like our county programs for special needs adults and kids are pretty awesome. We tend to vote for like zoos, and we tend to vote for renewals of like special needs and like elder care and all that kind of stuff. But then we vote Republican. And it's like these two things, like one is not like the other. Like my mom has worked on like school levies in Ohio, and in Ohio, like it's all property tax funded for public schools, which means poor areas are fucked. Rich areas, like they overspend their money, but they get like a better return. She's run several school levies in two different school districts I've lived in, like in different parts of Cincinnati. She is pro school levy. She's pro like special needs adults and children like levies, but she is a pretty diehard Republican, which doesn't make any sense to me. She's like in favor of like tax levy increases or continuations, but then she's on board with other conservative types. It doesn't.
Yeah.
By the way, she has two Trump signs in her yard. One faces traffic, and the other one faces the Hispanic family across the street.
Ugh.
And I'm like, I haven't asked her, but I'm like, do you understand how they interpret that?
So real quick update. The numbers right now is Harris 179 to Trump 214.
It's getting closer.
It's getting close, but it's like all of the swing states basically are tracking toward Trump right now. Arizona is tracking toward Trump. Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin all trending toward Trump.
I think had she condemned Israel more and come out more in support of the Palestinian people, I think she would have won more.
That's messaging.
Yep.
And if she loses, that's why. It's because the people on the left sat out or voted for Jill Stein, and God bless her, Jill Stein. She's never going to be president.
Well, I don't like Jill Stein because I'm gonna tell you why I don't like Jill Stein. And we're gonna get to you next, Tommy, because I want your input as well. But Jill Stein is full of shit. You never hear anything about her, about anything, doing anything, saying anything, going anywhere, doing anything until election year. She's full of shit.
Listen, I wrote a blog post, and I'm not just saying this because I wrote it, but go back and read it. Go back and read it because I basically laid out why a third party candidate will not win a general election.
Well, they don't have any delegates. There's nobody.
Here's the thing.
There's no
Tip
Green Party.
O'Neill said, no, hang on. Tip O'Neill said all politics is local.
Mm-hmm.
What Green Party candidate, what Libertarian candidate is sitting on a school board, is in a state legislature,
right? I was just
on a judicial bench.
That's how you do it.
What third party candidates are doing anything outside of a general election?
None.
If you don't have a presence on the day-to-day workings of people's lives, you're not going to win any elections. Sorry, it just doesn't work that way.
Because I was just about to say that, because you don't have any Green Party people locally. Thus, that means you don't have any Green Party people or any third party people in the Senate or the House. You're not going to get anything done, even if you did get elected.
Nope.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No. For the Libertarian candidate, the idea of not getting anything done is kind of the point.
Yeah,
But-
Libertarians are a joke. They're fucking.
Yeah.
Jokes. Anyway, so what are your thoughts, Mr. Stewart?
Yeah. So speaking of Libertarians, like being former one
You used to
myself,
be
I was
one. Yeah.
for 5 minutes or so. Yeah. So I mean, for me, my answer is probably a lot like Aaron's and Derek's. It's like, Aaron, and that, yeah, for me, like if Trump wins, my life really. I was about to say my life really hasn't changed much over the last several years, but it has, but for completely different reasons than who's been president. But yeah, when I'm a straight white cis dude, and I used to be able to claim Christian as one of my privileges, but I gave that up. But I tick like literally every. What's that?
You can come back, for pragmatic purposes.
We'll see how if Trump wins. Well, tempting.
Aaron's on
Yeah.
a soul winning mission.
Well, you gotta see what pragmatism does after that.
Yeah, but pragmatism like that's the key word for me, because I'm realizing like, okay, so but like other than the Christian thing, like I tick like literally like every other box for privilege, like and I at least try to fully recognize that. So it's like I've said, it's like, so with that whole, I think this is something along the lines of what Derek was saying, but one of the phrases in politics that has started to grate me the most, like over the years, is people say like, well, I vote for the candidate that's right, that's best for me. And it's like, I think a lot of people say that's like, oh, everyone has their own choice, so you vote for what's best for you. It's like, no, because like what's best for me, because what's best for me is fucked up for a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Like including like people that I know that I'm close with, that I'm friends with. Like I have friends in the LGBTQIA plus community, friends who are minorities, lots of friends who are women, but, and like especially, this couple I know, in LGBTQIA plus, like when they talk to me about like the idea of like Trump winning, it's like they are legitimately scared, like for their lives.
Yeah.
So
I want to say, if you know anybody who's LGBTQ in anybody in the queer community in your neighborhood, it would be good if they knew where the safe houses were, just in case.
Yes, and I even have like a pride flag in my front yard that says everyone is welcome here. And people say, oh, you're virtue signaling. Like, yeah, you're fucking right. I'm virtue signaling. I'm virtue signaling that I am a safe person. And I'm virtue signaling that I care about these people. So you goddamn right, I'm going to signal that virtue.
Why they think calling somebody a virtue signaler is a bad thing? It's not.
It's like it's something literally everyone does. That's what humans do. We signal our virtues. It's
you shouldn't judge people. Bullshit. Everybody judges everybody. Shut up.
But it's a problem if the virtue signaling is like the whole context of who you are.
Yeah, like if that's all you do, yeah. And it's but anyway, so back to like recognizing like my privilege, because like I said, like so I grew up very conservative Republican, was libertarian for a good 5 or 10 minutes, and then just went anarchist because I was just like, okay, yes, that
doesn't surprise me about you, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, for various reasons, but honestly, and this is another long story I won't get into here, but my anarchism was actually very closely tied to my Christianity, which was interesting to me at the time.
I get that.
But it was one of those things like as I left Christianity, and that's also in the past couple of years, I've started like the way I put it is like I can still consider myself like an anarchist at heart, because I still like agree with a lot of the same principles, and like, okay, yes, the government is pretty fucked up, does a lot of terrible shit, and a lot of it's illegitimate, whatever. But then I start thinking about that word that in anarchist libertarian circles is kind of become like a dirty word, and that's like pragmatic, like what is practical. Because like basically like sat myself down and said, look, Tommy, you may be longing for a stateless society, but that is just never going to fucking happen. I mean, we have a government. Even if we were to achieve a stateless society years from now and whatever, okay, but it's not here now. It's like how like all the Christians on the right, when they talk about how they don't want the government doing all these programs to take care of the poor because that's not the government's job, it's our job. Well, then fucking do your job. The problem is they're not. And they're not wanting to let someone else pick up the slack. So when it comes to, okay, yes, I think at the time I thought, yes, the ideal would be a completely stateless society. But then looking back on it now, it's like, I don't even know how any of that shit would even fucking work. And I think sort of like de facto states would kind of rise up in its place, it's a whole thing. But basically just saying, okay, like, and I know people who are still like to this day, like more anarchist and libertarian and like, and they're like, well, I can take care of myself. I got my own business. I just am able to just ignore the government, whatever they tell me. I can like live on my own. I don't care about
Good
them.
luck.
It's like, yes, all these, yeah. But, and all this stuff to say they do and like what they're able to do and what they're able to ignore and how they're able to be like so self-sufficient. And guess what skin color they are? Right.
Yeah, you have the
So
freedom
I'm like,
to do
well,
that.
good. It's like, well, good for you that you can do that. A lot of other people can't. Like, so
I've got a news thing. This is 4 hours ago via Facebook. Bomb threats called into GA polling locations. They vote heavily Democrat. Authorities say they aren't credible, but polling locations closed because of threat and voters disperse. Now they're reopened, but will voters come back?
That's
some bullshit.
That's fucked up. See, this is the type of shit I was worried about.
Yeah. See, and this is what this stuff like
That's
this
some
that kind of
backwoods shenanigans.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that brought me back and wanted me to get like re-engaged in politics. Is like, okay, like I have to deal with, okay, this is what is actually happening to people right now. So even if I don't like, now I still maintain like, and I still don't agree with the whole like Republicans and Democrats are exactly the same, because especially like domestic policy, absolutely not. Foreign policy, you can make that argument.
Right.
But and that was the thing that like really like was my big sticking point. It was like, it's like no matter like who's sitting in the Oval Office, red bombs or blue bombs, like they both kill the same amount of people.
Fuck,
but
that garbage.
Yeah. So,
sorry, not you, but I had a friend of mine who I've been friends with for quite a few decades, and he said, "Well, they're pretty much 6 of one and a half dozen other." I said, "You couldn't be more wrong, sir."
Right.
And you're black too, and you're saying that bullshit. Are you serious?
Yeah. So essentially, to the point I got to is like, okay, at this point, and this is something I still think we need to work on and try to change. But at least at this point, foreign policy, for the most part, probably not going anywhere. But I mean, but at least with Harris, there's maybe some hope that it might turn. Like it's like with Trump, it's like who the fuck knows. But like, okay, so foreign policy is just going to be what it is. But at least as far as the domestic stuff, it's like, I mean, if I can change that at least, then yeah, that's what I want to do. And yeah. And basically, and like, so when it comes, okay, I'm going to get involved, like, and start voting one way or another. It's like, all right, well, the Democrats aren't going to give me Christian nationalism. So
yeah,
that's true. So what happens? Like you said something earlier, Derek, and thank you, by the way, Tommy. I appreciate your answer to the question. I really do.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Hey, no problem. That's what I'm here for. I want to participate. I want everybody to.
I mean, you're top middle. I guess you're the host now.
No, I'm not. I'm just very outspoken. But anyway, Derek, you said something earlier about Jack Smith goes to work tomorrow.
Yep.
Now, is he still going to go through with that, or what happened?
He's going to run through the process. Here's the thing: is that if he goes through with it now, basically Trump will try to run out the clock until he gets inaugurated. And once he's inaugurated, then he could just pardon himself.
Who are we talking about? I don't think I'm familiar with what you guys
Jack Smith.
Jack Smith, he was the guy that
the special prosecutor.
Yeah. He did a lot of prosecutions up in The Hague and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
when you say he's going to work tomorrow, what does that mean?
I mean, he's going to be resuming his case.
Yeah.
you know,
He's
Okay.
trying to
building
get,
his
he's
case
trying to get
against,
Trump for
against
president.
Trump,
All
the
right.
criminal case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
He's
all
the guy
Trump
with
has
the
to do
short
now
hair,
is
dark
just
hair.
run out the clock. If he wins, he
Yeah.
just runs out the clock until he gets inaugurated, and then he can basically pardon himself.
Right.
Yeah.
Which
So it looks like North Carolina, per Derek, has been called for Trump.
Yep.
Fuck.
AP's called it.
Yeah, Virginia's still light blue, so hopefully that'll go blue.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but here's the thing is that the rest of the swing states, it's not looking good, guys.
Yeah,
And
Pennsylvania
and,
looks
and
red.
really, at this point, she needs to run the table, and I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't think apparently the United States isn't ready for a female president yet.
Now,
You
to
know what?
answer somebody's
You know,
question before
I hate,
about like
I hate when people say that.
I mean, but
I think that people are actually ready for a female president. I think that
because it looks like she's going to lose the popular vote too.
the problem is this country didn't want another black president.
That's true.
I mean,
I agree.
that's just really that's just really the thing, because again, it was like the whole MAGA thing, the whole Tea Party thing was take our country back. It's like, you know, I remember when they were having the Republican runoff in 2016 where Trump won. It was like Iowa opened up and Ted Cruz won. Ted Cruz won, right? And I was like, everybody's like, yeah, we have some fresh blood. And I'm like, no, you know, this country doesn't want a Latino president. It's like the whole black president thing really fucked this country up. It mind fucked this country to a degree that we'll never really appreciate.
I think it goes like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it goes back to, this is kind of from like being in Cincinnati, which is like the northernmost southern city. During the 60s, like Cincinnati, like my dad lived in Kennedy Heights, which was in a majority black area. It's changed recently because of gentrification, but he got chased home from his Catholic school by like grown black men because they wanted to like hurt white people. Like it was a hard time in Cincinnati. And I think in the 60s, I think the Civil Rights Amendment happened before a lot of white people were ready for it.
Yeah.
And then we had a black president like decades later. And now we're going to double down on a black president. And I think you're right, but I think it goes back to like the Civil War didn't happen that long ago.
No, I mean, the Civil War, desegregation, Jim Crow, all of these things are like, these are things that are within my lifetime.
Which is fast. It is fast.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
you know, and when I was at the polling location this morning, it was like I think I was like maybe one of maybe 4 or 5 black folks that I saw, maybe one of 10 minorities that I saw. It was primarily white, and it's like these people are afraid that they're going, and this is the thing that gets me. This is the thing that really fucks me up, right? And y'all forgive me if I get really impassioned about this, but this is what really fucks me up about this whole thing, is that everybody operates from the perspective that the pie is finite.
Yeah.
That if I get some, you're getting less. That's not the way it works. It just simply means that the pie grows to accommodate more people at the table.
If we work together, we all get more.
But the problem is there are people that still don't want, they're comfortable with certain people being second class. They're comfortable with certain people not having rights. They're comfortable with all of this stuff. And that is the problem. until that mental disorder is dealt
Yeah.
with, we're going to continue to go down this road, and it's not going to get better. And this, y'all, is the referendum.
And I don't think it gets okay. I think that's a colonialist mentality where what you just described, and I honestly don't think it gets better until we absorb Native Americans into U.S. culture. If we until we like New Zealand somehow got like ahead of the curve with this, they've like absorbed like native New Zealand culture and even like their rugby rituals, which is like a haven for white dudes generally. and until we do something similar in this country, and it's starting to happen because Klingman's Dome in Tennessee in Smoky Mountain National Park, I forget its name, but it just got renamed back to its original Cherokee name. It was named after some like dickhead, like Confederate asshole, like Klingman. That was his name, Klingman's Dome.
Yeah.
And
General Klingman. Yeah.
yeah, until we absorb Native American culture into U.S. culture, I think we can't begin or we can't finish absorbing African American culture into general culture. There's this thing that happens with colonial empires where they go and colonize an area, and they dominate that culture when they colonize it. But then there's this like inevitable kind of boomerang effect where they have to assimilate the culture that they've colonized, or it goes badly for everyone. And I think we're kind of grappling with the U.S. has excelled at a lot of things, absorbing a lot of cultures, but it never really kind of assimilated them. And like our defense industry, like the IT part of our defense industry, I used to work at a apartment community near GE Aeronautics in Cincinnati, and basically all of their IT guys were shipped in from India.
I know how that works.
and like we've benefited from outside input and from capitalistically we've benefited from African American culture, like that's been absorbed and monetized, but it hasn't really been like culturally absorbed. And we have a kind of a tsunami of cultures that we've exploited but haven't really assimilated. And it's about like it's going to get real rough for the U.S. for a little bit.
Yeah,
because we've accepting people, all the people we fucked over, accepting those people as like equals, we're way overdue on.
You know, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about everything that everybody said, and I still can't help but think about all the other countries that are paying attention to this fucking election. They're like eyes glued, especially England.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I was looking at something that like how other countries would vote, and the only country that would vote in favor of Trump is Israel.
Yeah.
Everybody else is like it would have been a runaway for Harris. And I'm just looking at this, and I'm saying like, okay, the path to victory now is that they're out of the 7 swing states that were in play, there are only 6 that are now in play. North Carolina has been called for Trump, right?
Looks like she's going to win Virginia, by the way. But go ahead.
What's that?
Fun.
She looks like she's going to win Virginia.
Yeah, but Virginia's not a swing state.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm trying to get points.
Yeah, I get that. But the what I'm looking at right now is that essentially she's got to run the table of all the swing states in order to win this. And
So she's doing worse than Biden did against him 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean that's not going to happen. I'm like, what are people looking at?
Remember that speech from Churchill where he said, "We will not go silently into the night," or something like that.
Yeah.
I think like the American empire is failing. Like it just is.
Oh yeah, the
And,
experiment. The experiment has long since been abused.
and until America is ready to go silently into the night, fascism has the lead.
Right.
Yep.
Now, the swing states are the ones that have 20 or more electoral votes. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know.
No, they none of them.
There's
the
ones that
highest
could
one
go
is
either way.
Pennsylvania,
Oh, okay.
19. So it's
Just
like
like I thought.
Georgia, and North Carolina both had 16.
Right.
And it's like right now we're looking at 48 to 51 Trump in Georgia, 49.7 to 49.5 in Arizona,
Mhm.
46 to 51 Trump in Michigan. Ohio or Nevada's not counted yet. In Pennsylvania, we're looking at 47 to 51 Trump, and Wisconsin 47. I mean, we're the margins are widening as the clock
Yeah.
runs.
Yeah.
So here's some good news. Minnesota, which is not a swing state, has just flipped blue. I mean, it's not solid blue yet, but it's light blue.
Okay.
So
What do they have Kamala at as far as electoral votes?
187 to 230.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's still 43 behind. No, 53. Excuse me. 53.
But
Yeah,
she's
and,
not
and, that-
getting it.
and that's with California in her column. I mean,
Right.
Yeah,
the math-
still got to get 90 electoral votes. Is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
I mean,
Fun.
essentially, she's got to run the table on the swing states.
Good grief.
I mean, this is goddamn. I was really optimistic starting off this show, and now I'm like utterly defeated right now.
This is where the resistance begins, I think.
I just wish there were more Puerto Rican people in Pennsylvania.
Right.
Can they vote for president?
Huh?
Like, I don't think Puerto Rico can vote for president.
Yes, they can. They're American citizens. What are you talking about?
They're a territory, technically.
Yeah, but they've been
Yeah.
American citizens.
He's
since
talking about
1898.
Puerto Ricans in
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
they have popular vote, but not electoral votes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mm.
but they can vote. They have every right that every other citizen has.
No, I'm saying like they have no representation in Congress. They're second class citizens.
So does she have to win Arizona, Derek? I mean, if she wins
Because she's at 192 now.
Michigan,
I mean, she's gonna she basically needs to run the table.
so if she wins Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that doesn't get her to 270.
No, if she wins all of those, if she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona,
I'm not talking about Arizona, Nevada.
yeah. Well, I mean, Nevada's only 6 votes, or 6 electoral votes.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just asking, does she have to win Arizona to win? Is what I'm asking.
I think she needs Arizona to win.
Okay.
She kind of needs everything else that's left.
Yeah, I mean, it's like right now, I'm looking at this, and she needs all of the swing states. If
Jeez.
she doesn't get all of the swing states, she
Well,
loses.
have they called? Because what I'm looking at, it doesn't show that they've called Georgia.
they
So
still
North
haven't called
Carolina is
Georgia.
the only swing state that they've called.
Yeah, Georgia is still pink. So is
Yeah, it's like North Carolina is the only swing state that they've called. Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are all still in play, and all of them.
But
Let's
what-
see.
have they ever
But I
called?
never saw a scenario where she had to win like 7 out of the 8 swing states to win. So
Have
that's
they
why
ever have they ever called a state and then got it wrong?
Yeah, they have.
Okay.
Wisconsin was one.
Okay. Cool. Oh, that's the one where Biden won that one 4 years ago, right?
Yep, and I think Biden won that one by like 2,000 votes. It was
Oh, it was super close.
it was real close.
Wow.
So there's a chance that Pennsylvania and Georgia because of all the legal questions and the way Pennsylvania doesn't count shit until the polls close. There's a chance that that's drawn out for a couple weeks, especially Georgia with legal
I wouldn't be-
challenges.
At this point, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Matt.
So depending how it ends tonight,
Mhm.
it could be drawn out for a couple weeks / early December. But that wouldn't matter unless it's a certain degree of closeness tonight.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but I wouldn't be surprised if, like whenever you go to bed tonight or whatever, if a state is still gray or pink or light blue, or light pink, excuse me, or pink, light pink. If it's pink or light blue, and then you wake up tomorrow and it's blue.
So here's the one that kind of scares
So
me.
she can win.
Michigan, Trump is ahead by almost 5 points.
Ooh, 5 percentage points.
Yeah.
Which is outside the margin of error, which
How-
means he'll probably hold serve on that one.
How many?
Well,
How many?
There's a big Muslim community in Dearborn, Michigan, and in
Yep.
Detroit.
Yep.
And because Kamala didn't, and I had realized there's a
Her messaging was so far off, and I saw so many things where the Arab populations in the country where they were like, okay, what do we vote for? And they're like, okay, we can't vote for Kamala because she's been on this genocide. But see, the thing that people don't realize is that Trump said, hey, if I win, I'm going to give Netanyahu everything that he wants.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, is this? Oh.
But I kind of get it. Like if you know somebody or you have family members in Gaza or in the West Bank, and like they're in danger or already dead, I can understand the crippling thing of like I can't vote for anybody who would approve that. I kind of get that, and at the same time, there is a strategic way where maybe. There's a complicated thing where Harris is still the vice president, and depending on the leeway that the president and the State Department has given her to disagree, there's a point where challenging the current narrative could endanger U.S. interests in the area. So it's really hard to say if she gets elected whether or not she makes changes. Because right now it's hard to tell if she is towing party line because she has to, or it all falls apart, or she actually agrees with Biden's, at least the lukewarm version of Biden's stance on the area.
So Harris just moved a little bit up. She's 192 to 230. They just called New Mexico for Harris.
Yes, they did.
All right.
It's a very spiritual, not religious state. Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I thought New Mexico was going to go red, but I was wrong. Thankfully.
Minnesota is now she's pulling ahead in Minnesota.
Yes.
And I'm like, if Tim Walz can win at home.
Remember, most of the population is in those urban areas. So they're going to be the last ones to report.
Yeah, that's true. But man,
He'd have to kill it, but it's not outside the realm of possibility.
just seeing Trump with that many votes, the electoral votes,
It's
just makes me
disgusting.
nervous.
No, I know it
Makes
is.
me nervous, bro.
I agree.
Well, like everybody said, beware of the red mirage or the blue mirage, because it's like, they said one will come out stronger than the other initially, and then you have to kind of wait until everything gets tallied up. But this is
I see it now because the popular vote. I'm sorry, the popular vote number has shrank immensely. It was like 5 million. Now it's like barely more than 1 million. No, it's less than 1 million now. So she's closing. So I think she's going to win the popular vote, but the electoral votes is the question now.
I mean, basically, I'm like looking at these swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Basically, she needs to run the table on those.
Right.
I'm gonna have to go for a second. I'll probably come back. I don't know. You guys don't have to ever pee or
Oh, I went
I'm
earlier.
about to need to pee.
Aaron, so you guys
I actually,
Jimmy's the only
normally I do. I don't know what's going on.
Hey,
we're camels, Aaron.
irradiated prostate.
the munchies. and stuff. Like,
We
Yeah,
are
I'm a
camels,
camel.
brother.
I'll eat at this point, and I'll be back.
All right, cool, bro.
All right. Here, I'll drink more. That'll help, right?
Well, you know, we had that Christian friend who had like the 5-year-old girl's bladder, and he's not our friend anymore. He
Oh,
told
he
me
was?
I'm not a safe person.
What
to
do you have
his
to go pee like
Christian-
once an hour or
Yeah.
something?
Oh yeah, if we were drinking anywhere, he would pee 4 times in 2 hours.
Good grief.
I
Now,
I drink a lot of water, but then also when I drink beer, I don't pee for like 3 hours. So
yeah,
I
see,
think it's the
normally,
German
like,
Irish in me.
Yeah. See, normally I actually do, but maybe it's just like tonight I'm drinking scotch instead of beer. Maybe that doesn't.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're dehydrating.
Yeah. And
Okay,
I'm
it looks
Scottish, so
like-
my
it
body
looks
like just absorbs it.
NBC has already called Virginia for Harris.
Nice.
Neat.
Mm.
Hey,
I'm
Derek,
gonna
did I
step
tell you how I
aside and-
voted? Eric, Derek,
What's
I
that?
can go see a man about a horse.
did I tell you how I voted?
No.
I voted Dems all the way down, and the
Okay.
one that was just Republican, I did the write-in and I put anyone else. I'm not bullshitting. I'm not voting for any Republicans. I'm not doing it.
Yep.
If it's
Well,
REP,
you know, like,
I'm not
they
voting.
in Oklahoma, they said like they have like the first two choices are straight Democratic ticket or straight Republican ticket. So if you pick either one of those, it's like basically you don't have to do anything else.
Mhm.
It'll vote for you,
Mm.
right? But I'm
Right.
like, no, I'm going to make sure that I vote I vote Democrat completely down the
Yeah.
line.
Yeah, because that
Yeah,
sounds like
nice.
that sounds like a trap to me. It's a trap.
Yeah. Yeah. That's an interesting option though. That's
Yeah.
yeah. Man. Yeah, I tell you,
That
this was
sounds too much
the
like
what's that?
that sounds too much like multiple choice question. Just pick and see. You know what I mean?
Right.
That is-
Yeah, I tell you, like, but
What's that?
speaking of like how we voted, so this was actually the first time I voted at least this much like Democrat. Like before this, like in my entire life, the only Democrats I ever voted for were like things where it only like didn't really matter. Things like sheriff or coroner, you know,
right.
shit like that. But yeah, I was like, because this is something I actually said like back in the days where I completely like stepped away from politics. And I'm an anarchist now because that
Yep.
was cool.
He's only 25.
I actually-
yeah.
I actually said to myself, if I ever do come back and like start voting one way or the other, like I can never be a Republican again. So if I come back, I'll probably be more left wing. It turns
Right.
out I was right.
Join us, won't you?
I will and did.
You know
So,
what?
Yeah.
I sit up and I look at the whole Republican thing, and I feel I have like real guilt because there's blood on my hands because
Yeah.
I helped make this shit happen.
I voted for Trump the first time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you
no.
really?
I'm going back. I'm going way back because
Mhm.
guys, I was I was a strategist for like a lot of different Republican candidates. You know,
Yeah,
I,
okay.
I was a strategist for Oliver North when he ran for Senate.
Oh
Right.
god.
I mean, you know, I've got legit cred on this, and so all of this, you know, it basically I helped pave the road for this shit to happen. And
That's a
and,
lot.
it's like,
You can't take responsibility for 300 million people, bro.
no, I can't take responsibility for everything, but dude, there's blood on my hands because I helped facilitate this shit.
Well, let me ask you a question, brother. When you were doing that, did you really think that was the right thing to do when you were doing
I
that?
really did.
Well, then you have nothing to be ashamed of, dude. People
Yeah.
make mistakes all the time.
Yeah, but you know, like I woke up and realized that.
Yeah.
you know,
See, now
when
you
I-
woke
when
up.
I
So
looked
you're
at
not still the
Mono,
same. You're not complete. You're not repeating the same mistakes of the past, correct?
Yeah.
Then you're good. You're good. I'm not gonna. You know what? Before I figured out, because I was really naive when I was younger, I thought Rush Limbaugh was a cool dude, and then I woke up
Yeah.
and figured out who he was.
Yep.
That guy's a piece of shit. And when he died, the place is better without him. But when I was younger, and that's why I kind of get how people can get lost in the sauce. because you don't pay
Yeah.
attention to everything. You just pay attention
Mhm.
to one small thing,
Yeah.
and you get
Yeah.
focused on that. Because he had that show that came on, and he was, I mean, he's a fat piece of shit, or he was a fat piece of shit. But don't lie, the guy was charismatic for some reason. He
Oh,
Oh, he
yeah, for
was.
Yeah,
Very
I mean,
charismatic.
it was, people were drawn to him.
Yeah, so and I
You
used to
know,
watch his fucking show when I was living with my daughter's mom when we were together, and I was into Rush Limbaugh. I'm like, but this is Rush Limbaugh.
I used to be a talk radio show host. I mean, for 4 years, I had my own talk show, and I was on the station that carried Rush Limbaugh,
Uh-huh.
and I used to advertise my show as like I was to the right of Rush Limbaugh.
Damn.
Mm.
That was how I used to see myself.
That's a lot.
And again,
That's really right.
man, I was
That's
like,
almost off the table, bro.
yeah, I mean, it's like I said, man, I've got blood on my hands.
Jeez. Well, I mean, you know, it is what it is. People change their mind, they grow. Like some people, like I've noticed that Joe Rogan used to be super. He's like, I'm left of this and left, and now it seems like he's more towards right. He's just right of center. You know what I mean?
He smoked himself retarded.
Is that-
I mean, I've got a daughter whose diagnosis is technically, what is it? Mental retardation with or without the heart defects and distinctive facial features. It's like in the name of her diagnosis, and I fucking hate it. And every now and then, calling somebody retarded is like really like freeing.
Yeah.
Well, see, I never fell for that. You shouldn't use the word retarded. I said, no, I'm not talking about when I call somebody retarded.
There you go.
When I call somebody retarded, I'm talking about a person who is actually in full control of their faculties and they choose to be fucking stupid. Like when your friend does something crazy, like, dude, stop being retarded. It has nothing to do with people with mental disabilities. Nothing.
But at the time it did. Now it doesn't.
Now,
Am I the only one doing the stupid drinking game still? Come on.
Oh, all right. I got another beer,
I'm going
Tommy.
upstairs, and I'm not going back upstairs.
I have to introduce.
Stupid. I do stupid. Water.
I gotta introduce my next beer, which is I think a tribute to the future Black Brown president. Whenever that happens, it's called Inner Sight from Third Eye in Cincinnati. It is a black walnut brown ale. It is black
That's
and
all
brown,
right.
like the president I hope we have next.
Okay. Black walnut, huh?
Oh man, you know, at this point, it's like I'm looking at like Michigan. Trump is starting to pull ahead there. In Pennsylvania, he's starting to pull ahead there. Arizona's still close.
Mhm.
And Georgia, I think that Trump's going to take that one. I mean, honestly, if basically Harris would have to win all of the swing states except for Georgia, and if she doesn't, she
She can
loses.
win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and then she's good. Is Arizona a swing state too?
Yeah, Arizona's
So
swing state.
Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, she would have to win to get 270 votes.
Yeah,
or
she's basically got to run the table.
Okay. Except for
I just
Georgia.
thought of something. You remember Germany, the Weimar Republic after World War One? The world was like, fuck Germany.
Yeah,
And then that caused World War II. Like
Yep.
in the US, we were kind of fuck the South. And not to a Weimar Republic degree, but the way people profiteered off the South after the Civil War, and we're like, "Fuck you guys! You had slaves and you lost," and then we didn't. There was no help. There was no integration. So
Whoever was helped Trump to begin with and the way he's going, they capitalize off of the fact that it's not a secret that everybody who isn't from the South, people who are from the South, and talks about people that are from the South like they're all stupid, and they're not. And I think they capitalized on that to some degree to actually help them. Now, I'm not saying that's a deciding factor or anything, but that's just another factor in how they manipulated those people and saying, well, they think you're stupid anyway. Why would you know what I'm saying? Don't vote for them because they think you're stupid. So, and I think that's kind of because I know some people who are from the South and they got that Southern twang and they're not stupid at all.
They just talk like that because that's where they're from. So I think maybe, there's something to be learned from our past mistakes that I think Democrats haven't learned yet.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
What I'm coming to it is even if Kamala pulls it out, which is not likely at this point, based on what Derek said, I don't think the South has been out of the plantation long enough.
No. When you see all that red down there, they definitely not.
And what is it when it's Stockholm syndrome on like a larger scale?
Still Stockholm syndrome, I guess.
No, because like it's like Mississippi. I've been to I dated
I've
a
been
girl
to
who
Mississippi for a year. Mississippi fucking sucks.
no, and I just visited for like a wedding for a girlfriend
I
that
lived there
was
for a year. It's garbage.
That's a weird story. Apparently, this couple wanted to do swinger stuff with us in a motel.
After they got married?
Yeah.
Well, yeesh. Okay.
Yeah, that's a fun story. Anyway, but here's the thing. I'm so autistic that I'm like, the whole conversation about edible underwear they picked up at the gas station, I'm like, I'm uncomfortable. And like, I didn't understand what was happening until later the girlfriend like explained it to me, and I was like, oh, damn. Can I go back in time and like maybe say yes?
Oh,
did they show you your upside down? Their upside down pineapples?
No, it was.
That's always a giveaway.
It's such a
down pineapple
story that doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, like if you see an upside down, like if you ever see a house that's like flying a pineapple flag, right? That usually means they're a swinger. But if you see them in public, if they have like a tattoo with an upside down pineapple, they're swingers.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never seen that, but now I'll be on the lookout for it. But I'll be like, okay, I don't need to be hanging out with them.
Yeah.
But
if you ever watched the show Psych like at least on USA,
I have that show. Yeah, I have that show.
Yeah. Okay. In every episode, there's a pineapple.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Are you talking about Psych?
Yeah, Psych. I don't think that has anything.
Fantastic show for the ex-millennial.
I think I've only found one.
In Psych, there's always a pineapple, but it's not an upside down pineapple.
Right. No.
I think I've only found like one or two, but I need to.
Psych is the bomb.
Huh?
Psych is the bomb. That's
both of those guys.
I haven't seen
those two.
It's such a smart, stupid show.
Yeah.
Dule Hill and I can't remember the other guy's name, but they have great chemistry together.
Yeah, and the guy who plays the lead character, not Dule Hill, the other guy, he is not a
James Rode.
Yeah, James Rode.
James Rode is not at all like his character.
Oh, is he really nice?
It just makes him an amazing actor.
Yeah,
You know what's funny is that Rode is actually Latino. His real last name is Rodriguez.
Oh, gotcha.
And his dad owns like one of the biggest VW dealerships in Dallas.
Nice.
That's amazing.
That's nice. So they still haven't given her.
You gotta watch this show.
The votes for
yeah, I've heard that before.
For Minnesota yet, though, right, Derek?
What's that?
If they're light blue, they still haven't given her the points for those two states, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she still has to get Minnesota and Maine then. I don't know.
Iowa went to Donald Trump.
I mean, it's like Maine and New Hampshire.
They had high hopes for Iowa, but it didn't work out.
Or Vermont and New Hampshire. Those are small votes. I mean, basically, the road to victory for Harris goes through Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. If she doesn't at least win those, she has no hope.
Okay, gotcha.
She has to win all three of those.
There's still a chance she pulls out Michigan because of the Muslim crowd.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and like Aaron was saying, is like the urban centers like Detroit, Lansing, Grand Rapids, Saginaw, Pontiac. They're going to be the ones counted last, right? So there's a good chance that Michigan may pull it out. Wisconsin, you look at Milwaukee, Eau Claire, Racine, Green Bay. Well, not Green Bay. Kenosha. Like those cities that when those get counted, there's a good chance that Wisconsin may flip. But the big prize is Pennsylvania with 19 electoral votes.
Yeah.
If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's a lost cause.
Isn't Green Bay like these? Not to really switch the subject too much, but isn't Green Bay the smallest city to have a professional football team?
It is.
I believe it.
Yes,
It is.
Yeah.
Which
So
reminds me
like
of a
nuts
good
about
joke from Green Bay about Green Bay, right? Two guys, they meet up, they haven't seen each other in years. And he says, "Oh, what are you doing these days?" "Oh, well, I got married." And he said, "Great. Where's your wife from?" "Oh, she's from Green Bay, Wisconsin." And he said, "Well, you know what they say about Green Bay?" He said, "What?" "The only thing that comes out of Green Bay are hookers and football players." He said, "Dude, what are you trying to say about my wife?" He said, "Nothing, dude. What position does she play?"
Nice. I've never heard that before. That's funny.
But no, that's
What position does she play?
I think you can make that comment about like a lot of white rural areas.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's so funny.
Yep.
That is super funny. So I knew it was gonna be. I had this feeling. I thought she was gonna kill him, but then I
thought it was going to be a blowout.
Yeah, maybe
That's what I really thought.
But then in the back of my mind, I thought, this is gonna go down to the wire, and it's gonna stress me the fuck out. You know what I mean?
Trump
And,
is.
man, I'm past weed. I think I need cocaine right now.
Yeah. I can't believe.
Well, we're gonna get that. If Trump is elected, like he's an amphetamine president. It's gonna be amphetamine grandpa all
What's
the time.
bothering me more than Trump winning is the fact that if he wins, he also is going to have a Republican Senate and a Republican House. It looks like.
Yeah,
and that's what it's looking like. It looks like that both the House and the Senate are going to be Republican.
So
this is like the worst possible thing that could happen.
Right.
Okay, I hear that, and at the same time, strategic thinking me is like the faster we can get exposed to fascism and how terrible it is, the faster we can come out of it. If we slow walk the fascism, then we might be too deep in it to get out of it.
Here's the thing. This is the thing that scares me, Matt. And I would like to believe your theory is correct, but I think that like once something gets entrenched, it gets to be difficult to undo it. And that's the whole thing. Like right now, we're on the precipice of fascism, right? So if we don't take a hard turn to the left, then basically, The Handmaid's Tale becomes our reality, right?
That was fan fiction to Republicans.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's like that's their wet dream, man. It's like a theocracy where Christianity basically rules the day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's if they get the White House, they get the House and the Senate. That's it, man. Then they could put things in to dilute the vote, to prevent people from to prevent any change. I mean, basically, if this goes full right, nothing will change this short of armed revolt. I mean, that's really where we are.
To some degree, yeah.
How come Kornacki is so far behind USA Today?
He's a math fucker. That's why.
Oh, okay.
He won't call shit until.
I mean, I like him and everything. It's nothing against him, but he's just like, wow. I guess he's like you said. He's just waiting until it's for sure.
He's a scientist about it.
Yeah.
It's about the fascism thing.
Because he's 20 points behind USA Today.
Yeah.
So Derek, I agree with you that like it gets entrenched. The thing is, with AI and the internet and how everything is just rapidly progressing, we're going through phases faster, like way faster than we have historically. So like I agree with the order of progression that like it'll get ingrained. I think how long it's ingrained is going to be much shorter than it has been previously.
I don't know, man. It's like for example, I'm a fan of AI. I actually like AI. I always think about this the Donald Fagen song IGY. It said trust machines to make big decisions, programmed by fellows with compassion and vision. we'll be clean when the work gets done. You know, we'll be eternally free and eternally young. You know,
Nice.
that's what AI means to me. It relieves our load, relieves our burden. The right doesn't see it that way. The right sees, okay, enlightenment and people understanding things that they hadn't understood before. And then you know, you take industriousness out of this, and you have more artists than workers, and so on and so forth. And you lean toward a socialist utopia, which I'm all for that. I'm here for the new world order. I'm here for the socialist utopia. I'm here for Marxism. I'm here for all of that, right? But so when you start talking about you know, a right wing dystopia, who's to say that they don't just pull the plug on AI and say, you know, no, this is of the devil.
Well, they could. It's the bell's already been rung. It's going to continue.
I mean, you know, like it'll be something that continues in secret, underground, you know, kind of like meth labs. But you know, will it ever be mainstream? You know, no. I mean, it's like here's the thing: in order for conservatism to flourish, knowledge has to be suppressed.
Yeah, which you can't do in this day and age.
No, I think you can. I mean, it's like, think about this. If you say, okay, you know, we need to start antitrust legislation against Google, against Microsoft, and all of that. So you tie up the companies that are really invested in AI and keep them, you know, log jammed in court for years. Then that stifles innovation, and AI doesn't, you know. And they'll say like, okay. Just like, you know, this is a funny thing. Like, you know, if you're in a Pornhub or any of the porn sites,
X video. Anyway,
listen, if you live in Texas or Oklahoma or, you know, any of these states, they're regulating. You know, they want to get information on you. They want you to log on to look at, you know, to look at porn now, right? And so, you know, eventually you legislate out things like porn, and then you say, we're going to legislate out things like AI. We're going to legislate out things out like, you know, on multidimensional searches and queries. And basically you stifle innovation. You stifle people's ability to search and look for things that give them pleasure. And like I said, man, I you know, I'm not optimistic. I'm not optimistic about anything conservative.
Wouldn't Google be at that point then, if they're going to do all that kind of stuff? Wouldn't Google be at the point like, okay, we need to start putting our money towards politics and get these idiots out of office? Because Google has a lot of fucking money.
They're situated to benefit and profit off of whoever's in power.
But if they take away AI and people start, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what they'll do is like AI will move to countries where, you know, where it's not a big deal, to move to EU and they'll restrict it here.
And then those countries will gain supremacy.
Yeah. So like right now in China doesn't have access to Chat GPT or Gemini or
right.
You know, whatever Microsoft's thing is called. They don't have access to that.
Yeah, it's some
you know,
inbred version.
They stifle that.
Well, you know, this is if this stuff all comes to pass, which I hope it doesn't, this is going to motivate me more to make even more money, so I can just move my ass to Japan and just be like, you know what?
That might not be great because Japan's
awesome.
Everybody, right? No, I agree. And everybody moved to the cities, and they've got a shit ton of their population that's about to die.
I understand that. I do understand that, but my point is,
Trump is winning both the popular vote and the electoral vote right now. This is bad.
I'm so sad. That's so fucked up.
Yeah, because so here's the thing, like, that upsets me. Like I said, since none of this like directly affects me, I get the part where it does more directly affect me is just regardless of what like Trump actually does in the presidency or what he actually has power over and what he like causes directly or indirectly, like but again, just putting myself in the shoes of, like I said, my friends in, pick your minority group,
Mhm.
women. I mean, I know women aren't a minority, but it's like they're like almost
they're
like a
the
de
majority
facto
also.
minority.
They're treated
Yeah,
like one, yeah.
but the way they're treated like a minority.
Right.
But yeah, folks who are not white, folks who are not, straight cis white dudes like me, it's almost like even if Trump and all the Republicans don't pay off at all on any of the like Agenda 25 or like Project 25 or Agenda 47, whatever, like all this like Christian national, even if they don't actually pay off on any of that, all the people in these communities still have to look across America and say, okay, but the majority of you assholes voted for that.
Yep.
And they're like, and I have to live with you people.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the good guys in
That's
their story,
what's
Tommy.
yeah.
And you are at best a hapless bystander. That is what I've gathered from my mom.
Yay. But yeah, I mean, just
there's a lot of brainwashing that happens with that group.
I'm like, I can't express my disdain for what I'm seeing.
My friend from high school just put it fucking perfect. She goes, anyone else feel like we're sitting in divorce court just waiting to see who gets custody of us?
Yes.
That's
Brilliant.
exactly what it feels like.
That is brilliant. That's yes.
That's my homegirl Angela.
Yeah.
And in that scenario, we're both our parents and the children. Like that's how messed up things are right now.
Yeah.
It's like that. What is that, like an MC Escher analogy of a thing?
Yeah. Yeah, but sorry, Derek. What was the last thing you said? I think I missed a few words. I didn't quite get, but it felt like you were really feeling it. So I want to make sure I heard it.
No, I'm just like I can't emphasize my disdain for what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, this is really heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's like the popular vote right now is 61 million for Trump versus 57 million for Harris.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy.
I mean, I mean,
you know what else bothers me?
What are these people looking at? That's what I can't get.
Right. I don't know, and I also know that there's a lot of people who would have voted Democrat who just sat at home and didn't vote.
Well, yeah,
I totally believe this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I totally believe this, that if every person actually voted, Republicans would hardly win anything.
True.
But, they got people thinking, because you ever notice old white people vote. Old Republican people vote every time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't blame the people on the government dime, so to speak, not voting, because
you're just in time for us to all be completely in despair. So
yeah,
welcome.
It's not looking good.
Yes.
Yeah, so sorry, match as you were.
Yeah,
I wanted to check a few other things while I was out. Just it's not looking good.
No, the math ain't mathing, man.
God damn.
I mean, there's still a path, but it's pretty slim.
There's a path, but I mean, it's like basically she's got to run the table, and that's God. The math supporting that is just weak.
She has to win the blue wall, which she's losing right now, almost all of them, and Arizona and Nevada. She can lose Georgia.
Well, she can lose Georgia and North Carolina. She's already lost North Carolina.
Yeah.
But basically Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, she's got to win.
Yep.
That's it. She's got to win.
Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania is what you said?
Yeah, and I think
Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. She's got to win all of those.
She's going to win Nevada too?
Yeah, she's got to win Nevada.
Yeah.
I think she will win Nevada, but man, that's just one, two,
No,
three.
she's
She got to win those 5 states.
Yeah.
She got to win the last 5 out of 6.
exactly the last 5 out of 7.
Oh yeah, Alaska. My bad. Alaska's what got 2 votes or something.
Well,
Crazy.
no, I mean I'm not even talking about Alaska. Alaska doesn't matter. I'm talking about the swing states. There are 7 swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. She's already lost she's already lost North Carolina.
Right.
That one's already
Basically, where
that
it's
one's
at now,
already in the books for Trump.
if she wins Pennsylvania, then it's going to pull her close.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
if she wins Pennsylvania, that evens her up.
Oh,
Right.
she'll get to 230.
Yeah, that
Oh,
takes
like
her, that takes
226
her close
or
to
something.
230. She'll be 228.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 18 votes for
29
19.
votes in Pennsylvania.
19 for Pennsylvania.
29. Then I'll put her at
Or yeah, 19, not 29. 19.
19. Okay, I was gonna say they'll
Yeah.
put her 1 point behind.
But then she's got to run the table of the rest of she's got to win the blue wall, and then she's got to run the table. I mean,
When you
basically
say the blue wall, you meaning all the New England states plus Michigan and Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Okay, those are the blue. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, was Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She needs, if she wins those 3 at least, she's got a path. But she really needs Arizona to go over the top,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not looking good.
Come on, Arizona.
It's actually not looking good in Pennsylvania either. So I'm just saying.
Well, Pennsylvania, 84% of the vote has been tallied, and she's down by 3 percentage points.
Yeah, the problem I saw on one of the analysis I was looking at is that they've counted a lot of the votes in Philadelphia. So a lot of that vote that has to come in is still from rural areas and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, then she's fucked there.
Is Pittsburgh in?
Yeah,
I don't
Pittsburgh was in early. It was already blue when I saw it.
Those yellow towel white fucks. They went Trump.
No, they didn't. Pittsburgh was blue.
Did
Yeah.
they?
Yeah,
it was blue.
it was blue like an hour
But it
ago.
wasn't blue enough.
Oh, well, it's still blue.
That's the problem.
Philadelphia, when I looked at it, Philadelphia was blue, Harrisburg was blue, Pittsburgh was blue, and I think Allentown was blue as well.
It's
Okay,
just not
okay.
blue enough
Yeah.
to offset all the rural votes.
Right now there's a like a 2.9 percentage point spread. Trump is ahead by 2.9%
In Pennsylvania?
in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
God, I hate our
With
system, 'cause that
84% of
sounds
the vote
close.
counted.
Maybe that other 16% or 15.5% will get us
You know what? I don't see it. 84% of the vote counted. I mean, you're pretty much looking at what the final result is.
I mean, they haven't
Tomorrow
told me that.
sounds fun.
I can't believe they reelected this idiot. I just really can't believe it.
I can.
I mean, I can, but that's like
Yeah.
Greg said earlier, I'm disappointed and kind of disheartened. that people-
I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed, bro.
No, I'm
Yeah.
pissed the fuck off. I'll be
Yeah.
honest, because what this
It
says.
makes me want to block this guy named Sky who just put Trump. I just want to block him.
No,
No.
I'm not
No,
doing
wait.
there are people out here that don't give a fuck about enough of their fellow Americans. You know, all they're doing is they're looking at their own fucking self-interest,
right.
and that's it. I mean, it's like
They're going to act like all surprised when their gay friend dies or gets, something bad happens to them, or their cousin or sister dies from not getting the proper
Jimmy,
medical
you were in a red state,
hmm
and you're in a relationship with a white woman. You're living with a white woman,
Right.
dude. You're a target.
What do you mean?
You're a target.
Target for what?
You're a target. I mean, for everything
they come up with.
everything that Trumpism represents.
How am I a target? We both
Because,
voted for-
dude,
we both
you're a black man living with a white woman
Mhm.
in a red state.
I met her. I don't understand. How am I a target though?
Dude, it's like
Eventually you would be.
eventually you
You're
will.
a target for the Republicans.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck them. They're gonna have to kill me.
You're
I mean,
poisoning the blood.
They might just have
Well.
to do that.
They're gonna have to kill me. I'm sorry. I am not going to cow down when it comes to my principles and my morals.
As you
I-
should
I
not.
get-
Yes.
I don't get
I get
there.
I get that you're going to stand for what you stand for.
Goddamn
You're
right
gonna
I
be
will.
who you are.
You want to
But
knock
what I'm
me down?
saying
You
is that, you know, dude,
want to knock me down? You better knock me down, motherfucker. Let's go. I'm not the toughest guy around,
Yeah.
but you ain't gonna just push me around. Not happening.
Yeah, we're just saying there's going to be more people trying to knock you down now. Is the thing.
That's okay. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
So
Videotape
Harris
that
is up
shit.
to 210 now.
Oh yeah, she's been up to 210. Yeah.
I mean, I just hit refresh.
What's with all these lights down in West Palm Beach, Florida? What's up? What's up with that?
I don't know. Way people way crazy.
No, they weren't going very fast. It's just a line of. Maybe I thought maybe that might be one of the candidates or something.
Isn't that near Trump's Mar-a-Lago?
Oh,
place?
Mar-a-Lago. Is Mar-a-Lago close to West Palm Beach?
It's on the east side, right?
Yeah.
I have no idea where
Yeah.
Mar-a-Lago
If
is.
that's anywhere near Miami, that's near Trump.
Oh, okay. Yeah, West Palm Beach is Florida is like north of Miami, isn't it? Like northeast of Miami.
Like Miami suburbs,
know.
kind of.
Yeah. So when Biden beat Trump, the percentage point was, I think it was like less than 1%.
Oh, gotcha.
Right now there's a 4% spread to
Oh.
3.9%. I mean, this is the math is not looking good.
This could be like 2016-ish. You know, it could be 3:00 in the morning, and they call it by a razor's edge for Harris. So
I would love it. Yeah, that'd be great.
I mean, that's kind of what happened in 2016.
Oh, I'm
for
sorry. No, West Palm Beach is like way north of Fort Lauderdale. It's nowhere near Miami.
That's on the west, then, isn't it?
No, West Palm Beach is on the East Coast, but it's not. Correct me. It's near Miami, but not as it's farther north than Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I forgot where Lauderdale was.
Yeah, Fort Lauderdale
it's
is
like-
directly north of Miami, probably about 10, 15 miles, maybe 20 miles.
It's less than 1% separating Harris and Trump in Arizona, but that percentage is increasing for Trump. It was like 0.4%. Now it's like 0.6.
This is a lot closer than I thought it would be, bro. It is.
It shouldn't be this close. I mean, are
No.
people that fucking crazy?
Apparently,
And apparently they are.
so a little over 120 million people voted. Is that normally the number?
It's like
Yeah, Aaron, I think
40%
you're
or
muted.
something, isn't it?
I think I was muted.
Yeah, you were.
What did you say, Aaron?
So I just watched an analysis on Arizona. There's still over 1 million votes to count in Maricopa.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So she realistically could pull out Arizona. It looks like.
Well, if Maricopa is the one that's separating it,
Yeah, Maricopa is the one that was turning blue. Yeah,
Yeah.
and Maricopa was pretty blue.
So
yeah,
she's
that's
close
where
enough.
Phoenix is. Yeah,
She could get Arizona. I still think Pennsylvania's the key.
Pennsylvania's the key.
If
could
she
she
gets
win if she
Pennsylvania-
got, could she win if she got Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin?
No.
No,
She has
not
to give
without
it 270?
Pennsylvania.
That wouldn't give her 270.
Mm-mm.
Not without
I don't think so.
Pennsylvania. Either one of them, they need Pennsylvania to win.
Yeah.
Damn. Fucking Pennsylvania. And they were just talking about Pennsylvania really hard this last week, too.
Yeah,
Because
I
of that
mean,
Puerto Rico-
God
basically,
damn, Pittsburgh.
It's tight.
The Steelers, hey, the Pittsburgh was blue. I'm not, and plus,
No, I
I'm not
know.
from Pennsylvania. I'm not
I
from
know. I'm.
the state I'm from. Hold on, the state I'm from, I don't live there, but the state I'm from,
I'm
it's
messing
all
with
blue,
Tommy.
baby. It's all blue, baby.
Thanks. Yeah,
I'm from Virginia. So.
appreciate it, Aaron.
Yeah. You know, it all comes down to football.
and I can't like
It's true.
Michigan.
At the end of the day.
Michigan, Trump is leading by 6 percentage points.
Yikes! That's not good.
I mean, that's a big number.
Where at?
It's
Michigan.
Michigan.
What's the how many percentage votes have been counted?
It's like 5.7%,
No, how many have been counted though?
46 or 48%.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. It's too early. It's not even 50% yet.
So have you guys talked about, I didn't hear everything, I heard a lot of it, but have we talked about, like, so let's suppose Trump does win. We talked about
Mhm.
the dystopian
Yeah.
view
Yeah.
of it. What about, how do we pivot? How do we show resilience in that situation? What do you guys
That's a
think?
good question. Wait, hold on. I was just thinking about that, and if Trump wins, the resistance has to look like holding on to what you know is true and integrating the right. Because if we don't do that, then this back and forth just continues.
How do you integrate the right though?
Well, in our case, I think it means understanding this where we came from, and so that is a limited perspective of reality. And I think it's safe to say that where we all are, we are at a broader perspective of reality. And we need to find a way to go back to that limited perspective and help people get where we are, and at the same time understand that like what we know to be true isn't the whole truth. Otherwise, we will become tomorrow's conservatives.
But here's the thing: how do you integrate somebody that's galvanized in their perspective? That's the challenge.
You have to from this is kind of like integrating the atheist humanist life now that I have, and the old evangelical. You have to relate on just the most basic human level possible. Like they want just like real basic. They want to be able to provide for their family. They want to have they want to be able to protect their family. We want like the best for everybody we care about. We have different takes on what's best. And I think if we stay connected to each other on the bare minimums, then whatever kind of like organically, democratically, whatever most of us want is what will happen.
But what if the right wants to deny to people these basic human rights based on skin color, based on culture, based on sexuality? How do you build a big tent around that? And that's the challenge.
Well, you can't around that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what we're looking at is people that are galvanized in that perspective. I mean,
Yeah.
you're not looking at people who are malleable, who are open to compromise, who are open to negotiation or discussion. What you're looking at, if this flips in Trump's favor and he wins both the popular vote and the electoral vote, Matt, this is scorched earth.
I agree. And having like trying to be able to relate to my mom, they can fuck it up as much as they want, but we're gonna undo it. And it might take a generation or two.
If they totally fuck it up, so yeah, you say a generation or two. Fuck, does that mean that we have to, like, man, I'm 62. Do I have to suffer through this shit until I die?
Maybe.
God damn.
Being like on the fence about free will, I think there's probably a way this plays out that can only be influenced on the margins. And I don't know if there's any other way this plays out other than it goes poorly for a bit. And like with my kids, I'm wrestling with the concept of this might be the first time in American history where we can be pretty sure we're leaving a worse situation for the next generation or two.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm looking at like my son Owen is 12 and he's just getting on board with like being interested in the world at large. And I'm like, how do I explain to him that he's probably gonna like there's a really good chance that we're talking at this point about building a better world for his grandkids. And that's some indigenous people level shit. And I don't mean that negatively. I mean, like the left has become kind of like this like new creation of an indigenous people where the liberation theology and we identify with the marginalized people that's antithetical to our colonist country. Like, that's not the people we're from. That's a shift.
I think we just we've now we realize how many people in this country are actually non-empathetic to minorities and different people. They just don't care. We got a bunch of people in this country who just don't give a fuck.
But they think they do. So what do we do with that?
I don't know if there's anything because they don't want to be educated. They're willfully ignorant. So what can you do? They're willfully,
but they disagree. So what do we do? Like, how do we handle it?
All I can say, at least to me,
get more people who are open-minded to vote.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying at this point. At least to me, my idea of prohibiting some people from voting just keeps sounding better and better.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Tommy. While that sounds good at face value, how do we decide who votes and who doesn't? I mean, what is going to be the criteria?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I say that, like I said, it's almost completely.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that it's a slippery slope, because if you say, like, okay, let me give you an example, right? And this is kind of apples to oranges, but bear with me. You know, people are talking about expand the Supreme Court, right? And the logic behind that is that the last time the Supreme Court was expanded, it was expanded to 9 justices, because that's how many federal districts we had at the time. So now we have 13. So the conventional wisdom says expand the court to 13, but there is no constitutional limit on how many justices you can have. So if the Democrats say, okay, like if Biden said, fuck it, let's expand the court, I'm going to appoint 4 more justices, right? So now we're looking at the possibility of a Trump presidency. So he comes in and says, oh, well, we'll just expand this to 21. Just pick an arbitrary number.
Yeah.
And so when you start talking about, okay, we're going to change stuff extra constitutionally, now we create a slippery slope. Where does it stop? You know, does each president come in and expand the court further? You know, then it becomes a big dick contest that goes on ad infinitum, right? So the thing is, you know, like when we talk about, okay, we can say, okay, you know, we want to make sure that people pass a civics test. Okay, you pass the civics test this time, you don't pass the civics test in 4 years. Does that mean you don't vote this time? You didn't study? You know, what? In other words, where do we stop? You know, how do we define who doesn't vote, and how do we enforce that? And if we take that approach, you know, people like for example, right now, people say that if you are a convicted felon, you can't vote unless you have your felony expunged. That's bullshit. My thing is that if you go to prison and you serve your time, you get out, you get your right to vote back. You get your right to own a firearm back. You get all of that. You get everything back because
you already paid for your crime.
You paid restitution for your crime. Right?
I don't disagree with that. Absolutely.
So I'm like, okay, let's expand that. And then I'm like, I'm of the mindset also that we should reduce the voting age to 16. I'm like, you know, and if you do that, if you expand the voting age to 16, you'll go a long way to eliminate conservative majorities because kids are largely more liberal.
Yeah, and if you're old enough to commit involuntary manslaughter, you're old enough to vote.
Exactly. I mean, if you're old enough to be tried as an adult, then fuck, you're an adult. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, it's like, okay, you know, we say certain people shouldn't vote. You know, people who are mentally incapacitated. Okay, what's the definition of that? How do we define that? Right. And again, you start. I mean, you develop the slippery slope. That's not the water slide at the Schlitterbahn.
My daughter is gonna vote. Fucker, stand in my way. Like,
Yeah.
Those are good points.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at Twitter. Tim Miller says this. I think this is an interesting thought. I want to throw this out. It's off subject with limiting vote and all that stuff. Good points, though, Derek. Really good. I mean, it's probably better to just leave it alone and let as many people vote as possible. But
yeah, like I said, and I agree with all that. Like I said, it's just me.
No, I'm with you.
I'm with you, Tommy. I'm not discounting your question or your premise at all. It makes perfect sense. But what I'm saying is that at what point? I mean, what's the check on it?
Right. But Tim Miller said this. He said, here's my main thought. He said, we're probably going back, but we can't go anywhere. Listen to this. He says, our era will be about protecting their attempts to dismantle the progress that was made in the last century or so. It's a more sober mission than pushing for progress.
Yeah.
But it's an important one.
No, that's excellent, because we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We don't want to like get rid of the ability to do what's happening now, because otherwise we guarantee fascism forever.
Yeah. So we have to switch from an offensive posture of progress to a defensive posture of really becoming the conservatives in the truest sense of the word, conserving the progress that has already happened.
Yeah.
They're coming out.
There you go.
Get ready for Antifa becoming the good guys.
Ugh. Oh, no. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
That sounds very true. So, yeah.
Did any of you guys see the thing where Kenneth Copeland was like pronouncing this blessing on Trump?
No,
he's a fucking demon.
And this is, I mean, you know, like you got like Lance Wallinaw, you got like Andrew Womack and Bill Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean, all the heavy hitters, they're all endorsing this shit. And I'm like, okay, at what part of the 7 deadly sins do you guys fucking miss?
Yeah, he literally
wherever it stopped at money.
They're not Catholic.
It isn't money; it's power. Because see, what Trump himself is not going to do this, but what he's going to do is he's going to embolden all of the congressional people and the judicial people, and they're going to feel like we can do whatever the fuck we want. I mean, I'm going to tell you something. You know, like this gives me alarm. At the highest level. I mean, right now, my anxiety, man, I got some anti-anxiety meds. I'm going to take them as soon as we get off the phone. And that's behind all this fucking tequila I've drank. Why? Because this shit has my asshole puckered.
Wait, hold on. Are they benzos? Because don't do that with alcohol.
I don't know what they are.
I'm about
take them.
Yeah, maybe type it in the chat.
Matt, are you talking about benzodiazepine?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't take that with alcohol.
It's age and those two combinations, like shit happens.
Yeah, it's not good. So Nevada's too early, Arizona too early, Wisconsin too close, Michigan too close, Pennsylvania too close, Georgia too close.
They called Georgia for Trump, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Fun. Oh, tomorrow's neat.
Yeah.
Well, depending on where you are, it's already tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Why can't I handle smug old people?
What? It is. And what? Did I say something wrong?
No, I'm just thinking about like smug old people if Trump wins.
Oh, tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, wait, we're right. It's like, fuck you.
You do realize this means Robert F. Kennedy is going to be in charge of health.
Oh my God.
Everything.
Elon Musk is going to be in charge of
Here's the thing.
God knows what.
I don't have to have these uncomfortable conversations with Trumpers because I don't talk to any. So they can feel any way they want to. I don't talk to them.
That's what's scary.
If Trump wins,
think about RFK in charge of the National Institute of Health.
God damn it.
Maybe I become a Canadian citizen and just.
I don't mean to pile it on, especially for Derek. Derek,
I'll just say I'm glad I already had
Let
cancer.
that medication is into the chat. Just saying.
No, if Trump wins, we are in a dystopian comic book. Where it's like the beginning of the X-Men, where like the resistance is just beginning, and like the question is, can we get our shit together faster than like the retards who voted red can get their shit together?
Unfortunately, no. Not before they not before they burn down the whole goddamn store.
No. But we're human, so we can't let go of hope. And so until we're faced with how terrible it gets, like we won't abandon hope.
Yay, people. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. After this, I've pretty much given up hope. This is fucked up. Yeah, this is fucked up.
I don't know. I think we gotta go MLK more than Malcolm X, though.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing about MLK, and I love when people bring up MLK because at the time MLK died, he was the most hated man in America.
Yeah.
There's polling that supports that. It's like people say, "Oh, you need to protest like MLK." You know, he protested like he protested, and you killed him. You know,
Yeah.
So it's like there is no right way to protest if you're on the outside, if you're on the fringes, if you're on the margins, if you're the disenfranchised, you're fucked.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Before you go there, if Trump wins, I think we're at the point where we can't avoid people dying.
What?
If Trump's elected, the mass deportation on day one that he
Oh,
promises, like all that kind of stuff, like it gets ugly in a hurry. And so if Trump wins, then the strategy has to become what's the least amount of people harmed.
Dude, he's talking about not just deporting immigrants. He's talking about a strategy where they can deport American citizens.
Yeah. And if that kind of thinking gets power, then the best we can do, like as a resistance or a minority, it is
Leave.
strategic harm minimization that we can leverage in the future.
Ugh.
Because if we stick, there's a point at which like old principles don't make sense anymore, where we're like, I'm having like Star Trek flashbacks to like the Bajorans and stuff, but there's a point where like old ethics and old morals were a luxury we don't have anymore. And if we're not going to get power back in a hurry and people are going to get hurt, then the strategy becomes, how do we get less people hurt?
Mm-hmm.
You know, as much as I'm not happy with Trump winning, I can't escape the fact that I can't get mad if it's a fair election. I can't, because if it were going the other way, I would be happy that they voted for Vice President Harris. I'm not saying I'm going to be happy that they voted for Trump, but that's part of the process, is a free and fair election, correct?
Yeah.
So
here's the problem, Jimmy, is that if Harris got elected, she's like, okay, I'm going to be president of all the people.
yeah, I understand that.
She said, I'm going to try to build bridges.
It's like, oh, neat, 96 is back.
But Trump has not said any of that.
No,
He doesn't want to build bridges. He's going to burn bridges.
No, I understand that. You're missing.
I'm in full-fledged panic mode right now.
But you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying I can't be mad at the election process,
but I am disappointed in the population of my country. But I think moving ahead with a doom and gloom attitude, I can't live that way. I've always been an optimistic person, and I can't go through my life being upset every day just because
that's you, and that's good. I can't. I mean, right now, I'm at maximum doom and gloom.
Because I'll be honest with you, the last time he was president, the worst thing that happened was January 6th, obviously, but that was towards the end. But his whole pregnancy, we were laughing at him every step of the way because he was a freaking idiot.
Yeah,
right?
It wasn't for lack of trying. That's the whole thing. It's like he actually tried. It's just that the process thwarted him. But it's like now you're talking about like giving him the full run of the Senate, the House, the courts, everything. This is bad. I mean, this is epic bad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this might be the worst political thing that I've lived through in my 62 years.
So, Derek, I'm saying this as somebody who spent some time in a mental hospital and is in current therapy. So, where's your hope?
I don't have any. I mean, basically for me, it's like my thing is that I need to get the fuck out of here.
What if it follows you? Like,
depends on where you go.
Assuming that happens, like, what do you do here?
Well, I'm not.
I mean, if it follows me, I try to move again. I mean, I'll try to stay ahead of it. I mean, but this is bad. This is epic bad, and I feel bad for my kids, man, that they're gonna have to deal with this shit.
Yeah,
this is bad. I mean, this is fucked up.
Well, the old people die soon.
You know something? Let me tell you something. They always say, "Oh, don't worry about racism because the racists will all die." No,
it keeps growing. It keeps growing. It keeps growing.
Oh no, that keeps going.
You know, the conservatives are reproducing. And this is the proof. It's like they showed up. They showed up and they whooped our ass.
You know who reproduces faster? No, I'm not being racist. This is just the numbers. Is people, poor people, and Hispanic immigrants.
Yeah, you need more slaves on the plantation. There you go.
The old rules don't work anymore.
No, they listen. There are 6 states in this country that there's some form of slavery on the ballot.
No, I agree with that. I'm not minimizing that at all. Like that is happening.
You're going to have somebody that emboldens that, someone that fosters that, someone who codifies that. That's where we are. This country is totally fucked up. Fucked up.
I agree. And it's temporary.
No, it's not. It's not temporary, Matt. Because here's the thing: it's like now they have the full run of the candy store, and they can do what they want to do. It's nice to think that it's temporary, but for me, that's not my perspective. My perspective is that this is something that's going to last a long fucking time.
I agree.
So Harris's co-chair just spoke, to their crowd and said she won't be speaking tonight.
Oh no.
Yeah. So they're dispersing the crowd at her, would-be victory rally, I guess you could say.
It's like this country had a chance to say, okay, we're going to move forward from all this bullshit that we've been going through. We're going to move forward. Like things, it's not exactly what we want, but it's something else. We're not dealing with this. And basically this is a referendum on racism. This is a referendum on sexism. It's a referendum on misogyny. It's a referendum on so many different things. This, gentleman, is fucked up. It's fucked up on every possible level.
Mm.
If things are going to get better, we have to go through it. I don't know when it gets better. And I say that with like people I care about being in the queer community and in the like racial minority community, and my kids, like with both my kids, like if you're on the autism spectrum, you're like exponentially more likely to be in the queer community.
It's true.
It gets, if Trump wins, it gets bad, and it gets bad for a while.
Well, he won
All of our lifetimes, probably our kids' lifetimes, and then it gets fixed in their kids' lifetimes.
Yeah.
But it gets fixed, and so like that's where I am. Like with like my hope for the future is I'm building into generations after mine and trying to protect everyone currently. Like the neighbor's son across the street, they have a trans son, and we live in an area where like even the liberals are not crazy about trans people, and like there's got, like I'm saying, it's understanding like that it's not overshooting to say like there needs to be like a new kind of underground railroad where trans, minority, immigrant, like whatever, like here are the safe houses, and if shit gets bad or you need financial help based on whatever the government is screwing you out of, like these are the people who will help. I think at the same time there's like a new kind of spiritual awakening where people are like, I'm gonna help the other humans. And it doesn't matter what their background is, and Christians are gonna fight that because it's a replacement, but it's a better replacement, and it's a kind of replacement where you can be where like everybody can sign on to it, like where Christians can be on board with helping people, atheists can be on board with helping people, and like the backing behind it is kind of like the psychology research we have, where like this is the good shit that makes people better, that makes the world better. There's a lot of so there's a lot of things happening at the same time. Probably looking at a second enlightenment, and what the Christians are going to call like an end times war, and what everybody else is going to call like the beginning of the good times at some point in the future.
Hmm.
We got smart too fast as a species.
I don't know, brother. All I know is hey, Aaron, where do you live in Colorado?
I live in Pueblo, which is south of Denver and Colorado Springs.
Okay, so you're an hour behind Central then.
Yeah, it's mountain time here. It's 10:49.
Okay.
It's hippie time there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Man, I think you're living hippie time right now, bro.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just seem a little high.
Sorry.
No, it's
Yeah.
fine. No, it's cool. No, that's not a criticism at all. I don't know if you know, but I have two boys that are neurodiverse. So I can relate to a lot of what you're saying. Ironically, Colorado rates as the top state because I was trying to get out. So I was looking at what are the top states to help, kids with those issues, and Colorado is ranked number 1. So
excellent.
If you need someplace to come, let me know.
So the cannabis products help me get in touch with the kind of stuff that like I think about when I'm meditating.
Yeah, sure.
So, just kind of on a personal level, I kind of feel like I need to have long term hope for the future because otherwise, my relationship with my mom probably has to be like really stifled. Um, she said she watched all of Trump's uh, Madison Square Garden rally and
Mm.
didn't see anything racist.
Yeah.
And I said, "That's really sad." And she
Yeah.
said, "Well, a lot of people agree." And I said, "That's also really sad."
Right.
So it's like, Mom, tell me you're racist without telling me you're racist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man.
Both my parents are gone, but I wonder where they would be because they were both, hardcore Fox News watchers.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is, like 3 decades ago or so, those viewpoints would be super normal. A lot has shifted quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
Mhm.
SNL, what's that? It's Pat. That was like 20 years ago or something, 30 at most.
Oh yeah, that
Mhm.
was part of my youth.
But that was interesting because that was when society, that was an indication society was starting to wrestle with that topic.
Yeah. Did we lose Derek or like
No,
he's
he's still-
frozen on my
he's
screen?
still here. I'm
Okay.
still here.
Yeah.
Your video's frozen on my screen. I don't know about anybody else's.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
frozen on mine too.
We had to move
Yeah.
for a minute.
Yeah, your video's stuck in shock.
My
and
video
horror.
is first.
But you're still here.
I'm still here. Hang
Oh,
on.
okay. First I thought he was. First I
think-
thought he was asleep. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. I think it's important to focus on like our individual power in this. You know what I mean?
Right.
Mhm.
Like what's really changed. I mean, we can future cast what we think is going to happen. And I'm not
Mhm.
trying to discount anything anybody's thinking or saying, but I just
Right.
think it's important that we focus on what really has changed tonight.
Yeah, not
No.
much.
You know what I mean? Like just focusing because that's all we can do. We can focus on our personal power to adapt and create our lives. And that might mean overcoming
Yeah.
shit. And I'm not discounting what everybody said about everybody else. I appreciate all the empathy in this group, man. It's been awesome. And I think like all of you, I've got loved ones, people I really deeply care about who are in all the groups that have been mentioned. Obviously neurodiverse, minorities,
Right.
racially, LGBTQ, all those communities that I really care about that potentially could be really harmed, women, young girls that potentially are going to be really harmed by this. But we have to adapt. We have to. We have no choice.
Republicans are going to win the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
Yeah.
Wait, I
It's
got
a
some good
mandate.
news.
It's a
They
mandate.
can't organize shit. So, like, as bad as it gets, it's also going to be a squandering of what's possible. That's
Right.
my prediction.
Mm.
And oh, hold on, I forgot about Project 2025 for a minute.
Damn it. Ugh.
I can't believe he's winning by 5 million votes again. Good grief.
In the popular vote?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mhm.
Yep,
It's
5
bad.
million votes in the popular vote. I mean, this is unreal. This is a dystopian nightmare, man.
You know what this also means? World War III is coming.
Don't say that. That's not funny.
No, I know it's not.
You know what? What I'm going to tell you something. What's coming around the corner is bad. It's bad.
No.
This is
Humanity survives, but we don't all survive.
This is bad. This is bad.
How did that country come to this shit, though? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
That's what happens when a colony collapses.
Well, I think you know what? You want me to be perfectly honest? What I think? I'll be perfectly honest and serious. Consider how this country started, and consider where we're at now. To be honest with you, not that any of us
Not that us smaller people deserve this, but United States is getting what it deserves right now. It's
Yep.
exactly getting what it deserves.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely look at it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, the pendulum swings both ways.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, when the people on the right who voted for this idiot figure out that he's not good for them, it's going to be too late by the time they figure it out, if they ever figure it out. And then when they look at this country and it's a shell of itself, our infrastructure continues to erode. Our education system doesn't get better; it actually gets demonstrably worse. And then you got this guy who promised a bunch of Christians that they don't have to vote anymore. And then you look at where the United States has become in the last, 15 years since this guy's been around, and you're going to realize that, wait a minute, we made a mistake, and it's going to be too fucking late. And you know what? Sometimes it is what it is. Sometimes you just get what the fuck you deserve. You made your bed, and I'll lie in it. You can try to make the bed if you want to, or you can complain about it, but that ain't going to do anything because you're not doing shit. So
There's something,
I have to
something
look
called
at it that way. I have to look at it like, you know what? Maybe we're getting what we fucking deserve, not individually, but as a whole. I think the United States of America has been spoiled for too long. We were self-entitled, fat, fucking lazy sons of bitches, and we think everything comes easy. We don't know about integrity, hard work, respecting each other, and this is what happens. That's how I have to look at it.
There's something called the colonial boomerang, and it's when whatever you put into the indigenous area that you're trying to conquer eventually comes back on you.
Yeah.
So everything that we did to the Native Americans looks like it's probably going to happen to the general American population, but it has to.
Yep.
Until it doesn't.
Matt, with all
Everything that we're talking about before. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I've got family members that are Native American. Like, with all due respect, like, what do you mean by that? What happened to the Native Americans has to happen to the average. Maybe I misunderstood or misheard. I don't know.
So the techniques that were used on the Native American population. So remember when I said before about how when you colonize an area, if you can't integrate with what you've conquered, then it's doomed to crumble. So, for example, what's happening in Israel right now with Gaza and all that, Israel is basically a colony of the United States at this point financially. So a lot of the tactics they're trying out there historically and in the future will come back to be used on the American people, like tactics used by the New York City police. They learned in Israel with this weird foreign exchange program.
So are you suggesting that people are going to be thrown out of their homes and their possessions and mass genocide of a certain population of Americans?
No, not mass genocide. I think because our country is too financially well off to sign on to that wholesale.
So what would it look like? I'm trying to get the comparison.
Sorry.
Because in Palestine, you're looking at genocide, and plus people were thrown out of their homes and out of their lands by basically this invading group.
Right. No, I'm not.
Also happened to Native Americans. So how does that happen here? I'm just curious how you're drawing that comparison.
Because once an empire starts to fail, they fall back on what they've known to be tried and true, which isn't tried and true anymore because the empire is failing. And so what used to be used on indigenous peoples in the United States, whatever the modern equivalent of that is, would start to be used on anybody that threatens the status quo or the state in a fascist society.
So they'd be thrown out of their homes and killed.
I could see people being thrown out of their homes, not directly, but if it becomes harder for people in a minority community or an unprotected community in a fascist society, if it becomes harder for them to get a loan for a house or to continue payments on something, if there's second-class citizen kind of things. I can see that happening to people less directly.
Yeah, but let's be clear. It's very different than what happened to Native Americans. I'm sorry. It's a very personal issue to me. It's very different than what happened to Native Americans. I think
Yeah.
that kind of
No, I'm sorry.
In my view, that really minimizes what that.
No,
and I know that's not your intent or your heart. And I get it.
No, then I want to retract what I said.
But I think we should
Yes.
just be careful what we say.
Maybe a better way to say it is we will see echoes of the past.
Yeah. I'm agreeing. There could be lots of oppression and really bad shit. I'm not disagreeing with that. I think we need to keep it in perspective, because I think we end up unintentionally devaluing the suffering of other people if we create these false equivalences.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for pointing that out, because I identify pretty easily with the Shawnee Native Americans and like other Native Americans from my area. So I
get it. And I'm not trying to, I don't mean to be a dick. I'm really not trying to do that at all.
No, I always want, I don't care if somebody's a dick, even you're not, but I don't care if somebody's a dick as long as they're being themselves. Like that's what I try to focus on right now.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to switch the subject real quick.
Yep. Yeah.
So what do you guys think about the fact that if anything happens to Donald Trump, should he pull this out, about J.D. Vance maybe being our fucking president?
I think it's a very good possibility.
As a matter of fact, to be honest with you, I really have this feeling that he's going to die in office. And we're going to have to be stuck with J.D. Vance for however many years is left.
Probably under mysterious circumstances, because J.D. Vance is an ambitious fuck.
Well, there's
always the 25th Amendment.
Yeah, that's what I was talking more of, stuff like that. Or he actually dies legitimately.
Yeah.
But my point is, because he's going to be the arbiter of the Project 2025.
Yeah.
Because he's part of that
group
of people. He is that's their boy. Trump is not their boy. Trump is a tool being used by certain other people who want Trump to be in power because it gets them what they want to do.
There's always a possibility that economically things get worse. You know, things really get bad in the next 4 years. I mean, if you think about it, 4 years is not a long time.
No.
And it sets the stage for,
I mean,
something better.
If anything, unfortunately, we have to do this because people just don't get off their ass and go fucking vote. But this may spark people to go vote next time to make sure the next person that gets voted in is a Democrat. Right?
Yeah.
Because say what you will, I give major points to a person who acts like a human being. Donald Trump doesn't have any of those qualities. He's a piece of shit. And I don't say that as an insult. I say that as a legitimate criticism of who he is as a person. He's a piece of shit. It should have been over fucking 12 years ago when he said grab her by the pussy. It should have been over then.
Yeah.
Think about it. 20 years before that, if he had said that, the Republican Party would have told him to go get fucked. They said, we're not going to nominate you, you fucking weirdo. You're talking about grabbing women by their body parts. We've become so more. And what's so funny is the Republican Party is talking about Jesus and God and Christianity and stuff, and they've become more and more corrupt and disgusting as the years go by. And it's not hard to see. It's not at all hard to see.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my only thing. When I look at these things, I can't help but think deeply about all these different things. And the point of the matter is these people are just morally bankrupt and don't give a shit. And I'm not going to pretend like they do. You know, and I'm not, and to be honest with you, I'm not going to sit here and be upset. I'm just going to be like, okay, I still have responsibilities to myself, my family, my kids, my job, whatever. I still got responsibilities I need to take care of. I'm not going to be happy about this shit. But it is what it is. We have to deal with it. You can't sometimes part of being adult is doing shit you don't want to do. And I can't help but think that way. Because my dad taught me something, and I believed it ever since when I realized it as an adult. Nobody owes you shit.
Right.
You got to be responsible and be a grown-up. So it just is what it is. Is this what I want to happen? Absolutely. That's the complete opposite of what I wanted to happen. But you know what? I still got to live my life. I still got my significant other and her daughter. I still got my three kids to worry about. I got my family, my sisters, my nieces, my nephews. I still got all these stuff going on. I got friends and everything. I still got to do all these things. And what I'm going to do to keep myself sane is like, when the election's over, I'm not talking about it anymore. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to play games, watch TV, spend time with my family, love on the people who actually care about me, and weather the storm, whatever comes my way. I think for most of it, it's going to be things that I can handle, and there are going to be some things that are going to happen that I'm not going to like if he does the tariff thing, of course, that's going to fuck up everybody's inflation, right? So we got to deal with that. We also have to deal with, well, luckily in my case, I don't have to deal with gloating Trump people because I don't deal with them. Hey, you want to be happy that Trump won? Be happy. I'm not going to join in with that. You have nothing to go. There's no one here to tell me I told you so because I don't talk to those people.
Right.
And I made that choice myself. So I guess what I'm trying to say is kind of along but in a more positive light. It's like, okay, fine. We didn't want the orange bloated one. I mean, we can see his mental decline. We can see, dude's 78 fucking years old, bro, about to be 79.
Mhm.
He's older than Biden was the last time he ran.
Yeah, exactly. So he's the old. He will be the oldest elected president ever. And you know what? Like I said, we get what we deserve. We let this fucking failed talk show host how do you lose money? Hold on a second. How do you lose money owning a freaking casino? How does that fucking happen?
You get in the way.
How? I don't know nothing about managing a casino, and I guarantee you can talk to me for a few hours and let me know the basics of everything, and I would be in profit within a few months. There's no way you lose money at a casino. The fucking house wins 90% of the time. How does that happen? I just don't get, like Derek was saying earlier, I don't get what people are seeing. I'm missing something that they're seeing that I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm going through right now, and everybody that's celebrating anything Trump, I'm deleting them.
Oh, okay. Sounds good to me. I don't have that problem because I said on my page, anybody I see supporting Trump, I'm blocking you. And so I don't have any friends on Facebook that outwardly support Trump. They can privately do it, and I can't prove that they are. But if you're out there celebrating the Trump win, I'm going to do the same thing he does. I don't put up with it. Look, people have the right to vote how they want to vote. People have a right to feel the way they want to feel. But I don't have to be your friend.
Right.
So you do you. I'm not going to come to your house and tell you you're a piece of shit for voting for Trump. I'm not going to do that. But I'm not going to contaminate my environment with people who have such negative energy and are just bad people, and they want to just go gloat and act childish. I'm so sick of grown men acting like they're 17. That's why I did, like, on my Facebook page, unless you're a friend of mine, you can't comment on none of my shit. You can see all you want to. You can like it all you want to, but you can't comment. Did that on purpose. Instagram, you have to follow me to comment.
Mm-hmm.
You ever go to those things on Instagram that says comments are limited? That's what that is. People only let you follow them comment.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes it easier for me to go, oh, you follow me? Cool. And oh, you're saying some crazy shit? Guess what? Blockity block, block, block. Now you can't comment and you can't even see what I post now. That's what you get for being a podcast. I'm taking control of my environment, and I'm going to be the one responsible for it. I'm not giving people any benefit of the doubt anymore, because I don't know if you've been on Instagram a lot, Aaron, Matt, and Tommy, and
Not at all.
and Derek, but it's very toxic. It's like, remember back when they used to talk bad about YouTube comments, how bad they were? They're like just as bad or worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Wild Wild West in those comments, and I just like,
A lot of those are bots too.
Yeah, and I know that's
Oh,
another problem too. Bots and all this. Oh yes, may God bless you. DM me and we'll show you how to make $30,000. So in the same time, you're gonna tell me that you're a fucking scam? Really? Go fuck yourself. Sorry. No,
Yep.
come on. I block those people immediately. I do a lot of proactive blocking too, Aaron. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
I just, yeah, proactive blocking is the
I
best.
block when I go to somebody else's
Mhm.
page and they post something. I see somebody post some
Yeah.
goofy shit. Well, look who I get to block today, and they'll have no idea that I blocked.
I'm gonna have to go because my battery is
me too.
dying.
Oh,
And
no problem. Hey,
I do have to be at work. I don't work from home all the time, so
okay,
I
well,
have.
me and you,
tomorrow.
me and you have to talk again because I miss talking to you. We only had that one thing.
Yeah,
And,
I love it.
I've been wanting to talk to you more because I think you're a neat guy. So I
Thank
appreciate.
you. I
appreciate
agree.
everything.
And all of you guys, Tommy, Matt, Derek, Jimmy, you guys are just the best. All of you. I mean, I mean that genuinely from my heart. I am so
Yeah.
grateful
I got you,
that
brother.
I was able to be a part of this. Thank you for including me. And
Of
let's
course. Yeah.
let's grieve whatever we need to do, but let's encourage each other.
Yeah,
We're going to get
definitely.
through this, and it's going to be fine. It's going to be okay.
Hey, Aaron,
Appreciate
before
that.
you,
And all that, all that right back to you, Aaron. Yeah, appreciate
Yeah.
the hell out of you, buddy. So,
Thank you.
Yep, love you,
yeah,
man.
Matt.
Love you, buddy.
before you go, Aaron,
Sure.
show recommendation also to anybody watching. Dark Skies on Netflix. If you haven't seen it, takes place in Navajo Reservation. It's excellent.
Sweet.
And while,
Oh, I
while
heard
I
of
was-
that.
Dark Skies.
Yeah, there's a lady that leads. She's a detective, right? Or like FBI or something.
Just Matt, let me explain. My children are Navajo. We adopted them, and my wife is Apache.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Apache.
So-
Nice.
Yeah.
No,
She's
I
actually a
want to.
descendant of Geronimo, if you can believe that.
My first
Really?
wife is Sue
Yeah.
from Standing Rock Reservation, Aaron. My
So
first wife.
it's just
Standing Rock.
something that's really I'm extremely sensitive to. So
No,
Yeah.
that show handles it really well. And while I was watching it, I realized that I was realizing the parts of the Navajo culture that allowed them to survive as a people and a culture until now. There are aspects of that we need to learn from in order to
I can't wait to watch it. Dark Skies, it's called.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think the
and
lead
there's
is that.
aspects of that we need to learn from in order to continue development of what we consider good people.
I'll check it out. I'm gonna have to unwind because it takes me like an hour and a half, 2 hours unwinding before I can get to sleep. So I hate to bail on you guys, but I
Oh,
love
yeah.
you guys, all of you, genuinely from my heart. I mean that from
All
the
right,
bottom of
brother.
my heart. I love and appreciate you guys.
Maybe,
Thank you.
maybe
Same to
we
you,
can
buddy.
get
Thanks,
together and I
Aaron.
can get you on my show too, Aaron. I'd love to have you on the show.
Man, it'd
again.
be great. Yeah, let's chop it up for sure. And if you want to have me on, that'd be great.
All right,
I love it.
I'll message you because we're friends on Facebook. I'll message you.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, cool.
All right,
All right.
guys. Love you guys. I'll talk to you later.